Introduction to Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Introduction. With such a table of contents in front of this little foreword, I am quite sure that few will pause to consider my prosy effort. Nor can I blame any readers who jump over my head, when they may sit beside the kind old Baucis, and drink out of her miraculous milk pitcher, and hear noble Philemon talk, or join hands with Pandora and Epimetheus in their play before the fatal box was opened, or in fact be in the company of even the most awe-inspiring of our heroes and heroines. For the ages the various characters told about in the following pages have charmed, delighted, and inspired the people of the world. Like fairy tales, these stories of gods, demigods, and wonderful men were the natural offspring of imaginative races, and from generation to generation they were repeated by father and mother to son and daughter. And if a brave man had done a big deed, he was immediately celebrated in song and story, and quite as a matter of course the deed grew with repetition of these. Minstrels, gleemen, poets, and skalds, a Scandinavian term for poets, took up these rich themes and elaborated them. Thus, if a hero had killed a serpent, in time it became a fiery dragon, and if he won a great battle, the enthusiastic reciters of it had him do prodigious feats beyond belief. But do not fancy from this that the heroes were everyday persons. Indeed, they were quite extraordinary and deserved highest praise of their fellow men. So in ancient and medieval Europe the wandering poet or minstrel went from place to place repeating his wondrous narratives, adding new verses to his tales, changing his episodes to suit locality or occasion, and always skillfully shaping his fascinating romances. In court and cottage he was listened to with breathless attention. He might be compared to a living novel circulating about the country, for in those days books were few or entirely unknown. Oriental countries too had their professional story spinners, while our American Indians heard of the daring exploits of their heroes from the lips of old men steeped in tradition. My youngest reader can then appreciate how myths and legends were multiplied and their incidents magnified. We all know how almost unconsciously we color and change the stories we repeat, and naturally so did the gentle and gallant singers through the long gone centuries of chivalry and simple faith. Every reader can feel the deep significance underlying the myths we present, the poetry and imperishable beauty of the Greek, the strange and powerful conceptions of the Scandinavian mind, the oddity and fantasy of the Japanese, Slavs, and East Indians, and finally the queer imaginings of our own American Indians. Who, for instance, could ever forget poor Proserpina and the 6 pomegranate seeds, the death of beautiful Baldur, the luminous Princess Labam, the stupid jellyfish and shrewd monkey, and the funny way in which Hiawatha remade the earth after it had been destroyed by flood? Then take our legendary heroes. Was ever a better or braver company brought together? Perseus, Hercules, Siegfried, Roland, Galahad, Robin Hood, and a dozen others. But stop, I am using too many question marks. There is no need to query heroes known and admired the world over. As true latter-day storytellers, both Hawthorne and Kingsley retold many of these myths and legends, and from their classic pages we have adapted a number of our tales, and made them somewhat simpler and shorter in form. By way of apology for this liberty, if some should so consider it, we humbly offer a paragraph from the preface to the Wonder Book written by its author. A great freedom of treatment was necessary, but it will be observed that every one who attempts to render these legends malleable in his intellectual furnace, that they are marvelously independent of all temporary modes and circumstances. They remain essentially the same, after changes that would affect the identity of almost anything else. Now, to those who have not jumped over my head, or to those who, having done so, may jump back again to this foreword, I trust my few remarks will have given some additional interest in our myths and heroes of lands far and near. Daniel Edwin Wheeler. End of introduction. Section 1 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Myths of Greece and Rome, Section 1. Baucis and Philemon, adapted by C. E. Smith. One evening, in times long ago, old Philemon and his wife Baucis sat at their cottage door watching the sunset. They had eaten their supper and were enjoying a quiet talk about their garden, and their cow, and their fruit trees on which the pears and apples were beginning to ripen. But their talk was very much disturbed by rude shouts and laughter from the village children, and by the fierce barking of dogs. "I fear," said Philemon, "that some poor traveller is asking for a bed in the village, and that these rough people have set the dogs on him." "Well, I never!" answered old Baucis. "I do wish the neighbours would be kinder to poor wanderers. I feel that some terrible punishment will happen to this village if the people are so wicked as to make fun of those who are tired and hungry. As for you and me, so long as we have a crust of bread, let us always be willing to give half of it to any poor homeless stranger who may come along." "Indeed, that we will," said Philemon. These old folks, you must know, were very poor, and had to work hard for a living. They seldom had anything to eat except bread and milk, and vegetables, with sometimes a little honey from their beehives, or a few ripe pears and apples from their little garden. But they were two of the kindest old people in the world, and would have gone without their dinner any day rather than refuse a slice of bread or a cupful of milk to the weary traveller who might stop at the door. Their cottage stood on a little hill a short way from the village, which lay in a valley. Such a pretty valley, shaped like a cup, with plenty of green fields and gardens and fruit trees. It was a pleasure just to look at it. But the people who lived in this lovely place were selfish and hard-hearted. They had no pity for the poor, and were unkind to those who had no home, and they only laughed when Philemon said it was right to be gentle to people who were sad and friendless. These wicked villagers taught their children to be as bad as themselves. They used to clap their hands and make fun of poor travellers who were tramping wearily from one village to another, and they even taught the dogs to snarl and bark at strangers if their clothes were shabby. So the village was known far and near as an unfriendly place, where neither help nor pity was to be found. What made it worse, too, was that when rich people came in their carriages, or riding on fine horses, with servants to attend them, the village people would take off their hats and be very polite and attentive, and if the children were rude they got their ears boxed. As to the dogs, if a single dog dared to growl at a rich man, he was beaten and then tied up without any supper. So now you can understand why old Philemon spoke sadly when he heard the shouts of the children and the barking of the dogs at the far end of the village street. He and Baucis sat shaking their heads while the noise came nearer and nearer, until they saw two travellers coming along the road on foot. A crowd of rude children were following them, shouting and throwing stones, and several dogs were snarling at the travellers' heels. They were both very plainly dressed, and looked as if they might not have enough money to pay for a night's lodging. "Come, wife," said Philemon, "let us go and meet these poor people and offer them shelter." "You go," said Baucis, "while I make ready some supper," and she hastened indoors. Philemon went down the road, and holding out his hand to the two men, he said, "Welcome, strangers, welcome." "Thank you," said the younger of the two travellers. "Yours is a kind welcome, very different from the one we got in the village. Pray, why do you live in such a bad place?" "I think," answered Philemon, "that Providence put me here just to make up as best I can for other people's unkindness." The traveller laughed heartily, and Philemon was glad to see him in such good spirits. He took a good look at him and his companion. The younger man was very thin, and was dressed in an odd kind of way. Though it was a summer evening, he wore a cloak which was wrapped tightly about him, and he had a cap on his head, the brim of which stuck out over both ears. There was something queer, too, about his shoes, but as it was getting dark, Philemon could not see exactly what they were like. One thing struck Philemon very much. The traveller was so wonderfully light and active that it seemed as if his feet were only kept close to the ground with difficulty. He had a staff in his hand, which was the oddest looking staff Philemon had seen. It was made of wood, and had a little pair of wings near the top. 2 snakes cut into the wood were twisted round the staff, and these were so well carved that Philemon almost thought he could see them wriggling. The older man was very tall, and walked calmly along, taking no notice either of naughty children or yelping dogs. When they reached the cottage, Philemon said, "We are very poor folk, but you are welcome to whatever we have in the cupboard. My wife Baucis has gone to see what you can have for supper." They sat down on the bench, and the younger stranger let his staff fall as he threw himself down on the grass. And then a strange thing happened. The staff seemed to get up from the ground of its own accord, and it opened a little pair of wings and half hopped, half flew, and leaned itself against the wall of the cottage. Philemon was so amazed that he feared he had been dreaming, but before he could ask any questions, the elder stranger said, "Was there not a lake long ago covering the spot where the village now stands?" "Never in my day," said old Philemon, "nor in my father's, nor my grandfather's. There were always fields and meadows, just as there are now, and I suppose there always will be." "That I am not so sure of," replied the stranger. "Since the people in that village have forgotten how to be loving and gentle, maybe it were better that the lake should be rippling over the cottages again." And he looked very sad and stern. He was a very important looking man, Philemon felt, even though his clothes were old and shabby. Maybe he was some great learned stranger who did not care at all for money or clothes, and was wandering about the world seeking wisdom and knowledge. Philemon was quite sure he was not a common person, but he talked so kindly to Philemon, and the younger traveller made such funny remarks, that they were all constantly laughing. "Pray, my young friend, what is your name?" Philemon asked. "Well," answered the younger man, "I am called Mercury, because I am so quick." "What a strange name!" said Philemon. "And your friend, what is he called?" "You must ask the thunder to tell you that," said Mercury. "No other voice is loud enough." Philemon was a little confused at this answer, but the stranger looked so kind and friendly that he began to tell them about his good old wife, and what fine butter and cheese she made, and how happy they were in their little garden, and how they loved each other very dearly, and hoped they might live together till they died. And the stern stranger listened with a sweet smile on his face. Baucis had now got supper ready. Not very much of a supper, she told them. There was only half a brown loaf and a bit of cheese, a pitcher with some milk, a little honey, and a bunch of purple grapes. But she said, "Had we only known you were coming, my good man and I would have gone without anything in order to give you a better supper." "Do not trouble," said the elder stranger kindly. "A hearty welcome is better than the finest of food, and we are so hungry that what you have to offer us seems a feast." Then they all went into the cottage. And now I must tell you something that will make your eyes open. You remember that Mercury's staff was leaning against the cottage wall. Well, when its owner went in at the door, what should this wonderful staff do but spread its little wings to go hop, hop, flutter, flutter up the steps. Then it went tap, tap across the kitchen floor, and did not stop till it stood close behind Mercury's chair. No one noticed this, as Baucis and her husband were too busy attending to their guests. Baucis filled up 2 bowls of milk from the pitcher, while her husband cut the loaf and the cheese. "What delightful milk, Mother Baucis," said Mercury. "May I have some more? This has been such a hot day that I am very thirsty." "Oh dear, I am so sorry and ashamed," answered Baucis, "but the truth is there is hardly another drop of milk in the pitcher." "Let me see," said Mercury, starting up and catching hold of the handles. "Why, here is certainly more milk in the pitcher." He poured out a bowlful for himself and another for his companion. Baucis could scarcely believe her eyes. "I suppose I must have made a mistake," she thought. "At any rate, the pitcher must be empty now, after filling both bowls twice over." "Excuse me, my kind hostess," said Mercury in a little while, "but your milk is so good that I should very much like another bowlful." Now Baucis was perfectly sure that the pitcher was empty, and in order to show Mercury that there was not another drop in it, she held it upside down over his bowl. What was her surprise when a stream of fresh milk fell bubbling into the bowl and overflowed onto the table, and the two snakes that were twisted round Mercury's staff stretched out their heads and began to lap it up. "And now a slice of your brown loaf, pray, Mother Baucis, and a little honey," asked Mercury. Baucis handed the loaf, and though it had been rather a hard and dry loaf when she and her husband ate some at tea time, it was now as soft and new as if it had just come from the oven. As to the honey, it had become the color of new gold, and had the scent of 1,000 flowers, and the small grapes in the bunch had grown larger and richer, and each one seemed bursting with ripe juice. Although Baucis was a very simple old woman, she could not help thinking that there was something rather strange going on. She sat down beside Philemon, and told him in a whisper what she had seen. "Did you ever hear anything so wonderful?" she asked. "No, I never did," answered Philemon, with a smile. "I fear you have been in a dream, my dear old wife." He knew Baucis could not say what was untrue, but he thought that she had not noticed how much milk there had really been in the pitcher at first. So when Mercury once more asked for a little milk, Philemon rose and lifted the pitcher himself. He peeped in and saw that there was not a drop in it. Then all at once a little white fountain gushed up from the bottom, and the pitcher was soon filled to the brim with delicious milk. Philemon was so amazed that he nearly let the jug fall. "Who are ye, wonder-working strangers?" he cried. "Your guests, good Philemon, and your friends," answered the elder traveler, "and may the pitcher never be empty for kind Baucis and yourself, any more than for the hungry traveler." The old people did not like to ask any more questions. They gave the guests their own sleeping room, and then they lay down on the hard floor in the kitchen. It was long before they fell asleep, not because they thought how hard their bed was, but because there was so much to whisper to each other about the wonderful strangers and what they had done. They all rose with the sun next morning. Philemon begged the visitors to stay a little, till Baucis should milk the cow and bake some bread for breakfast. But the travelers seemed to be in a hurry, and wished to start at once, and they asked Baucis and Philemon to go with them a short distance to show them the way. So they all four set out together, and Mercury was so full of fun and laughter, and made them feel so happy and bright, that they would have been glad to keep him in their cottage every day and all day long. "Ah me," said Philemon, "if only our neighbors knew what a pleasure it was to be kind to strangers, they would tie up all their dogs and never allow the children to fling another stone." "It is a sin and shame for them to behave so," said Baucis, "and I mean to go this very day and tell some of them how wicked they are." "I fear," said Mercury, smiling, "that you will not find any of them at home." The old people looked at the elder traveler, and his face had grown very grave and stern. "When men do not feel towards the poorest stranger as if he were a brother," he said, in a deep, grave voice, "they are not worthy to remain on the earth, which was made just to be the home for the whole family of the human race of men and women and children. And, by the by," said Mercury, with a look of fun and mischief in his eyes, "where is this village you talk about? I do not see anything of it." Philemon and his wife turned towards the valley, where at sunset only the day before they had seen the trees and gardens, and the houses and the streets with the children playing in them. But there was no longer any sign of the village. There was not even a valley. Instead, they saw a broad lake, which filled all the great basin from brim to brim, and whose waters glistened and sparkled in the morning sun. The village that had been there only yesterday was now gone. "Alas, what has become of our poor neighbors?" cried the kind-hearted old people. "They are not men and women any longer," answered the elder traveler in a deep voice as distant thunder. "There was no beauty and no use in lives such as theirs, for they had no love for one another, and no pity in their hearts for those who were poor and weary. Therefore the lake that was here in the old, old days has flowed over them, and they will be men and women no more." "Yes," said Mercury, with his mischievous smile, "these foolish people have all been changed into fishes because they had cold blood which never warmed their hearts, just as the fishes have." "As for you, good Philemon, and you, kind Baucis," said the elder traveler, "you indeed gave a hearty welcome to the homeless strangers. You have done well, my dear old friends, and whatever wish you have most at heart will be granted." Philemon and Baucis looked at each other, and then I do not know which spoke, but it seemed as if the voice came from them both. "Let us live together while we live, and let us die together at the same time, for we have always loved one another." "Be it so," said the elder stranger, and he held out his hands as if to bless them. The old couple bent their heads and fell on their knees to thank him, and when they lifted their eyes again, neither Mercury nor his companion was to be seen. So Philemon and Baucis returned to the cottage, and to every traveler who passed that way they offered a drink of milk from the wonderful pitcher, and if the guest was a kind, gentle soul, he found the milk the sweetest and most refreshing he had ever tasted. But if a cross, bad-tempered fellow took even a sip, he found the pitcher full of sour milk, which made him twist his face with dislike and disappointment. Baucis and Philemon lived a great, great many years, and grew very old. And one summer morning, when their friends came to share their breakfast, neither Baucis nor Philemon was to be found. The guests looked everywhere, and all in vain. Then suddenly one of them noticed two beautiful trees in the garden just in front of the door. One was an oak tree, and the other a linden tree, and their branches were twisted together, so that they seemed to be embracing. No one had ever seen these trees before, and while they were all wondering how such fine trees could possibly have grown up in a single night, there came a gentle wind, which set the branches moving, and then a mysterious voice was heard coming from the oak tree. "I am old Philemon," it said, and again another voice whispered, "And I am Baucis." And the people knew that the good old couple would live for 100 years or more in the heart of these lovely trees. And oh, what a pleasant shade they flung around! Some kind soul built a seat under the branches, and whenever a traveler sat down to rest, he heard a pleasant whisper of the leaves over his head, and he wondered why the sound should seem to say, "Welcome, dear traveler, welcome." End of Baucis and Philemon.
Section 2 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ElleyKat. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 2, Pandora, adapted by C.E. Smith. Long ago, when this old world was still very young, there lived a child named Epimetheus. He had neither father nor mother, and to keep him company a little girl, who was fatherless and motherless like himself, was sent from a far country to live with him and be his playfellow. This child's name was Pandora. The first thing that Pandora saw when she came to the cottage where Epimetheus lived was a great wooden box. "What have you in that box, Epimetheus?" she asked. "That is a secret," answered Epimetheus, "and you must not ask any questions about it. The box was left here for safety, and I do not know what is in it." "But who gave it to you?" asked Pandora, "and where did it come from?" "That is a secret too," answered Epimetheus. "How tiresome!" exclaimed Pandora, pouting her lip. "I wish the great ugly box were out of the way," and she looked very cross. "Come along, let us play games," said Epimetheus. "Do not let us think any more about it." And they ran out to play with the other children, and for a while Pandora forgot all about the box. But when she came back to the cottage, there it was in front of her, and instead of paying no heed to it, she began to say to herself, "Whatever can be inside it? I wish I just knew who brought it. Dear Epimetheus, do tell me. I know I cannot be happy till you tell me all about it." Then Epimetheus grew a little angry. "How can I tell you, Pandora?" he said. "I do not know any more than you do." "Well, you could open it," said Pandora, "and we could see for ourselves." But Epimetheus looked so shocked at the very idea of opening a box that had been given to him in trust, that Pandora saw she had better not suggest such a thing again. "At least you can tell me how it came here," she said. "It was left at the door," answered Epimetheus, "and just before you came, by a queer person dressed in a very strange cloak. He had a cap that seemed to be partly made of feathers. It looked exactly as if he had wings." "What kind of staff had he?" asked Pandora. "Oh, the most curious staff you ever saw," cried Epimetheus. "It seemed like two serpents twisted round a stick." "I know him," said Pandora thoughtfully. "It was Mercury, and he brought me here as well as the box. I'm sure he meant the box for me, and perhaps there are pretty clothes in it for us to wear, and toys for us both to play with." "It may be so," answered Epimetheus, turning away. "But until Mercury comes back and tells us that we may open it, neither of us has any right to lift the lid." And he went out of the cottage. "What a stupid boy he is!" muttered Pandora. "I do wish he had a little more spirit." Then she stood gazing at the box. She had called it ugly 100 times, but it was really a very handsome box, and would have been an ornament in any room. It was made of beautiful dark wood, so dark and so highly polished that Pandora could see her face in it. The edges and the corners were wonderfully carved. On these were faces of lovely women and of the prettiest children, who seemed to be playing among the leaves and flowers. But the most beautiful face of all was one which had a wreath of flowers about its brow. All around it was the dark, smooth polished wood, with the strange face looking out from it, and some days Pandora thought that it was laughing at her, while at other times it had a very grave look, which made her rather afraid. The box was not fastened with a lock and key like most boxes, but with a strange knot of gold cord. There never was a knot so queerly tied, it seemed to have no end and no beginning, but it was twisted so cunningly, with so many ins and outs, that not even the cleverest fingers could undo it. Pandora began to examine the knot just to see how it was made. "I really believe," she said to herself, "that I begin to see how it is done. I am sure I could tie it up again after undoing it. There would be no harm in that. I need not open the box even if I undo the knot." And the longer she looked at it, the more she wanted just to try. So she took the gold cord in her fingers and examined it very closely. Then she raised her head, and happening to glance at the flower-wreathed face, she thought it was grinning at her. "I wonder whether it is smiling because I am doing wrong," thought Pandora. "I have a good mind to leave the box alone and run away." But just at that moment, as if by accident, she gave the knot a little shake, and the gold cord untwisted itself as if by magic, and there was the box without any fastening. "This is the strangest thing I have ever known," said Pandora, rather frightened. "What will Epimetheus say? How can I possibly tie it up again?" She tried once or twice, but the knot would not come right. It had untied itself so suddenly, she could not remember in the least how the cord had been twisted together. So there was nothing to be done but to let the box remain unfastened until Epimetheus should come home. "But," thought Pandora, "when he finds the knot untied, he will know that I have done it. How shall I ever make him believe that I have not looked into the box?" And then the naughty thought came into her head that, as Epimetheus would believe that she had looked into the box, she might just as well have a little peep. She looked at the face with the wreath, and it seemed to smile at her invitingly, as much as to say, "Do not be afraid. What harm can there possibly be in raising the lid for a moment?" And then she thought she heard voices inside, tiny voices that whispered, "Let us out, dear Pandora. Do let us out. We want very much to play with you, if you will only let us out." "What can it be?" said Pandora. "Is there something alive in the box? Yes, I must see, only one little peep, and the lid will be shut down as safely as ever. There cannot really be any harm in just one little peep." All this time Epimetheus had been playing with the other children in the fields, but he did not feel happy. This was the first time he had played without Pandora, and he was so cross and discontented that the other children could not think what was the matter with him. You see, up to this time everybody in the world had always been happy, and no one had ever been ill, or naughty, or miserable. The world was new and beautiful, and the people who lived in it did not know what trouble meant. So Epimetheus could not understand what was the matter with himself, and he stopped trying to play games and went back to Pandora. On the way home he gathered a bunch of lovely roses and lilies and orange blossoms, and with these he made a wreath to give Pandora, who was very fond of flowers. He noticed there was a great black cloud in the sky, which was creeping nearer and nearer to the sun, and just as Epimetheus reached the cottage door, the cloud went right over the sun and made everything look dark and sad. Epimetheus went in quietly, for he wanted to surprise Pandora with the wreath of flowers, and what do you think he saw? The naughty little girl had put her hand on the lid of the box and was just going to open it. Epimetheus saw this quite well, and if he had cried out at once it would have given Pandora such a fright that she would have let go the lid. But Epimetheus was very naughty too. Although he had said very little about the box, he was just as curious as Pandora to see what was inside. If they really found anything pretty or valuable in it, he meant to take half of it for himself, so that he was just as naughty and nearly as much to blame as his companion. When Pandora raised the lid, the cottage had grown very dark, for the black cloud now covered the sun entirely, and a heavy peal of thunder was heard. But Pandora was too busy and excited to notice this. She lifted the lid right up, and at once a swarm of creatures with wings flew out of the box, and a minute after she heard Epimetheus crying loudly, "Oh, I am stung! I am stung! You naughty Pandora, why did you open this wicked box?" Pandora let the lid fall with a crash and started up to find out what had happened to her playmate. The thundercloud had made the room so dark that she could scarcely see, but she heard a loud buzzing, as if a great many huge flies had flown in, and soon she saw a crowd of ugly little shapes darting about, with wings like bats and with terribly long stings in their tails. It was one of these that had stung Epimetheus, and it was not long before Pandora began to scream with pain and fear. An ugly little monster had settled on her forehead, and would have stung her badly had not Epimetheus run forward and brushed it away. Now I must tell you that these ugly creatures with stings, which had escaped from the box, were the whole family of earthly troubles. There were evil tempers, and a great many kinds of cares, and there were more than 150 sorrows, and there were diseases in many painful shapes. In fact, all the sorrows and worries that hurt people in the world today had been shut up in the magic box, and given to Epimetheus and Pandora to keep safely, in order that the happy children in the world might never be troubled by them. If only these two had obeyed Mercury and left the box alone as he told them, all would have gone well. But you see what mischief they had done. The winged troubles flew out at the window, and went all over the world, and they made people so unhappy that no one smiled for a great many days. It was very strange, too, that from this day flowers began to fade, and after a short time they died, whereas in the old times, before Pandora opened the box, they had always been fresh and beautiful. Meanwhile Pandora and Epimetheus remained in the cottage. They were very miserable and in great pain, which made them both exceedingly cross. Epimetheus sat down sullenly in a corner with his back to Pandora, while Pandora flung herself on the floor and cried bitterly, resting her head on the lid of the fatal box. Suddenly she heard a gentle tap-tap inside. "What can that be?" said Pandora, raising her head, and again came the tap-tap. It sounded like the knuckles of a tiny hand knocking lightly on the inside of the box. "Who are you?" asked Pandora. A sweet little voice came from inside. "Only lift the lid, and you will see." But Pandora was afraid to lift the lid again. She looked across to Epimetheus, but he was so cross that he took no notice. Pandora sobbed, "No, no, I'm afraid! There are so many troubles with stings flying about that we do not want any more." "Ah, but I am not one of these," the sweet voice said. "They are no relations of mine. Come, come, dear Pandora, I am sure you will let me out." The voice sounded so kind and cheery that it made Pandora feel better even to listen to it. Epimetheus too had heard the voice. He stopped crying. Then he came forward and said, "Let me help you, Pandora, as the lid is very heavy." So this time both the children opened the box, and out flew a bright, smiling little fairy, who brought light and sunshine with her. She flew to Epimetheus, and with her finger touched his brow where the trouble had stung him, and immediately the pain was gone. Then she kissed Pandora, and her hurt was better at once. "Pray who are you, kind fairy?" Pandora asked. "I am called Hope," answered the sunshiny figure. "I was shut up in the box so that I may be ready to comfort people when the family of troubles got loose in the world." "What lovely wings you have! They are just like a rainbow. And will you stay with us?" asked Epimetheus, "forever and ever?" "Yes," said Hope. "I shall stay with you as long as you live. Sometimes you will not be able to see me, and you may think I am dead, but you will find that I come back again and again when you have given up expecting me, and you must always trust my promise, that I will never really leave you." "Yes, we do trust you," cried both children. And all the rest of their lives, when the troubles came back and buzzed about their heads and left bitter stings of pain, Pandora and Epimetheus would remember whose fault it was that the troubles had ever come into the world at all, and they would then wait patiently till the fairy with the rainbow wings came back to heal and comfort them. End of Pandora. Recording by ElleyKat.
Section 3 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 3. Midas. Adapted by C. E. Smith. Once upon a time there lived a very rich king, whose name was Midas, and he had a little daughter whom he loved very dearly. This king was fonder of gold than of anything else in the whole world, or if he did love anything better, it was the one little daughter who played so merrily beside her father's footstool. But the more Midas loved his daughter, the more he wished to be rich for her sake. He thought, foolish man, that the best thing he could do for his child was to leave her the biggest pile of yellow, glittering gold that had ever been heaped together since the world began. So he gave all his thoughts and all his time to this purpose. When he worked in his garden, he used to wish that the roses had leaves made of gold. And once when his little daughter brought him a handful of yellow buttercups, he exclaimed, "Now, if these had only been real gold, they would have been worth gathering." He very soon forgot how beautiful the flowers and the grass and the trees were, and at the time my story begins, Midas could scarcely bear to see or to touch anything that was not made of gold. Every day he used to spend a great many hours in a dark, ugly room underground. It was here that he kept all his money, and whenever Midas wanted to be very happy, he would lock himself into this miserable room and would spend hours and hours pouring the glittering coins out of his money bags. Or he would count again and again the bars of gold which were kept in a big oak chest with a great iron lock in the lid. And sometimes he would carry a box full of gold dust from the dark corner where it lay, and would look at the shining heap by the light that came from a tiny window. To his greedy eyes there never seemed to be half enough. He was quite discontented. "What a happy man I should be," he said one day, "if only the whole world could be made of gold, and if it all belonged to me." Just then a shadow fell across the golden pile, and when Midas looked up, he saw a young man with a cheery, rosy face standing in the thin strip of sunshine that came through the little window. Midas was certain that he had carefully locked the door before he opened his money bags, so he knew that no one, unless he were more than a mortal, could get in beside him. The stranger seemed so friendly and pleasant that Midas was not in the least afraid. "You are a rich man, friend Midas," the visitor said. "I doubt if any other room in the whole world has as much gold in it as this." "May be," said Midas, in a discontented voice, "but I wish it were much more. And think how many years it has taken me to gather it all. If only I could live for 1,000 years, then I might be really rich." "Then you are not satisfied?" asked the stranger. Midas shook his head. "What would satisfy you?" the stranger said. Midas looked at his visitor for a minute and then said, "I am tired of getting money with so much trouble. I should like everything I touch to be changed into gold." The stranger smiled, and his smile seemed to fill the room like a flood of sunshine. "Are you quite sure, Midas, that you would never be sorry if your wish were granted?" he asked. "Quite sure," said Midas. "I ask nothing more to make me perfectly happy." "Be it as you wish, then," said the stranger. "From tomorrow at sunrise you will have your desire. Everything you touch will be changed into gold." The figure of the stranger then grew brighter and brighter, so that Midas had to close his eyes, and when he opened them again he saw only a yellow sunbeam in the room, and all around him glittered the precious gold which he had spent his life in gathering. How Midas longed for the next day to come! He scarcely slept that night, and as soon as it was light he laid his hand on the chair beside his bed. Then he nearly cried when he saw that nothing happened. The chair remained just as it was. Could the stranger have made a mistake, he wondered, or had it been a dream? He lay still, getting angrier and angrier each minute, until at last the sun rose, and the first rays shone through his window and brightened the room. It seemed to Midas that the bright yellow sunbeam was reflected very curiously from the covering of his bed, and he sat up and looked more closely. What was his delight when he saw that the bed cover on which his hands rested had become a woven cloth of the purest and brightest gold. He started up and caught hold of the bedpost. Instantly it became a golden pillar. He pulled aside the window curtain, and the tassel grew heavy in his hand. It was a mass of gold. He took up a book from the table, and at first touch it became a bundle of thin golden leaves, in which no reading could be seen. Midas was delighted with his good fortune. He took his spectacles from his pocket and put them on, so that he might see more distinctly what he was about. But to his surprise he could not possibly see through them. The clear glasses had turned into gold, and, of course, though they were worth a great deal of money, they were of no more use as spectacles. Midas thought this was rather troublesome, but he soon forgot all about it. He went downstairs, and how he laughed with pleasure when he noticed that the railing became a bar of shining gold as he rested his hand on it. Even the rusty iron latch of the garden door turned yellow as soon as his fingers pressed it. How lovely the garden was! In the old days Midas had been very fond of flowers, and had spent a great deal of money in getting rare trees and flowers with which to make his garden beautiful. Red roses in full bloom scented the air. Purple and white violets nestled under the rose bushes, and birds were singing happily in the cherry trees, which were covered with snow-white blossoms. But since Midas had become so fond of gold, he had lost all pleasure in his garden. This morning he did not even see how beautiful it was. He was thinking of nothing but the wonderful gift the stranger had brought him, and he was sure he could make the garden of far more value than it had ever been. So he went from bush to bush and touched the flowers, and the beautiful pink and red color faded from the roses, the violets became stiff, and then glittered among bunches of hard yellow leaves, and showers of snow-white blossoms no longer fell from the cherry trees. The tiny petals were all changed into flakes of solid gold, which glittered so brightly in the sunbeams that Midas could not bear to look at them. But he was quite satisfied with his morning's work, and went back to the palace for breakfast, feeling very happy. And just then he heard his little daughter crying bitterly, and she came running into the room, sobbing as if her heart would break. "How now, little lady?" he said. "Pray, what is the matter with you this morning?" "Oh dear, such a dreadful thing has happened," answered the child. "I went to the garden to gather you some roses, and they are all spoiled. They have grown quite ugly and stiff and yellow, and they have no scent. What can be the matter?" And she cried bitterly. Midas was ashamed to confess that he was to blame, so he said nothing, and they sat down at the table. The king was very hungry, and he poured out a cup of coffee and helped himself to some fish. But the instant his lips touched the coffee, it became the color of gold, and the next moment it hardened into a solid lump. "Oh dear me!" exclaimed the king, rather surprised. "What is the matter, father?" asked his little daughter. "Nothing, child, nothing," he answered. "Eat your bread and milk before it gets cold." Then he looked at the nice little fish on his plate, and he gently touched its tail with his finger. To his horror, it at once changed into gold. He took one of the delicious hot cakes, and he had scarcely broken it when the white flour changed into yellow crumbs, which shone like grains of hard sea sand. "I do not see how I am going to get any breakfast," he said to himself, and he looked with envy at his little daughter, who had dried her tears and was eating her bread and milk hungrily. "I wonder if it will be the same at dinner," he thought. "And if so, how am I going to live if all my food is to be turned into gold?" Midas began to get very anxious, and to think about many things he had never thought of before. Here was the very richest breakfast that could be set before a king, and yet there was nothing that he could eat. The poorest workman sitting down to a crust of bread and a cup of water was better off than King Midas, whose dainty food was worth its weight in gold. He began to doubt whether, after all, riches were the only good thing in the world, and he was so hungry that he gave a groan. His little daughter noticed that her father ate nothing, and at first she sat still looking at him, and trying to find out what was the matter. Then she got down from her chair, and running to her father, she threw her arms lovingly around his knees. Midas bent down and kissed her. He felt that his little daughter's love was 1,000 times more precious than all the gold he had gained since the stranger came to visit him. "My precious, precious little girl," he said. But there was no answer. Alas, what had he done? The moment that his lips had touched his child's forehead, a change took place. Her sweet, rosy face, so full of love and happiness, hardened and became a glittering yellow color. Her beautiful brown curls hung like wires of gold from the small head, and her soft, tender little figure grew stiff in his arms. Midas had often said to people that his little daughter was worth her weight in gold, and it had become really true. Now when it was too late, he felt how much more precious was the warm tender heart that loved him than all the gold that could be piled up between the earth and sky. He began to wring his hands and to wish that he was the poorest man in the wide world, if the loss of all his money might bring back the rosy color to his dear child's face. While he was in despair, he suddenly saw a stranger standing near the door, the same visitor he had seen yesterday for the first time in his treasure room, and who had granted his wish. "Well, friend Midas," he said, Pray, how are you enjoying your new power?" Midas shook his head. "I am very miserable," he said. "Very miserable, are you?" exclaimed the stranger. "And how does that happen? Have I not faithfully kept my promise? Have you not everything that your heart desired?" "Gold is not everything," answered Midas, "and I have lost all that my heart really cared for." "Ah," said the stranger, "I see you have made some discoveries since yesterday. Tell me truly, which of these things do you really think is most worth? A cup of clear, cold water, and a crust of bread, or the power of turning everything you touch into gold? Your own little daughter, alive and loving, or that solid statue of a child which would be valued at thousands of dollars?" "Oh, my child, my child!" sobbed Midas, wringing his hands. "I would not have given one of her curls for the power of changing all the world into gold, and I would give all I possess for a cup of cold water and a crust of bread." "You are wiser than you were, King Midas," said the stranger. "Tell me, do you really wish to get rid of your fatal gift?" "Yes," said Midas. "It is hateful to me." "Go then," said the stranger, "and plunge into the river that flows at the bottom of the garden. Take also a pitcher of the same water, and sprinkle it over anything that you wish to change back again from gold to its former substance." King Midas bowed low, and when he lifted his head the stranger was nowhere to be seen. You may easily believe that King Midas lost no time in getting a big pitcher. Then he ran towards the river. On reaching the water he jumped in, without even waiting to take off his shoes. "How delightful!" he said, as he came out with his hair all dripping. "This is really a most refreshing bath, and surely it must have washed away the magic gift." Then he dipped the pitcher into the water, and how glad he was to see that it became just a common earthen pitcher, and not a golden one as it had been 5 minutes before. He was conscious also of a change in himself. A cold, heavy weight seemed to have gone, and he felt light and happy and human once more. Maybe his heart had been changing into gold too, though he could not see it, and now it had softened again and became gentle and kind. Midas hurried back to the palace with the pitcher of water, and the first thing he did was to sprinkle it by handfuls all over the golden figure of his little daughter. You would have laughed to see how the rosy color came back to her cheeks, and how she began to sneeze and choke, and how surprised she was to find herself dripping wet, and her father still throwing water over her. You see, she did not know that she had been a little golden statue, for she could not remember anything from the moment when she ran to kiss her father. King Midas then led his daughter into the garden, where he sprinkled all the rest of the water over the rose bushes, and the grass, and the trees, and in a minute they were blooming as freshly as ever, and the air was laden with the scent of the flowers. There were 2 things left, which, as long as he lived, used to remind King Midas of the stranger's fatal gift. One was that the sands at the bottom of the river always sparkled like grains of gold, and the other, that his little daughter's curls were no longer brown. They had a golden tinge which had not been there before that miserable day when he had received the fatal gift, and when his kiss had changed them into gold. End of Midas. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 4 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 4, Cadmus. Adapted by C.E. Smith. Cadmus, Phoenix, and Cilix, the 3 sons of King Agenor, were playing near the seashore in their father's kingdom of Phoenicia, and their little sister Europa was beside them. They had wandered to some distance from the king's palace, and were now in a green field, on one side of which lay the sea, sparkling brightly in the sunshine, and with little waves breaking on the shore. The 3 boys were very happy, gathering flowers and making wreaths for their sister Europa. The little girl was almost hidden under the flowers and leaves, and her rosy face peeped merrily out among them. She was really the prettiest flower of them all. While they were busy and happy, a beautiful butterfly came flying past. and the three boys, crying out that it was a flower with wings, set off to try to catch it. Europa did not run after them. She was a little tired with playing all day long, so she sat still on the green grass, and very soon she closed her eyes. For a time she listened to the sea, which sounded, she thought, just like a voice saying "Hush, hush," and telling her to go to sleep. But if she slept at all, it was only for a minute. Then she heard something tramping on the grass, and when she looked up, there was a snow-white bull quite close to her. Where could he have come from? Europa was very frightened, and she started up from among the tulips and lilies, and cried out, "Cadmus, brother Cadmus, where are you? Come and drive this bull away." But her brother was too far off to hear her, and Europa was so frightened that her voice did not sound very loud. So there she stood, with her blue eyes big with fear, and her pretty red mouth wide open, and her face as pale as the lilies that were lying on her golden hair. As the bull did not touch her, she began to peep at him, and she saw that he was a very beautiful animal. She even fancied he looked quite a kind bull. He had soft, tender, brown eyes, and horns as smooth and white as ivory, and when he breathed you could feel the scent of rosebuds and clover blossoms in the air. The bull ran little races around Europa, and allowed her to stroke his forehead with her small hands, and to hang wreaths of flowers on his horns. He was just like a pet lamb, and very soon Europa quite forgot how big and strong he really was, and how frightened she had been. She pulled some grass, and he ate it out of her hand, and seemed quite pleased to be friends. He ran up and down the field as lightly as a bird hopping in a tree. His hoofs scarcely seemed to touch the grass, and once when he galloped a good long way, Europa was afraid she would not see him again, and she called out, "Come back, you dear bull! I have got you a pink clover blossom." Then he came running, and bowed his head before Europa, as if he knew she was a king's daughter, and knelt down at her feet, inviting her to get on his back and have a ride. At first Europa was afraid. Then she thought there could surely be no danger in having just one ride on the back of such a gentle animal, and the more she thought about it, the more she wanted to go. What a surprise it would be to Cadmus and Phoenix and Cilix if they met her riding across the green field, and what fun it would be if they could all four ride round and round the field on the back of this beautiful white bull that was so tame and kind. "I think I will do it," she said, and she looked around the field. Cadmus and his brothers were still chasing the butterfly away at the far end. If I got on the bull's back I should soon be beside them, she thought. So she moved nearer, and the gentle white creature looked so pleased and so kind she could not resist any longer, and with a light bound she sprang up on his back, and there she sat, holding an ivory horn in each hand to keep her steady. "Go very gently, good bull," she said, and the animal gave a little leap in the air and came down as lightly as a feather. Then he began a race to that part of the field where the brothers were, and where they had just caught the splendid butterfly. Europa shouted with delight, and how surprised the brothers were to see their sister mounted on the back of a white bull. They stood with their mouths wide open, not sure whether to be frightened or not, but the bull played round them as gently as a kitten, and Europa looked down all rosy and laughing, and they were quite envious. Then when he turned to take another gallop around the field, Europa waved her hand and called out "Good-bye," as if she were off for a journey, and Cadmus, Phoenix, and Cilix shouted "Good-bye," all in one breath. They all thought it such good fun. And then what do you think happened? The white bull set off as quickly as before, and ran straight down to the seashore. He scampered across the sand, and then he took a big leap and plunged right in among the waves. The white spray rose in a shower all over him and Europa, and the poor child screamed with fright. The brothers ran as fast as they could to the edge of the water, but it was too late. The white bull swam very fast, and was soon far away in the wide blue sea, with only his snowy head and tail showing above the water. Poor Europa was holding on with one hand to the ivory horn, and stretching the other back toward her dear brothers. And there stood Cadmus and Phoenix and Cilix, looking after her and crying bitterly, until they could no longer see the white head among the waves that sparkled in the sunshine. Nothing more could be seen of the white bull, and nothing more of their beautiful sister. This was a sad tale for the three boys to carry back to their parents. King Agenor loved his little girl Europa more than his kingdom or anything else in the world, and when Cadmus came home crying and told how a white bull had carried off his sister, the king was very angry and full of grief. "You shall never see my face again," he cried, "unless you bring back my little Europa. Begone, and enter my presence no more till you come leading her by the hand." And his eyes flashed fire, and he looked so terribly angry that the poor boys did not even wait for supper, but stole out of the palace, wondering where they should go first. While they were standing at the gate, the Queen came hurrying after them. "Dear children," she said, "I will come with you." "Oh no, mother," the boys answered. "It is a dark night, and there is no knowing what troubles we may meet. The blame is ours, and we had better go alone." "Alas," said the poor Queen, weeping, "Europa is lost, and if I should lose my 3 sons as well, what would become of me? I must go with my children." The boys tried to persuade her to stay at home, but the Queen cried so bitterly that they had to let her go with them. Just as they were about to start, their playfellow Theseus came running to join them. He loved Europa very much, and longed to search for her too. So the 5 set off together, the Queen and Cadmus and Phoenix and Cilix and Theseus, and the last they heard was King Agenor's angry voice saying, "Remember this, never may you come up these steps again till you bring back my little daughter." The Queen and her young companions traveled many a weary mile. The days grew to months, and the months became years, and still they found no trace of the lost Princess. Their clothes were worn and shabby, and the peasant people looked curiously at them when they asked, "Have you seen a snow white bull with a little Princess on its back, riding as swiftly as the wind?" And the farmers would answer, "We have many bulls in our fields, but none that would allow a little Princess to ride on its back. We have never seen such a sight." At last Phoenix grew weary of the search. "I do not believe Europa will ever be found, and I shall stay here," he said one day, when they had come to a pleasant spot. So the others helped him to build a small hut to live in. Then they said good bye, and went on without him. Then Cilix grew tired too. "It is so many years now since Europa was carried away, that she would not know me if I found her. I shall wait here," he said. So Cadmus and Theseus built a hut for him too, and then said good bye. After many long months Theseus broke his ankle, and he too had to be left behind, and once more the Queen and Cadmus wandered on to continue the search. The poor Queen was worn and sad, and she leaned very heavily on her son's arm. "Cadmus," she said one day, "I must stay and rest." "Why, yes, mother, of course you shall. A long, long rest you must have, and I will sit beside you and watch." But the Queen knew she could go no further. "Cadmus," she said, "you must leave me here, and go to the wise woman at Delphi, and ask her what you must do next. Promise me you will go." And Cadmus promised. The tired Queen lay down to rest, and in the morning Cadmus found that she was dead, and he must journey on alone. He wandered for many days till he came in sight of a high mountain, which the people told him was called Parnassus, and on the steep side of this mountain was the famous city of Delphi, for which he was looking. The wise woman lived far up the mountainside in a hut like those he had helped his brothers to build by the roadside. When he pushed aside the branches he found himself in a low cave with a hole in the wall through which a strong wind was blowing. He bent down and put his mouth to the hole and said, "O sacred goddess, tell me where I must look now for my dear sister Europa, who was carried off so long ago by a bull." At first there was no answer. Then a voice said softly 3 times, "Seek her no more, seek her no more, seek her no more." "What shall I do then?" said Cadmus, and the answer came in a hoarse voice, "Follow the cow, follow the cow, follow the cow." "But what cow?" cried Cadmus, "and where shall I follow?" And once more the voice came, "Where the stray cow lies down, there is your home." And then there was silence. "Have I been dreaming?" Cadmus thought, "or did I really hear a voice?" And he went away, thinking he was very little wiser for having done as the Queen had told him. I do not know how far he had gone, when just before him he saw a brindled cow. She was lying down by the wayside, and as Cadmus came along she got up and began to move slowly along the path, stopping now and then to crop a mouthful of grass. Cadmus wondered if this could be the cow he was to follow, and he thought he would look at her more closely, so he walked a little faster, but so did the cow. "Stop, cow!" he cried. "Hey, Brindle, stop!" And he began to run, and much to his surprise, so did the cow, and though he ran as hard as possible he could not overtake her. So he gave it up. "I do believe this may be the cow I was told about," he thought. "Anyway, I may as well follow her, and surely she will lie down somewhere." On and on they went. Cadmus thought the cow would never stop, and other people who had heard the strange story began to follow too, and they were all very tired and very far away from home, when at last the cow lay down. His companions were delighted, and began to cut down wood to make a fire, and some ran to a stream to get water. Cadmus lay down to rest close beside the cow. He was wishing that his mother and brothers and Theseus had been with him now, when suddenly he was startled by cries and shouts and screams. He ran toward the stream, and there he saw the head of a big serpent or dragon, with fiery eyes and wide open jaws, which showed rows and rows of horrible sharp teeth. Before Cadmus could reach it, the monster had killed all his poor companions, and was busy devouring them. The stream was an enchanted one, and the dragon had been told to guard it, so that no mortal might ever touch the water. And the people round about knew this, so that for 100 years none of them had ever come near the spot. The dragon had been asleep and was very hungry, and when he saw Cadmus he opened his huge jaws again, ready to devour him too. But Cadmus was very angry at the death of all his companions, and drawing his sword he rushed at the monster. With one big bound he leaped right into the dragon's mouth, so far down that the 2 rows of terrible teeth could not close on him or do him any harm. The dragon lashed with his tail furiously, but Cadmus stabbed him again and again, and in a short time the great monster lay dead. "What shall I do now?" he said aloud. All his companions were dead, and he was alone once more. "Cadmus," said a voice, "pluck out the dragon's teeth and plant them in the earth." Cadmus looked around, and there was nobody to be seen. But he set to work and cut out the huge teeth with his sword. Then he made little holes in the ground and planted the teeth. In a few minutes the earth was covered with rows of armed men, fierce-looking soldiers with swords and helmets, who stood looking at Cadmus in silence. "Throw a stone among these men," came the voice again, and Cadmus obeyed. At once all the men began to fight, and they cut and stabbed each other so furiously that in a short time only 5 remained alive out of all the hundreds that had stood before him. "Cadmus," said the voice once more, "tell these men to stop fighting and help you build a palace." And as soon as Cadmus spoke, the 5 big men sheathed their swords, and they began to carry stones and to carve these for Cadmus, as if they had never thought of such a thing as fighting each other. They built a house for each of themselves, and there was a beautiful palace for Cadmus made of marble, and of fine kinds of red and green stone, and there was a high tower with a flag floating from a tall gold flagpost. When everything was ready, Cadmus went to take possession of his new house, and as he entered the great hall he saw a lady coming slowly toward him. She was very lovely, and she wore a royal robe which shone like sunbeams, with a crown of stars on her golden hair, and round her neck was a string of the fairest pearls. Cadmus was full of delight. Could this be his long-lost sister Europa, coming to make him happy after all these weary years of searching and wandering? How much he had to tell her about Phoenix and Cilix and dear Theseus, and of the poor queen's lonely grave in the wilderness. But as he went forward to meet the beautiful lady, he saw she was a stranger. He was thinking what he should say to her, when once again he heard the unknown voice speak. "No, Cadmus," it said, "this is not your dear sister whom you have sought so faithfully all over the wide world. This is Harmonia, a daughter of the sky, who is given to you instead of sister and brother and friend and mother. She is your queen, and will make happy the home which you have won by so much suffering." So King Cadmus lived in the palace with his beautiful queen, and before many years passed there were rosy little children playing in the great hall and on the marble steps of the palace, and running joyfully to meet King Cadmus as he came home from looking after his soldiers and his workmen. And the 5 old soldiers that sprang from the dragon's teeth grew very fond of these little children, and they were never tired of showing them how to play with wooden swords, and to blow on a penny trumpet, and beat a drum, and march like soldiers to battle. End of Cadmus.
Section 5 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katalina Watt. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 5. Proserpina. Adapted by C.E. Smith. Mother Ceres was very fond of her little daughter Proserpina. She did not often let her go alone into the fields for fear she should be lost. But just at the time when my story begins, she was very busy. She had to look after the wheat and the corn, and the apples and the pears, all over the world, and as the weather had been bad day after day, she was afraid none of them would be ripe when harvest time came. So this morning Mother Ceres put on her turban made of scarlet poppies and got into her car. This car was drawn by a pair of winged dragons which went very fast, and Mother Ceres was just ready to start when Proserpina said, "Dear Mother, I shall be very lonely when you are away." May I run down to the sands and ask some of the sea children to come out of the water to play with me?" "Yes, child, you may," answered Mother Ceres, "but you must take care not to stray away from them, and you are not to play in the fields by yourself with no one to take care of you." Proserpina promised to remember what her mother said, and by the time the dragons with their big wings had whirled the car out of sight, she was already on the shore, calling to the sea children to come and play with her. They knew Proserpina's voice and came at once. Pretty children with wavy sea-green hair and shining faces, and they sat down on the wet sand where the waves could still break over them, and began to make a necklace for Proserpina of beautiful shells brought from their home at the bottom of the sea. Proserpina was so delighted when they hung the necklace round her neck that she wanted to give them something in return. "Will you come with me into the fields?" she asked, "and I will gather flowers and make you each a wreath?" "Oh, no, dear Proserpina," said the sea children. "We may not go with you on the dry land. We must keep close beside the sea and let the waves wash over us every minute or two. If it were not for the salt water, we should soon look like bunches of dried seaweed instead of sea children." "That is a great pity," said Proserpina. "But if you wait for me here, I will run into the fields and be back again with my apron full of flowers before the waves have broken over you 10 times. I long to make some wreaths as beautiful as this necklace with all its colored shells." "We will wait then," said the sea children. "We will lie under the water and pop up our heads every few minutes to see if you are coming." Proserpina ran quickly to a field where only the day before she had seen a great many flowers. But the first she came to seemed rather faded, and forgetting what Mother Ceres had told her, she strayed a little farther into the fields. Never before had she found such beautiful flowers. Large, sweet-scented violets, purple and white, deep pink roses, hyacinths with the biggest of bluebells, as well as many others she did not know. They seemed to grow up under her feet, and soon her apron was so full that the flowers were falling out of the corners. Proserpina was just going to turn back to the sands to make the wreaths for the sea children, when she cried out with delight. Before her was a bush covered with the most wonderful flowers in the world. "What beauties!" said Proserpina, and then she thought, "How strange! I looked at that spot only a moment ago. Why did I not see the flowers?" They were such lovely ones too. More than 100 different kinds grew on the one bush, the brightest, gayest flowers Proserpina had ever seen. But there was a shiny look about them and about the leaves which she did not quite like. Somehow it made her wonder if this was a poison plant, and to tell the truth she was half inclined to turn round and run away. "How silly I am," she thought, taking courage. "It is really the most beautiful bush I ever saw. I will pull it up by the roots and carry it home to plant in Mother's garden." Holding her apron full of flowers with one hand, Proserpina seized the large shrub with the other and pulled and pulled. What deep roots that bush had! She pulled again with all her might, and the earth round the roots began to stir and crack. So she gave another big pull, and then she let go. She thought there was a rumbling noise right below her feet, and she wondered if the roots went down to some dragon's cave. Then she tried once again, and up came the bush so quickly that Proserpina nearly fell backwards. There she stood, holding the stem in her hand, and looking at the big hole which its roots had left in the earth. To her surprise, this hole began to grow wider and wider, and deeper, and a rumbling noise came out of it. Louder and louder it grew, nearer and nearer it came, just like the tramp of horses' feet and the rattling of wheels. Proserpina was too frightened now to run away, and soon she saw a wonderful thing. 2 black horses, with smoke coming out of their nostrils, and with long black tails and flowing black manes, came tearing their way out of the earth, and a splendid golden chariot was rattling at their heels. The horses leaped out of the hole, chariot and all, and came close to the spot where Proserpina stood. Then she saw there was a man in the chariot. He was very richly dressed, with a crown on his head, all made of diamonds which sparkled like fire. He was a very handsome man, but looked rather cross and discontented, and kept rubbing his eyes and covering them with his hand, as if he did not much care for the bright sunshine. As soon as he saw Proserpina, the man waved to her to come a little nearer. "Do not be afraid," he said. "Come, would you not like to ride a little way with me in my beautiful chariot?" But Proserpina was very frightened, and no wonder. The stranger did not look a very kind or pleasant man. His voice was so gruff and deep and sounded just like the rumbling Proserpina had heard underneath the earth. She at once began to cry out, "Mother! Mother! Oh, Mother Ceres, come quickly and save me!" But her voice was very shaky and too faint for Mother Ceres to hear, for by this time she was many thousands of miles away, making the corn grow in another country. No sooner did Proserpina begin to cry out than the strange man leapt to the ground. He caught her in his arms and sprang into the chariot. Then he shook the reins and shouted to the two black horses to set off. They began to gallop so fast that it was just like flying, and in less than a minute Proserpina had lost sight of the sunny fields where she and her mother had always lived. She screamed, and all the beautiful flowers fell out of her apron to the ground. But Mother Ceres was too far away to know what was happening to her little daughter. "Why are you so frightened, my little girl?" said the strange man, and he tried to soften his rough voice. "I promise not to do you any harm. I see you have been gathering flowers. Wait till we come to my palace, and I will give you a garden full of prettier flowers than these, all made of diamonds and pearls and rubies. Can you guess who I am? They call me Pluto, and I am the king of the mines where all the diamonds and rubies and all the gold and silver are found. They all belong to me. Do you see this lovely crown on my head? I will let you have it to play with. Oh, I think we are going to be very good friends when we get out of this troublesome sunshine." "Let me go home," sobbed Proserpina. "Let me go home." "My home is better than your mother's," said King Pluto. "It is a palace made of gold with crystal windows and with diamond lamps instead of sunshine. And there is a splendid throne. If you like, you may sit on it and be my little queen, and I will sit on the footstool." "I do not care for golden palaces and thrones," sobbed Proserpina. "Oh, mother, mother, take me back to my mother." But King Pluto only shouted to his horses to go faster. "You are very foolish, Proserpina," he said rather crossly. "I am doing all I can to make you happy, and I want very much to have a merry little girl to run upstairs and downstairs in my palace, and make it brighter with her laughter. This is all I ask you to do for King Pluto." "Never," answered Proserpina, looking very miserable. "I shall never laugh again till you take me back to my mother's cottage." And the horses galloped on, and the wind whistled past the chariot, and Proserpina cried and cried till her poor little voice was almost cried away, and nothing was left but a whisper. The road now began to get very dull and gloomy. On each side were black rocks and very thick trees and bushes that looked as if they never got any sunshine. It got darker and darker, as if night was coming, and still the black horses rushed on, leaving the sunny home of Mother Ceres far behind. But the darker it grew, the happier King Pluto seemed to be. Proserpina began to peep at him. She thought he might not be such a wicked man after all. "Is it much further?" she asked, "and will you carry me back when I have seen your palace?" "We will talk of that by and by," answered Pluto. "Do you see these big gates? When we pass these we are at home. And look, there is my faithful dog at the door. Cerberus, Cerberus, come here, good dog." Pluto pulled the horse's reins, and the chariot stopped between two big tall pillars. The dog got up and stood on his hind legs, so that he could put his paws on the chariot's wheel. What a strange dog he was! A big, rough, ugly-looking monster, with 3 heads each fiercer than the other. King Pluto patted his heads, and the dog wagged his tail with delight. Proserpina was much afraid when she saw that this tail was a live dragon, with fiery eyes and big, poisonous teeth. "Will the dog bite me?" she asked, creeping closer to King Pluto. "How very ugly he is!" "Oh, never fear," Pluto answered. "He never bites people unless they try to come in here when I do not want them. Down, Cerberus. Now, Proserpina, we will drive on." The black horses started again, and King Pluto seemed very happy to find himself once more at home. All along the road Proserpina could see diamonds and rubies and precious stones sparkling, and there were bits of real gold among the rocks. It was a very rich place. Not far from the gateway they came to an iron bridge. Pluto stopped the chariot and told Proserpina to look at the river which ran underneath. It was very black and muddy, and flowed slowly, very slowly, as if it had quite forgotten which way it wanted to go, and was in no hurry to flow anywhere. "This is the river Lethe," said King Pluto. "Do you not think it a very pleasant stream?" "I think it is very dismal," said Proserpina. "Well, I like it," answered Pluto, who got rather cross when anyone did not agree with him. "It is a strange kind of river. If you drink only a little sip of the water, you will at once forget all your care and sorrow. When we reach the palace, you shall have some in a golden cup, and then you will not cry any more for your mother, and will be perfectly happy with me." "Oh no, oh no," said Proserpina, sobbing again. "Oh, mother, mother, I will never forget you. I do not want to be happy by forgetting all about you." "We shall see," said King Pluto. "You do not know what good times we will have in my palace. Here we are, just at the gate. Look at those big pillars. They are all made of solid gold." He got out of the chariot and carried Proserpina in his arms up a long stair into the great hall of the palace. It was beautifully lit by hundreds of diamonds and rubies which shone like lamps. It was very rich and splendid to look at, but it was cold and lonely, and Pluto must have longed for someone to keep him company. Perhaps that was why he had stolen Proserpina from her sunny home. King Pluto sent for his servants and told them to get ready a grand supper with all kinds of dainty food and sweet things such as children like. "And be sure not to forget a golden cup filled with the water of Lethe," he said to the servant. "I will not eat anything," said Proserpina, "nor drink a single drop, even if you keep me forever in your palace." "I should be sorry for that," replied King Pluto. He really wished to be kind if he had only known how. "Wait till you see the nice things my cooks will make for you, and then you will be hungry." Now King Pluto had a secret reason why he wanted Proserpina to eat some food. You must understand that when people are carried off to the land of magic, if once they taste any food, they can never go back to their friends. If King Pluto had offered Proserpina some bread and milk, she would very likely have taken it as soon as she was hungry, but all the cook's fine pastries and sweet things she had never seen at home, and instead of making her hungry, she was afraid to touch them. But now my story must leave King Pluto's palace, and we must see what Mother Ceres has been about. You remember she had gone off in her chariot with the winged dragons to the other side of the world, to see how the corn and fruit were growing. And while she was busy in a field, she thought she heard Proserpina's voice calling her. She was sure her little daughter could not possibly be anywhere near, but the idea troubled her, and presently she left the fields before her work was half done, and ordering her dragons with the chariot, she drove off. In less than an hour Mother Ceres got down at the door of her cottage. It was empty. At first she thought, "Oh, Proserpina will still be playing on the shore with the sea children," so she went to find her. "Where is Proserpina, you naughty sea children?" she asked. "Tell me, have you taken her to your home under the sea?" "Oh no, Mother Ceres," they said. "She left us early in the day to gather flowers for a wreath, and we have seen nothing of her since." Ceres hurried off to ask all the neighbors. A poor fisherman had seen her little footprints in the sand as he went home with his basket of fish. A man in the fields had noticed her gathering flowers. Several persons had heard the rattling of chariot wheels or the rumbling of distant thunder, and one old woman had heard a scream, but supposed it was only merriment and had not even looked up. None of the neighbors knew where Proserpina was, and Mother Ceres decided she must seek her daughter further from home. By this time it was night, so she lit a torch and set off, telling the neighbors she would never come back till Proserpina was found. In her hurry she quite forgot her chariot with the dragons. Maybe she thought she could search better on foot. So she started on her sad journey, holding her torch in front of her and looking carefully along every road and round every corner. She had not gone very far before she found one of the wonderful flowers which Proserpina had pulled from the poison bush. "Ha!" said Mother Ceres, examining it carefully. "There is mischief in this flower. It did not grow in the earth by any help of mine. It is the work of magic, and perhaps it has poisoned my poor child," and she hid it in her bosom. All night long Ceres sought for her daughter. She knocked at the doors of farmhouses where the people were all asleep, and they came to see who was there, rubbing their eyes and yawning. They were very sorry for the poor mother when they heard her tale, but they knew nothing about Proserpina. At every palace door, too, she knocked, so loudly that the servants ran quickly, expecting to find a great queen, and when they saw only a sad, lonely woman with a burning torch in her hand, and a wreath of withered poppies on her head, they were angry and drove her rudely away. But nobody had seen Proserpina, and Mother Ceres wandered about till the night was past, without sitting down to rest and without taking any food. She did not even remember to put out her torch, and it looked very pale and small in the bright morning sunshine. It must have been a magic torch, for it burned dimly all day, and then when night came it shone with a beautiful red light, and neither the wind nor the rain put it out through all these weary days, while Ceres sought for Proserpina. It was not only men and women that Mother Ceres questioned about her daughter. In the woods and by the streams she met other creatures whose way of talking she could understand, and who knew many things that we have never learned. Sometimes she tapped with her finger against an oak tree, and at once its rough bark would open and a beautiful maiden would appear. She was the spirit of the oak, living inside it, and as happy as could be when its green leaves danced in the breeze. Then another time Ceres would find a spring bubbling out of a little hole in the earth, and she would play with her fingers in the water. Immediately up through a sandy bed a nymph with dripping hair would rise and float half out of the water, looking at Mother Ceres and swaying up and down with the water bubbles. But when the mother asked whether her poor lost child had stopped to drink of the fountain, the nymph with weeping eyes would answer, "No," in a murmuring voice, which was just like the sound of a running stream. Often, too, she met fauns. These were little people with brown faces who looked as if they had played a great deal in the sun. They had hairy ears and little horns on their brows, and their legs were like goats' legs, on which they danced merrily about the woods and fields. They were very kind creatures, and were very sorry for Mother Ceres when they heard that her daughter was lost. And once she met a rude band of satyrs who had faces like monkeys, and who had horses' tails behind. They were dancing and shouting in a rough, noisy manner, and they only laughed when Ceres told them how unhappy she was. One day, while she was crossing a lonely sheep field, she saw the god Pan. He was sitting at the foot of a tall rock, making music on a shepherd's flute. He too had horns on his brow, and hairy ears and goat's feet. He knew Mother Ceres and answered her questions kindly, and he gave her some milk and honey to drink out of a wooden bowl, but he knew nothing of Proserpina. And so Mother Ceres went wandering about for 9 long days and nights. Now and then she found a withered flower, and these she picked up and put in her bosom, because she fancied they might have fallen from her daughter's hand. All day she went on through the hot sunshine, and at night the flame of her torch would gleam on the pathway, and she would continue her weary search without ever sitting down to rest. On the 10th day she came to the mouth of a cave. It was dark inside, but a torch was burning dimly, and lit up half of the gloomy place. Ceres peeped in and held up her own torch before her, and then she saw what looked like a woman, sitting on a heap of withered leaves, which the wind had blown into the cave. She was a very strange-looking woman. Her head was shaped like a dog's, and round it she had a wreath of snakes. As soon as she saw her, Mother Ceres knew that this was a queer kind of person, who was always grumbling and unhappy. Her name was Hecate, and she would never say a word to other people unless they were unhappy too. I am sad enough, thought poor Ceres, to talk with Hecate. So she stepped into the cave and sat down on the withered leaves beside the dog-headed woman. "Oh, Hecate," she said, "if ever you lose a daughter you will know what sorrow is. Tell me for pity's sake, have you seen my poor child Proserpina pass by the mouth of your cave?" "No, Mother Ceres," answered Hecate. "I have seen nothing of your daughter, but my ears, you know, are made so that all cries of distress or fright all over the world are heard by them. And 9 days ago, as I sat in my cave, I heard the voice of a young girl sobbing as if in great distress. As well as I could judge, some dragon was carrying her away." "You kill me by saying so," cried Mother Ceres, almost ready to faint. "Where was the sound, and which way did it seem to go?" "It passed along very quickly," said Hecate, "and there was a rumbling of wheels to the eastward. I cannot tell you any more. I advise you just to come and live here with me, and we will be the 2 most unhappy women in all the world." "Not yet, dark Hecate," replied Ceres. "Will you first come with your torch, and help me to seek for my child? When there is no more hope of finding her, then I will come back with you to your dark cave. But till I know that Proserpina is dead, I will not allow myself time to sorrow." Hecate did not much like the idea of going abroad into the sunshine, but at last she agreed to go, and they set out together, each carrying a torch, although it was broad daylight and the sun was shining. Any people they met ran away without waiting to be spoken to, as soon as they caught sight of Hecate's wreath of snakes. As the sad pair wandered on, a thought struck Ceres. "There is one person," she exclaimed, "who must have seen my child, and can tell me what has become of her. Why did I not think of him sooner? It is Phoebus."
"What?" said Hecate. "The youth that always sits in the sunshine? Oh, pray do not think of going near him. He is so gay, young fellow, that will only smile in your face. And besides, there is such a glare of sunshine about him that he will quite blind my poor eyes, which are weak with so much weeping."
"You have promised to be my companion," answered Ceres. "Come, let us make haste, or the sunshine will be gone, and Phoebus along with it." So they set off in search of Phoebus, both sighing a great deal, and after a long journey they came to the sunniest spot in the whole world. There they saw a young man with curly golden hair, which seemed to be made of sunbeams. His clothes were like light summer clouds, and the smile on his face was so bright that Hecate held her hands before her eyes, and muttered that she wished he would wear a veil. Phoebus had a lyre in his hands, and was playing very sweet music, at the same time singing a merry song. As Ceres and her dismal companion came near, Phoebus smiled on them so cheerfully that Hecate's wreath of snakes gave a spiteful hiss, and Hecate wished she was back in her dark cave. But Ceres was too unhappy to know whether Phoebus smiled or looked angry. "Phoebus," she said, "I am in great trouble and have come to you for help. Can you tell me what has become of my little daughter Proserpina?"
"Proserpina? Proserpina did you call her?" answered Phoebus, trying to remember. He had so many pleasant ideas in his head that he sometimes forgot what had happened no longer ago than yesterday. "Ah, yes, I remember now. A very lovely little girl. I am happy to tell you that I did see Proserpina not many days ago. You may be quite easy about her. She is safe and in good hands."
"Oh, where is my dear child?" cried Ceres, clasping her hands and flinging herself at his feet.
"Why," replied Phoebus, "as the little girl was gathering flowers, she was snatched up by King Pluto and carried off to his kingdom. I have never been there myself, but I am told the royal palace is splendidly built. Proserpina will have gold and silver and diamonds to play with, and I am sure, even though there is no sunshine, she will have a very happy life."
"Hush! Do not say such a thing," said Ceres. "What has she got to love? What are all these splendors if she has no one to care for? I must have her back. Good Phoebus, will you come with me to demand my daughter from this wicked Pluto?"
"Pray excuse me," answered Phoebus with a bow. "I certainly wish you success, and I am sorry I am too busy to go with you. Besides, King Pluto does not much care for me. To tell you the truth, his dog with the 3 heads would never let me pass the gateway. I always carry a handful of sunbeams with me, and those, you know, are not allowed within King Pluto's kingdom."
So the poor mother said goodbye, and hastened away along with Hecate. Ceres had now found out what had become of her daughter, but she was not any happier than before. Indeed, her trouble seemed worse than ever. So long as Proserpina was above ground, there was some hope of getting her home again. But now that the poor child was shut up behind King Pluto's iron gates, with the 3-headed Cerberus on guard beside them, there seemed no hope of her escape. The dismal Hecate, who always looked on the darker side of things, told Ceres she had better come back with her to the cave and spend the rest of her life in being miserable. But Ceres answered that Hecate could go back if she wished, but that for her part she would wander about all the world looking for the entrance to King Pluto's kingdom. So Hecate hurried off alone to her beloved cave, frightening a great many little children with her dog's face as she went. Poor Mother Ceres! It is sad to think of her all alone, holding up her never-dying torch and wandering up and down the wide, wide world. So much did she suffer that in a very short time she began to look quite old. She wandered about with her hair hanging down her back, and she looked so wild that people took her for some poor mad woman, and never thought that this was Mother Ceres, who took care of every seed which was sown in the ground, and of all the fruit and flowers. Now she gave herself no trouble about seed time or harvest. There was nothing in which she seemed to feel any interest, except the children she saw at playing or gathering flowers by the wayside. Then, indeed, she would stand and look at them with tears in her eyes. And the children seemed to understand her sorrow, and would gather in a little group about her knees, and look up lovingly into her face. And Ceres, after giving them a kiss all round, would lead them home and advise their mothers never to let them stray out of sight. "For if they do," she said, "it may happen to you as it has happened to me.
The iron-hearted King Pluto may take a liking to your darlings, and carry them away into his golden chariot." At last, in her despair, Ceres made up her mind that not a stalk of grain, nor a blade of grass, not a potato nor a turnip, nor any vegetable that is good for man or beast, should be allowed to grow till her daughter was sent back. She was so unhappy that she even forbade the flowers to bloom. Now you can see what a terrible misfortune had fallen on the earth. The farmer ploughed the ground and planted his seed as usual, and there lay the black earth without a single green blade to be seen. The fields looked as brown in the sunny months of spring as ever they did in winter. The rich man's garden and the flower plot in front of the labourer's cottage were both empty. Even the children's garden showed nothing but withered stalks. It was very sad to see the poor starving sheep and cattle that followed behind Ceres, bleating and lowing as if they knew that she could help them. All the people begged her at least to let the grass grow, but Mother Ceres was too miserable to care for anyone's troubles. "Never," she said. "If the earth is ever to be green again, it must grow along the path by which my daughter comes back to me." At last, as there seemed to be no other way out of it, Mercury, the favourite messenger of the gods, was sent to King Pluto in the hope that he would set everything right again, by giving up Proserpina. Mercury went as quickly as he could to the great iron gates, and with the help of the wings on his shoes he took a flying leap right over Cerberus with his 3 heads, and very soon he stood at the door of King Pluto's palace. The servants all knew him, as he had often been there in his short cloak and cap, and shoes with the wings, and with his curious staff which had 2 snakes twisted round it. He asked to see the king immediately, and Pluto, who had heard his voice from the top of the stairs, called out to him to come up at once, for he was always glad to listen to Mercury's cheery talk. And while they are laughing together, we must find out what Proserpina has been doing since we last heard about her. You will remember that Proserpina had said she would not taste food so long as she was kept a prisoner in King Pluto's palace. It was now 6 months since she had been carried off from her home, and not a mouthful had she eaten, not even when the cook had made all kinds of sweet things, and had ordered all the dainties which children usually like best. Proserpina was naturally a bright, merry little girl, and all this time she was not so unhappy as you might have thought. In the big palace were 1,000 rooms, and each was full of wonderful and beautiful things. It is true there was never any sunshine in these rooms, and Proserpina used to fancy that the shadowy light which came from the jewelled lamps was alive. It seemed to float before her as she walked between the golden pillars, and to close softly behind her in the echo of her footsteps, and Proserpina knew that all the glitter of these precious stones was not worth a single sunbeam. Nor could the rubies and emeralds which she played with ever be as dear to her as the daisies and buttercups she had gathered among the soft green grass. King Pluto felt how much happier his palace was since Proserpina came, and so did all his servants. They loved to hear her childish voice laughing as she ran from room to room, and they felt less old and tired when they saw again how glad little children can be. "My own little Proserpina," King Pluto used to say, "I wish you would like me a little better. Although I look rather a sad man, I am really fond of children, and if you would stay here with me always, it would make me happier than having hundreds of palaces like this." "Ah," said Proserpina, "you should have tried to make me like you first before carrying me off, and now the best thing you can do is to let me go again. Then I might remember you sometimes, and think that you were as kind as you knew how to be. Perhaps I might come back to pay you a visit one day." "No, no," answered Pluto with his gloomy smile. "I will not trust you for that. You are too fond of living in the sunshine and gathering flowers. What an idle, childish thing to do! Do you not think that these diamonds which I have dug out of the mine for you are far prettier than violets?" "No, oh no, not half so pretty," said Proserpina, snatching them from Pluto's hand and flinging them to the other end of the room. "Oh, my sweet purple violets, shall I ever see you again?" And she began to cry bitterly. But like most children, she soon stopped crying, and in a short time she was running up and down the rooms as when she had played on the sands with the sea children. And King Pluto, sad and lonely, watched her and wished too that he was a child. And when Proserpina turned and saw the great king standing alone in his splendid hall, so grand and so lonely, with no one to love him, she felt sorry for him. She ran back, and for the first time in all those 6 months, she put her small hand in his. "I love you a little," she whispered, looking up into his face. "Do you really, dear child?" cried Pluto, bending down his dark face to kiss her. But Proserpina was a little afraid. He was so dark and severe-looking, and she shrank back. "Well," said Pluto, "it is just what I deserve after keeping you a prisoner all these months, and starving you besides. Are you not dreadfully hungry? Is there nothing I can get you to eat?" In asking this, Pluto was very cunning, as you will remember that if Proserpina once tasted any food in his kingdom, she would never be able to go home again.
"No, indeed," said Proserpina. "Your poor fat little cook is always making me all kinds of good things which I do not want. The one thing I should like to eat would be a slice of bread baked by my own mother, and a pear out of her garden."
When Pluto heard this, he began to see he had made a mistake in his way of trying to tempt Proserpina to eat. He had wondered why he had never thought of this before, and he at once sent a servant with a large basket to get some of the finest and juiciest pears in the whole world. But this was just at a time when, as we know, Mother Ceres in her despair had forbidden any flowers or fruit to grow on the earth, and the only thing King Pluto's servant could find, after seeking all over the world, was a single dried-up pomegranate, so dried up as to be hardly worth eating. Still, since there was no better to be had, he brought it back to the palace, put it on a magnificent gold plate, and handed it to Proserpina. Now, it just happened that as the servant was bringing the pomegranate in at the back door of the palace, Mercury had gone up the front steps with his message to King Pluto about Proserpina. As soon as Proserpina saw the pomegranate on the golden plate, she told the servant to take it away again. "I shall not touch it, I can assure you," she said. "If I were ever so hungry, I should not think of eating such a dried-up, miserable pomegranate as that." "It is the only one in the world," said the servant, and he set down the plate and went away. When he had gone, Proserpina could not help coming close to the table and looking at the dried-up pomegranate with eagerness. To tell the truth, when she saw something that really suited her taste, she felt all her 6 months' hunger come back at once. To be sure, it was a very poor-looking pomegranate, with no more juice in it than an oyster shell. But there was no choice of such things in King Pluto's palace, and this was the first fresh fruit Proserpina had ever seen there, and the last she was ever likely to see. And unless she ate it up at once, it would only get drier and drier and be quite unfit to eat. "At least I may smell it," she thought, and so she took up the pomegranate and held it to her nose, and somehow, being quite near to her mouth, the fruit found its way into that little red cave. Before Proserpina knew what she was about, her teeth had actually bitten it of their own accord. Just as this fatal deed was done, the door of the hall opened and King Pluto came in, followed by Mercury, who had been begging him to let his little prisoner go. At the first noise of their coming, Proserpina took the pomegranate from her mouth. Mercury, who saw things very quickly, noticed that Proserpina looked a little uncomfortable, and when he saw the gold plate empty, he was sure she had been eating something. As for King Pluto, he never guessed the secret. "My dear little Proserpina," said the king, sitting down and drawing her gently between his knees, "here is Mercury, who tells me that a great many sad things have happened to innocent people because I have kept you a prisoner down here. And to confess the truth, I have been thinking myself that I really had no right to take you away from your mother. It was very stupid of me, but I thought this palace was so dull, and that I should be much happier if I just had a merry little girl to play in it, and I hoped you would take my crown for a toy and let me be your playmate. It was very foolish of me, I know." "No, it was not foolish," said Proserpina. "You have been very kind to me, and I have often been quite happy here with you." "Thank you, dear," said King Pluto, "but I cannot help seeing that you think my palace a dark prison, and me the hard-hearted jailer, and I should indeed be hard-hearted if I were to keep you longer than 6 months. So I give you your liberty. Go back, dear, with Mercury to your mother." Now, although you might not think so, Proserpina found it impossible to say goodbye to King Pluto without being sorry, and she felt she ought to tell him about tasting a pomegranate. She even cried a little when she thought how lonely and dull the great palace with its jeweled lamps would be after she had left. She would like to have thanked him many times, but Mercury hurried her away. "Come along quickly," he said, "as King Pluto may change his mind, and take care above all things that you say nothing about the pomegranate which the servant brought you on the gold plate." In a short time they had passed the great gateway with the golden pillars, leaving Cerberus barking and growling with all his 3 heads at once, and beating his dragon tail on the ground. Along the dark, rocky road they went very quickly, and soon they reached the upper world again. You can guess how excited and happy Proserpina was to see the bright sunshine. She noticed how green the grass grew on the path behind her and on each side of her. Wherever she set her foot, at once there rose a flower. Violets and roses bloomed along the wayside. The grass and the corn began to grow with 10 times their usual quickness to make up for the dreary months when Mother Ceres had forbidden them to appear above the ground. The hungry cattle began to eat, and went on eating all day after their long fast. And I can assure you it was a busy time with all the farmers when they found that summer was coming with a rush. As to the birds, they hopped about from tree to tree among the fresh, sweet blossoms, and sang for joy that the dreary days were over, and the world was green and young again. Mother Ceres had gone back to her empty cottage, and was sitting very sadly on the doorstep with her burning torch in her hand. She had been looking wearily at the flame for some moments, when all at once it flickered and went out. "What does this mean?" she thought. It was a magic torch, and should have gone on burning till Proserpina was found. She looked up, and was surprised to see the bare brown fields suddenly turning green, just as you sometimes see them turn golden when the sun comes from behind a dark cloud. "Does the earth dare to disobey me?" exclaimed Mother Ceres angrily. "Did I not forbid it to be green until my child should be sent back to me?" "Then open your arms, dear mother," cried a well-known voice, "and take me back again." And Proserpina came running along the pathway and flung herself on her mother's bosom. It would be impossible to tell how happy they were, so happy that they cried a little, for people cry when they are very glad as well as when they are unhappy. After a little while Mother Ceres looked anxiously at Proserpina. "My child," she said, "did you taste any food while you were in King Pluto's palace?" "Dearest mother," answered Proserpina, "I will tell you the whole truth. Until this morning not a morsel of food had passed my lips, but a servant brought me a pomegranate on a golden plate, a very dry pomegranate with no juice inside, nothing but seeds and skin, and I was so hungry and had not tasted any food for such a long time that I took just one bite. The moment I tasted it, King Pluto and Mercury came into the room. I had not swallowed a morsel, but, oh, mother, I hope it was no harm. 6 pomegranate seeds remained in my mouth, and I swallowed them." "Oh, miserable me!" said Mother Ceres. "For each of these 6 pomegranate seeds you must spend a month every year in King Pluto's palace. You are only half restored to me. You will be 6 months with me, and then 6 months with the King of Darkness." "Do not be so vexed, mother dear," said Proserpina. "It was very unkind of King Pluto to carry me off, but then, as he says, it was such a dismal life for him to lead in that great palace all alone. And he says he has been much happier since he had me to run about the big rooms and to play beside him. If only he will let me spend 6 months every year with you, I think I can bear to spend the other 6 months beside him. After all, he was as kind as he knew how to be, but I am very glad he cannot keep me the whole year round." End of Proserpina. Recording by Katalina Watt, London. Please visit seenthefuture.blogspot.co.uk.
Section 6 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arnie Horton. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 6. The Story of Atalanta. Adapted by Anna Klingensmith. Atalanta was a maiden whose face you might truly say was boyish for a girl, yet too girlish for a boy. Her fortune had been told, and it was to this effect: "Atalanta, do not marry. Marriage will be your ruin." Terrified by this oracle, she fled the society of men and devoted herself to the sports of the chase. To all suitors, for she had many, she imposed a condition which was generally effectual in relieving her of their persecutions. "I will be the prize of him who shall conquer me in the race, but death must be the penalty of all who try and fail." In spite of this hard condition, some would try. Hippomenes was to be judge of the race. "Can it be possible that any will be so rash as to risk so much for a wife?" said he. But when he saw her ravishing beauty as she prepared for the race, he changed his mind, and said, "Pardon me, youths, I knew not the prize you were competing for." As he surveyed them, he wished them all to be beaten, and swelled with envy of anyone that seemed at all likely to win. While such were his thoughts, the Virgin darted forward. As she ran, she looked more beautiful than ever. The breezes seemed to give wings to her feet. Her hair flew over her shoulders, and the gay fringe of her garment fluttered behind her. A ruddy hue tinged the whiteness of her skin, such as a crimson curtain casts on a marble wall. All her competitors were distanced, and were put to death without mercy. Hippomenes, not daunted by this result, fixing his eyes on the Virgin, said, "Why boast of beating those laggards? I offer myself for the contest." Atalanta looked at him with a pitying countenance, and hardly knew whether she would rather conquer him or not. "What god can tempt one so young and handsome to throw himself away? I pity him, not for his beauty, yet he is beautiful, but for his youth. I wish he would give up the race, or if he will be so mad, I hope he may outrun me." While she hesitates, revolving these thoughts, the spectators grow impatient for the race, and her father prompts her to prepare. Then Hippomenes addressed a prayer to Venus. "Help me, Venus, for you have led me on." Venus heard and was propitious. In the garden of her temple, in her own island of Cyprus, is a tree with yellow leaves and yellow branches and golden fruit. Hence she gathered 3 golden apples, and, unseen by anyone else, gave them to Hippomenes, and told him how to use them. The signal is given. Each starts from the goal and skims over the sand. So light their tread, you would almost have thought they might run over the river's surface or over the waving grain without sinking. The cries of the spectators cheered Hippomenes. "Now, now, do your best! Haste, haste! You gain on her! Relax not! One more effort!" It was doubtful whether the youth or the maiden heard these cries with the greater pleasure, but his breath began to fail him, his throat was dry, the goal yet far off. At that moment he threw down one of the golden apples. The Virgin was all amazement. She stopped to pick it up. Hippomenes shot ahead. Shouts burst forth from all sides. She redoubled her efforts, and soon overtook him. Again he threw an apple. She stopped again, but again came up with him. The goal was near. One chance only remained. "Now, goddess," said he, "prosper your gift," and threw the last apple off at one side. She looked at it and hesitated. Venus impelled her to turn aside for it. She did so, and was vanquished. The youth carried off his prize. End of the story of Atalanta.
Section number 7 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by The Story Girl. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section number 7, Pyramus and Thisbe. Adapted by Alice Zimmern. In Babylon, the great and wonderful city on the Euphrates, there lived in 2 adjoining houses a youth and a maiden named Pyramus and Thisbe. Hardly a day passed without their meeting, and at last they came to know and love one another. But when Pyramus sought Thisbe in marriage, the parents would not hear of it, and even forbade the lovers to meet or speak to each other any more. But though they could no longer be openly together, they saw each other at a distance and sent messages by signs and tokens. One day, to their great delight, they discovered a tiny crack in the wall between the 2 houses, through which they could hear each other speak. But a few words whispered through a chink in the wall could not satisfy 2 ardent lovers, and they tried to arrange a meeting. They would slip away one night unnoticed and meet somewhere outside the city. A spot near the tomb of Ninos was chosen, where a mulberry tree grew near a pleasant spring of water. At nightfall, Thisbe put on a thick veil, slipped out of the house unobserved, and made her way in haste to the city gates. She was first at the trysting place, and sat down under the tree to wait for her lover. A strange noise made her look up, and she saw by the clear moonlight a lioness with bloody jaws coming to drink at the spring. Thisbe sprang up, and dropping her cloak in her haste, ran to hide herself in a neighboring cave. The lioness, who had already eaten, did not care to pursue her, but finding the cloak lying on the ground, pulled it to bits and left the marks of blood on the torn mantle. Now Pyramus, in his turn, came to the place and found no Thisbe, but only her torn and blood-stained cloak.
"Surely," he thought, "some beast must have devoured her, for here lies her cloak all mangled and blood-stained. Alas that I came too late! Her love for me led Thisbe to brave the perils of night and danger, and I was not here to protect and save her. She dies a victim to her love, but she shall not perish alone. Come, ye lions, and devour me too. 'Tis my one prayer. Yet 'tis a coward's part to pray for death when his own hands can give it."
With these words, he drew Thisbe's cloak towards him and covered it with kisses.
"My blood too shall stain you,"
he cried, and plunged his sword with true aim in his breast. The blood spouted forth as from a fountain, and stained the white fruit of the mulberry overhead. While Pyramus lay dying under the tree, Thisbe had recovered from her fright, and now stole forth from her hiding place, hoping that her lover might be at hand. What was her dismay when she saw Pyramus stretched lifeless on the ground. Kneeling down beside him, she washed his wound with her tears, and kissed his cold lips, calling on him in vain to speak. "Speak to me, Pyramus," she cried. "'Tis your beloved Thisbe that calls." At the sound of her voice, Pyramus opened his failing eyes, and gave his love one last look. Then he closed them forever. When Thisbe saw her own cloak in the empty sheath, she guessed that, thinking her dead, he had sought death himself. "'Twas by your own hand you fell," she cried, "a victim to love, and love will give my hand strength to do the like. Since those who were parted in life are united in death, perhaps our sorrowing parents will grant us the boon of a common tomb. May we rest side by side, even as we have fallen. And may this tree, which has witnessed our despair and our death, bear the traces forevermore. Let its fruit be clothed in mourning garb for the death of two hapless lovers." With these words, she threw herself on the sword of Pyramus. Her last prayer was granted, for one urn held the ashes of the faithful pair. And since that night, the mulberry tree bears purple fruit to recall to all generations of lovers the cruel fate of Pyramus and Thisbe. End of Pyramus and Thisbe. Recording by The Story Girl.
Section 8 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Drakaunus. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 8. Orpheus. Orpheus, the Thracian singer, was the most famous of all the musicians of Greece. Apollo himself had given him his golden harp, and on it he played music of such wondrous power and beauty that rocks, trees, and beasts would follow to hear him. Jason had persuaded Orpheus to accompany the Argonauts when they went to fetch back the golden fleece, for he knew that the perils of the way would be lightened by song. To the sound of his lyre, the Argo had floated down to the sea, and he played so sweetly when they passed the rocks of the Sirens that the dreadful monsters sang their most alluring strains in vain. Orpheus wedded the fair nymph Eurydice, whom he loved dearly, and who returned his love. But at their marriage the omens were not favorable. Hymen, the marriage god, came to it with a gloomy countenance, and the wedding torches smoked and would not give forth a cheerful flame. Indeed, the happiness of Orpheus and Eurydice was to be but short-lived, for as the new-made bride wandered through the woods with the other nymphs, a poisonous serpent stung her heel, and no remedy availed to save her. Orpheus was thrown into the most passionate grief at his wife's death. He could not believe that he had lost her forever, but prayed day and night without ceasing to the gods above to restore her to him. When they would not listen, he resolved to make one last effort to win her back. He would go down to the lower world and seek her among the dead, and try whether any prayer or persuasion could move Pluto to restore his beloved. Near Tanaram, in Laconia, was a cave among dark and gloomy rocks, through which led one of the entrances to the lower world. This was the road by which Hercules descended when he went to carry off Cerberus, the three-headed dog that guards the threshold of Pluto. Undaunted by the terrors of the place, Orpheus passed through this gate and down a dark and dismal road to the kingdom of the dead. Here he came in safety through the crowd of ghosts and phantoms, and stood at last before the throne of Pluto and Proserpina. Then he touched the chords of his lyre and chanted these words: "Great lords of the world below the earth, to which all we mortals must one day come, grant me to tell a simple tale and declare unto you the truth. Not to look upon the blackness of Tartarus have I come hither, nor yet to bind in chains the snaky heads on Cerberus. It is my wife I seek. A viper's sting has robbed her of the years that were her due. I should have borne my loss, indeed I tried to bear it, but I was overcome by love, a god well known in the world above, and I think not without honor in your kingdom, unless the story of Proserpina's theft be a lying tale. I beseech you, by the realms of the dead, by mighty chaos, and the silence of your vast kingdom, revoke the untimely doom of Eurydice. All our lives are forfeit to you. 'Tis but a short delay, and late or soon we all hasten towards one goal. Hither all our footsteps tend. This is our last home. Yours is the sole enduring rule over mankind. She, too, when she shall have lived her allotted term of years, will surely come under your sway. Till then, I implore you, let her be mine. But if the fates refuse a husband's prayers, I am resolved never to return hence. My death shall give you a double boon." Thus he prayed and touched his harp in tune with his words. All around him the lifeless ghosts came flocking, and as they heard they wept. Tantalus forgot his hunger and thirst. Ixion's wheel stood still, the Danaids set aside their leaky urns, and the Sisyphus sat on his stone to listen. Never yet had such sweet strains been heard in the world of gloom. Then, for the first time, tears moistened the cheeks of the Furies, and even the king and queen of the dead were moved to pity. They summoned Eurydice, and she came, yet halting from her recent wound. "Take her," says Pluto, "and lead her back to the light, but she must follow you at a distance, nor must you once turn round to look upon her till you have passed beyond these realms, else the boon we grant you will be but vain. A steep path led upward from the realm of darkness, and the way was hard to find through the gloom. In silence Orpheus led on, till the goal was close at hand, and the welcoming light of the upper air began to penetrate the darkness. Then a sudden fear struck his heart. Had Eurydice really followed his steps, or had she turned back, and was all this toil in vain? Torn with anxiety and longing, he turned to gaze on his beloved. Dimly he saw her, but for the last time, for a power she could not resist drew her back. Orpheus stretched out his arms and tried to seize her, but he only clasped the empty air. "Farewell, a last farewell," she murmured, and vanished from his sight. In vain Orpheus tried to follow her. In vain he besought Charon to carry him a second time across the waters of Acheron. 7 days he sat on the further bank, without food or drink, nourished by his tears and grief. Then at last he knew that the gods below were pitiless, and full of sorrow he returned to the upper earth. For 3 years he wandered among the mountains of Thrace, finding his only consolation in the music of his lyre, for he shunned all men and women, and would have no bride after Eurydice. One day he sat down to rest on a grassy hill in the sunshine, and played and sang to beguile his sorrow. As he played, the coolness of shady branches seemed all about him, and looking up he found himself in the midst of a wood. Oak, poplar, lime, beech, laurel, ash, pine, plane, and maple, and many another tree had gathered together here, drawn from their distant forest homes by the sounds of Orpheus's lyre. Yes, and the beasts and the birds of the field came too, and Orpheus sat in their midst, and sang and played the tunes of sorrow. Suddenly a great noise was heard of laughter, and shouting, and merrymaking, for this was one of the feasts of Baucis, and the women were celebrating his rites, wandering over the mountains with dance and revel. When they saw Orpheus, they set up a shout of derision. "See," they cried, "the wretched singer who mocks at women and will have no bride but the dead. Come, let us kill him, and show that no man shall despise us unpunished." With these words they began to throw wands and stones at him. But even the lifeless objects were softened by the music, and fell harmlessly to the ground. Then the women raised a wild shout, and made such a clamor with trumpets and cymbals that the soft tones of the harp were drowned by the noise. Now at last the shots took effect, and in their fury the women fell upon him, dealing blow on blow. Orpheus fell lifeless to the ground. But he was not to die unwept. The little birds of the forest mourned for him. Even the stony rocks wept. The trees shed their leaves with grief, and the dryads and naiads tore their hair and put on the garb of sorrow. Only the pitiless revelers knew no remorse. They seized the singer's head and threw it with his lyre into the river Hebrus. There it floated downstream, and, strange to tell, the chords gave forth a lament, and the lifeless tongue uttered words. "Eurydice, Eurydice," it cried, till head and lyre were carried down to the sea, and on to Lesbos, the isle of sweet song, where in after years Alcaeus and Sappho tuned afresh the lyre of Orpheus. But the shade of the dead singer went down to Hades, and found entrance at last. Thus Orpheus and Eurydice were reunited, and won in death the bliss that was denied them in life. End of Orpheus. Recording by drakaunus. The Real Basement Dwellers Podcast. willworkformoney.net.
Section 9 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Myths of Scandinavia, Section 9, Baldur. Adapted from A. and E. Chieri's version. Part 1, The Dream.
Upon a summer's afternoon it happened that Baldur the bright and bold, beloved of men and the gods, found himself alone in his palace of Broadblink. Thor was walking among the valleys, his brow heavy with summer heat. Frey and Gerda sported on still waters in their cloud-leaf ship. Odin, for once, slept on top of Airthrone. A noonday stillness pervaded the whole earth, and Baldur in Broadblink, most sunlit of palaces, dreamed a dream. The dream of Baldur was troubled. He knew not whence nor why, but when he awoke he found that a new and weighty care was within him. It was so heavy that Baldur could scarcely carry it, and yet he pressed it close to his heart and said, "Lie there, and do not fall on any one but me." Then he rose up and walked out from the splendor of his hall, that he might seek his own mother, Frigga, and tell her what had happened. He found her in her crystal saloon, calm and kind, and ready to sympathize. So he walked up to her, his hands pressed closely on his heart, and lay down at her feet, sighing. "What is the matter, dear Baldur?" asked Frigga gently. "I do not know, mother," answered he. "I do not know what the matter is, but I have a shadow in my heart." "Take it out, then, my son, and let me look at it," replied Frigga. "But I fear, mother, that if I do it will cover the whole earth." Then Frigga laid her hand upon the heart of her son, that she might feel the shadow's shape. Her brow became clouded as she felt it, her parted lips grew pale, and she cried out, "Oh, Baldur, my beloved son, the shadow is the shadow of death." Then said Baldur, "I will die bravely, my mother." But Frigga answered, "You shall not die at all, for I will not sleep to night until everything on earth has sworn to me that it will neither kill nor harm you." So Frigga stood up and called to her everything on earth that had power to hurt or slay. First she called all metals to her, and heavy iron ore came lumbering up the hill into the crystal hall, brass and gold, copper, silver, lead and steel, and stood before the queen, who lifted her right hand high in the air, saying, "Swear to me that you will not injure Baldur." And they all swore and went. Then she called to her all stones, and huge granite came with crumbling sandstone and white lime and the round smooth stones of the seashore. And Frigga raised her arm, saying, "Swear that you will not injure Baldur." And they swore and went. Then Frigga called to her the trees, and wide spreading oak trees, with tall ash and sombre firs, came rushing up the hill. And Frigga raised her hand and said, "Swear that you will not hurt Baldur." And they said, "We swear," and went. After this Frigga called to her the diseases, who came blown by poisonous winds on wings of pain to the sound of moaning. Frigga said to them, "Swear," and they sighed, "We swear," then flew away. Then Frigga called to her all beasts, birds, and venomous snakes, who came to her and swore and disappeared. Then she stretched out her hand to Baldur, with a smile spread over her face, saying, "Now, my son, you cannot die." Just then Odin came in, and when he had heard from Frigga the whole story, he looked even more mournful than she had done. Neither did the cloud pass from his face when he was told of the oaths that had been taken. "Why do you look so grave, my lord?" demanded Frigga at last. "Baldur cannot die now." But Odin asked very gravely, "Is the shadow gone out of our son's heart, or is it still there?" "It cannot be there," said Frigga, turning away her head resolutely, and folding her hands before her. But Odin looked at Baldur, and saw how it was. The hands pressed to the heavy heart, the beautiful brow grown dim. Then immediately he arose, saddled Sleipnir, his 8-footed steed, mounted him, and turning to Frigga, said, "I know of a dead prophetess, Frigga, who, when she was alive, could tell what was going to happen. Her grave lies on the east side of Helheim, and I am going there to awake her and ask whether any terrible grief is really coming upon us." So saying, Odin shook the bridle in his hand, and the 8-footed, with a bound, leaped forth, rushed like a whirlwind down the mountain of Asgard, and then dashed into a narrow defile between rocks. Sleipnir went on through the defile a long way, until he came to a place where the earth opened her mouth. There Odin rode in and down a broad, steep, slanting road, which led him to the cavern Gnipa, and the mouth of the cave Gnipa yawned upon Niflheim. Then thought Odin to himself, "My journey is already done." But just as Sleipnir was about to leap through the jaws of the pit, Garm, the voracious dog who was chained to the rock, sprang forward and tried to fasten himself upon Odin. 3 times Odin shook him off, and still Garm, as fierce as ever, went on with the fight. At last Sleipnir leaped, and Odin thrust just at the same moment. Then horse and rider cleared the entrance, and turned eastward toward the dead prophetess's grave, dripping blood along the road as they went. while the beaten Garm stood baying in the cavern's mouth. When Odin came to the grave he got off his horse and stood with his face northward, looking through barred enclosures into the city of Helheim itself. The servants of Hela were very busy there, making preparations for some new guest, hanging gilded couches with curtains of anguish and splendid misery upon the walls. Then Odin's heart died within him, and he began to repeat mournful runes in a low tone. The dead prophetess turned heavily in her grave at the sound of his voice, and sat bolt upright. "What man is this," she asked, "who dares disturb my sleep?" Then Odin, for the first time in his life, said what was not true. The shadow of Baldur dead fell upon his lips, and he made answer: "My name is Vegtam, the son of Valtam." "And what do you want of me?" asked the prophetess. "I want to know," replied Odin, "for whom Hela is making ready that gilded couch in Helheim." "That is for Baldur the beloved," answered the prophetess. "Now go away and let me sleep again, for my eyes are heavy." But Odin said only one word more. "Is Baldur going to Helheim?" "Yes, I've told you that he is," was the answer. "Will he never come back to Asgard again?" "If everything on earth should weep for him," said she, "he will go back. If not, he will remain in Helheim." Then Odin covered his face with his hands and looked into darkness. "Do go away," said the prophetess. "I'm so sleepy, I cannot keep my eyes open any longer." But Odin raised his head and said again, "Only tell me one thing. Just now, as I looked into darkness, it seemed to me that I saw one on earth who would not weep for Baldur. Who was it?" At this she grew very angry, and said, "How couldst thou see in darkness? I know of only one who, by giving away his eye, gained light. No Vegtam art thou, but Odin, chief of men." At her angry words Odin became angry too, and called out as loudly as he could, "No prophetess nor wise woman, but rather the mother of 3 giants." "Go, go," answered the prophetess, falling back in her grave. "No man shall waken me again, until Loki have burst his chains and the twilight of the gods be come." After this Odin mounted his 8-footed once more, and rode thoughtfully home. II. The Peace Stead. When Odin came back to Asgard, Hermod took the bridle from his father's hand, and told him that the rest of the gods were gone to the Peace Stead, a broad green plain which lay just outside the city. This was the playground of the gods, where they practiced trials of skill, and held tournaments and sham fights. These last were always conducted in the gentlest and most honorable manner, for the strongest law of the Peace Stead was that no angry blow should be struck, or spiteful word spoken, upon the sacred field. And for this reason some have thought it might be well if children also had a Peace Stead to play in. Odin was too tired from his journey to go to the Peace Stead that afternoon, so he turned away and shut himself up in his palace, Gladsheim. But when he was gone, Loki came into the city by another way, and hearing from Hermod where the gods were, set off to join them. When he got to the Peace Stead, Loki found that the gods were standing round in a circle, shooting at something, and he peeped between the shoulders of 2 of them to find out what it was. To his surprise he saw Baldur standing in the midst, erect and calm, whilst his friends and brothers were aiming their weapons at him. Some hewed at him with their swords, others threw stones at him, some shot arrows pointed with steel, and Thor continually swung his great hammer at his head. "Well," said Loki to himself, "if this is the sport of Asgard, what must that of Jotunheim be? I wonder what Father Odin and Mother Frigga would say if they were here." But as Loki still looked, he became even more surprised, for the sport went on, and Baldur was not hurt. Arrows aimed at his very heart glanced back again, untinged with blood. The stones fell down from his broad, bright brow, and left no bruises there. Swords clave, but did not wound him. Thor's hammer struck him, and he was not crushed. At this Loki grew perfectly furious with envy and hatred. "And why is Baldur to be so honored," said he, "that even steel and stone shall not hurt him?" Then Loki changed himself into a little dark bent old woman with a stick, and hobbled away from the Peace Stead to Frigga's crystal saloon. At the door he knocked with the stick. "Come in," said the kind voice of Frigga, and Loki lifted the latch. Now when Frigga saw from the other end of the hall a little bent, crippled old woman come hobbling up her crystal floor, she got up with true queenliness and met her halfway, holding out her hand and saying in the kindest manner, "Pray sit down, my poor old friend, for it seems to me that you have come from a great distance." "That I have indeed," answered Loki in a tremulous, squeaking voice. "And did you happen to see anything of the gods," asked Frigga, "as you came?" "Just now I passed by the Peace Stead and saw them at play." "What were they doing?" "Shooting at Baldur." Then Frigga bent over her work with a pleased smile on her face. "And nothing hurt him?" "Nothing," answered Loki, looking keenly at her. No thing," murmured Frigga, still looking down and speaking half musingly to herself, "for all things have sworn to me that they will not." "Sworn!" exclaimed Loki eagerly. "What is that you say? Has everything sworn, then?" "Everything," answered she, "excepting the little shrub mistletoe, which grows, you know, on the west side of Valhalla, and to which I said nothing, because I thought it was too young to swear." "Excellent," thought Loki, and then he got up. "You're not going yet, are you?" said Frigga, stretching out her hand and looking up at last into the eyes of the old woman. "I'm quite rested now, thank you," answered Loki in his squeaky voice, and then he hobbled out the door, which clapped after him and sent a cold gust into the room. Frigga shuddered and thought that a serpent was gliding down the back of her neck. When Loki had left the presence of Frigga, he changed himself back to his proper shape and went straight to the west side of Valhalla, where the mistletoe grew. Then he opened his knife and cut off a large bunch, saying these words: "Too young for Frigga's oath, but not too weak for Loki's work." After which he set off for the peacestead once more, the mistletoe in his hand. When he got there, he found that the gods were still at their sport, standing round, taking aim, and talking eagerly, and Baldur did not seem tired. But there was one who stood alone, leaning against a tree, who took no part in what was going on. This was Hodur, Baldur's blind twin brother. He stood with his head bent downwards, silent, while the others were speaking, doing nothing when they were most eager, and Loki thought that there was a discontented expression on his face, just as if he were saying to himself, "Nobody takes any notice of me." So Loki went up to him and put his hand upon his shoulder. "And why are you standing here all alone, my brave friend?" said he. "Why don't you throw something at Baldur? Hew at him with a sword, or show him some attention of that sort." "I haven't a sword," answered Hodur with an impatient gesture, "and you know as well as I do, Loki, that Father Odin does not approve of my wearing warlike weapons, or joining in sham fights, because I am blind." "Oh, is that it?" said Loki. "Well, I only know I shouldn't like to be left out of everything. However, I've got a twig of mistletoe here which I'll lend you if you like. A harmless little twig enough, but I shall be happy to guide your arm if you'd like to throw it, and Baldur might take it as a compliment from his twin brother." "Let me feel it," said Hodur, stretching out his groping hands. This way, my dear friend," said Loki, giving him the twig. "Now, as hard as ever you can, to do him honor. Throw." Hodur threw. Baldur fell, and the shadow of death covered the whole earth. Part III. Baldur dead. One after another they turned and left the peacestead, the friends and brothers of the slain. One after another they turned and went toward the city. Crushed hearts, heavy footsteps, no word amongst them, a shadow upon all. The shadow was in Asgard too, had walked through Frigga's hall and seated itself upon the threshold of Gladsheim. Odin had just come out to look at it, and Frigga stood by in mute despair as the gods came up. "Loki did it, Loki did it," they said at last in confused, hoarse whispers, and they looked from one to another, upon Odin, upon Frigga, upon the shadow which they saw before them and which they felt within. "Loki did it, Loki, Loki," they went on saying, but it was of no use to repeat the name of Loki over and over again, when there was another name that they were too sad to utter, but which filled all their hearts: Baldur. Frigga said it first, and then they all went to look at him lying so peacefully on the grass. Dead, dead. "Carry him to the funeral pyre," said Odin at length, and 4 of the gods stooped down and lifted their dead brother. Noiselessly they carried the body tenderly to the seashore, and laid it upon the deck of the majestic ship Ringhorn, which had been his. Then they stood waiting to see who would come to the funeral. Odin came, and on his shoulders sat his 2 ravens, whose croaking drew clouds down over Asa's face, for Thought and Memory sang the same sad song that day. Frigga came, Frey, Gerda, Freyja, Thor, Hœnir, Bragi, and Idun. Heimdall came sweeping over the tops of the mountains on Golden Mane, his swift bright steed. Ægir the Old groaned from under the deep, and sent his daughters up to mourn around the dead. Frost giants and mountain gods came crowding around the rimy shores of Jotunheim to look across the sea upon the funeral of an Asa. Nanna came, Baldur's fair young wife, but when she saw the dead body of her husband, her own heart broke with grief, and the gods laid her beside him on the stately ship. After this Odin stepped forward and placed a ring on the breast of his son, whispering something at the same time in his ear. But when he and the rest of the gods tried to push Ringhorn into the sea before setting fire to it, they found their hearts too heavy to do it. So they beckoned to the giantess Hyrroken to come over from Jotunheim and help them. She, with a single push, set the ship floating, and then, whilst Thor stood up holding his hammer high in the air, Odin lighted the funeral pyre of Baldur and Nanna. So Ringhorn went floating toward the deep sea, and the funeral fire burnt on. Its broad red flame burst forth heavenward, but when the smoke would have gone upward too, the winds came sobbing and carried it away. Part IV. Helheim. When at last the ship Ringhorn had floated out so far to sea that it looked like a dull red lamp on the horizon, Frigga turned round and said, "Will any one of you, my children, perform a noble action and win my love for ever?" "I will," cried Hermod, before anyone else had time to open his lips. "Go then, Hermod," answered Frigga. "Saddle Sleipnir with all speed, and ride down to Helheim. There seek out Hela, the stern mistress of the dead, and entreat her to send our beloved back to us again." Hermod was gone in the twinkling of an eye, not in at the mouth of the earth and through the steep cavern down which Odin went to the dead prophetess's grave. He chose another way, though not a better one. For, go to Helheim as you will, the best is but a downward road, and so Hermod found it, downward, slanting, slippery, dark, and very cold. At last he came to the Gjallar Brew, that sounding river which flows between the living and the dead, and to the bridge over it, which is paved with stones of glittering gold. Hermod was surprised to see gold in such a place, but as he rode over the bridge and looked down carefully at the stones, he saw that they were only tears which had been shed round the beds of the dying. Only tears, and yet they made the way seem brighter. But when Hermod reached the other end of the bridge, he found the courageous woman who, for ages and ages, had been sitting there to watch the dead go by. And she stopped him, saying, "What a noise you make! Who are you? Yesterday 5 troops of dead men went over the Gjallar bridge, and did not shake it as much as you have done. Besides," she added, looking more closely at Hermod, "you are not a dead man at all. Your lips are neither cold nor blue. Why then do you ride on the way to Helheim?" "I seek Baldur," answered Hermod. "Tell me, have you seen him pass?" "Baldur," she said, "has ridden over the bridge, but there below, toward the north, lies the way to the abodes of death." So Hermod went on the way until he came to the barred gates of Helheim itself. There he alighted, tightened his saddle girths, remounted, clapped both spurs to his horse, and cleared the gate by one tremendous leap. Then Hermod found himself in a place where no living man had ever been before, the city of the dead. Perhaps you think there is a great silence there, but you are mistaken. Hermod thought he had never in his life heard so much noise, for the echoes of all words were speaking together, words some newly uttered and some ages old. But the dead men did not hear, who flitted up and down the dark streets, for their ears had been stunned and become cold long since. Hermod rode on through the city until he came to the palace of Hela, which stood in the midst. Precipice was its threshold, the entrance hall wide storm, and yet Hermod was not too much afraid to seek the innermost rooms. So he went on to the banqueting hall, where Hela sat at the head of her table, serving her new guests. Baldur, alas! sat at her right hand, and on her left his pale young wife. When Hela saw Hermod coming up the hall, she smiled grimly, but beckoned to him at the same time to sit down, and told him that he might sup that night with her. It was a strange supper for a living man to sit down to. Hunger was the table, starvation Hela's knife, delay her man, slowness her maid, and burning thirst her wine. After supper Hela led the way to the sleeping apartments. "You see," she said, turning to Hermod, "I am very anxious about the comfort of my guests. Here are beds of unrest provided for all, hung with curtains of weariness, and look how all the walls are furnished with despair." So saying, she strode away, leaving Hermod and Baldur together. The whole night they sat on those unquiet couches and talked. Hermod could speak of nothing but the past, and as he looked anxiously round the room, his eyes became dim with tears. But Baldur seemed to see a light far off, and he spoke of what was to come. The next morning Hermod went to Hela, and entreated her to let Baldur return to Asgard. He even offered to take his place in Helheim if she pleased, but Hela only laughed at this, and said, "You talk a great deal about Baldur, and boast about how much everyone loves him. I will prove now, if what you have told me be true. Let everything on earth, living or dead, weep for Baldur, and he shall go home again. But if one thing only refuse to weep, then let Helheim hold its own, for he shall not go." "Everyone will weep willingly," said Hermod, as he mounted Sleipnir and rode toward the entrance of the city. Baldur went with him as far as the gate, and began to send messages to all his friends in Asgard, but Hermod would not listen to many of them. "You will soon come back to us," he said. "There is no use in sending messages." So Hermod darted homewards, and Baldur watched him through the bars of Helheim's gateway as he flew along. "Not soon, not soon," said the dead Asa, but still he saw the light far off, and thought of what was to come. Part V. Weeping. "Well, Hermod, what did she say?" asked the gods from the top of the hill, as they saw him coming. "Make haste and tell us what she said." And Hermod came up. "Oh, is that all?" they cried, as soon as he had delivered his message. "Nothing could be more easy." Then they all hurried off to tell Frigga. She was weeping already, and in 5 minutes there was not a tearless eye in Asgard. "But this is not enough," said Odin. "The whole earth must know of our grief, that it may weep with us." Then the father of the gods called to him his messenger maidens, the beautiful Valkyries, and sent them out into all worlds with these 3 words on their lips: "Baldur is dead." But the words were so dreadful that at the first messenger maidens could only whisper them in low tones as they went. "Baldur is dead." The dull, sad sounds flowed back on Asgard like a new river of grief, and it seemed to the gods as if they now wept for the first time. "Baldur is dead." "What is that the Valkyries are saying?" asked the men and women in all the country round. And when they heard rightly, men left their labor and lay down to weep. Women dropped the buckets they were carrying to the well, and leaning their faces over them, filled them with tears. The children crowded upon the doorsteps, or sat down in the corners of the streets, crying as if their own mothers were dead. The Valkyries passed on. "Baldur is dead," they said to the empty fields, and straightway the grass and the wild field flowers shed tears. "Baldur is dead," said the messenger maidens to the rocks and stones, and the very stones began to weep. "Baldur is dead," the Valkyries cried, and even the old mammoth's bones, which had lain for centuries under the hills, burst into tears, so that small rivers gushed forth from every mountain's side. "Baldur is dead," said the messenger maidens, as they swept over silent sands, and all the shells wept pearls. "Baldur is dead," they cried to the sea, and to Jotunheim across the sea, and when the giants understood it, even they wept, while the sea rained spray to heaven. After this the Valkyries stepped from one stone to another until they reached a rock that stood alone in the middle of the sea. Then all together they bent forward over the edge of it, stooped down and peeped over, that they might tell the monsters of the deep. "Baldur is dead," they said, and the sea monsters and the fish wept. Then the messenger maidens looked at one another and said, "Surely our work is done." So they twined their arms round one another's waists, and set forth on the downward road to Helheim, there to claim Baldur from among the dead. After he had sent forth his messenger maidens, Odin had seated himself on top of the air throne, that he might see how the earth received his message. At first he watched the Valkyries as they stepped forth north and south and east and west. But soon the whole earth's streaming tears rose up like a great cloud and hid everything from him. Then he looked down through the cloud and said, "Are you all weeping?" The Valkyries heard the sound of his voice as they went all together down the slippery road, and they turned round, stretching out their arms toward air throne, their long hair falling back, while with choked voices and streaming eyes they answered, "The world weeps, Father Odin, the world and we." After this they went on their way until they came to the end of the cave Gnipa, where Garm was chained, and which yawned over Niflheim. "The world weeps," they said to one another, by way of encouragement, for here the road was so dreadful. But just as they were about to pass through the mouth of Gnipa, they came upon a haggard witch named Thaukt, who sat in the entrance with her back to them, her face toward the abyss. "Baldur is dead. Weep, weep," said the messenger maidens as they tried to pass her. But Thaukt made answer, "What she doth hold, let Hela keep, for naught care I, though the world weep. O'er Baldur's bale, live he or die, with tearless eye old Thaukt shall wail." And with these words leaped into Niflheim with a yell of triumph. "Surely that cry was the cry of Loki," said one of the maidens. But another pointed toward the city of Helheim, and there they saw the stern face of Hela looking over the wall. "One has not wept," said the grim queen, "and Helheim holds its own." So saying, she motioned the maidens away with her long cold hand. Then the Valkyries turned and fled up the steep way to the foot of Odin's throne, like a pale snowdrift that flies before the storm. End of Baldur.
Section 10 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 10. Thor's Adventures Among the Jotuns. Once upon a time, Thor set out upon his travels, taking Loki with him, for despite Loki's spirit of mischief, he often aided Thor, who doubtless in the present expedition felt that Loki might be of use to him. So they set off together in Thor's chariot, drawn by its 2 strong he-goats, and as night drew nigh, stopped at the hut of a peasant, where they asked food and shelter. "Food I have none to give you," said the peasant. "I am a poor man, and not able even to give supper to my children. But if you like to rest under my roof, you are welcome to do so." "Never mind the food, I can manage that," said Thor, dismounting from the chariot and entering the hut. It was a poor place, and not at all fitted to receive one of the Asi, but Thor was glad enough to meet with it, wretched as it was. "You can kill the goats," said he. "They will make us an excellent meal." The peasant could not help thinking that it was a pity to kill 2 such fine animals, but wisely thinking that this was no affair of his, and that the stranger had a right to do as he pleased with his own, he set himself to obey Thor's orders, and with the help of his daughter Raska, soon spread a savory repast before the hungry god and his attendant. "Sit down, all of you," said Thor. "There is enough and to spare." So they all sat down, and the peasant and his children shared a more plentiful meal than had fallen to their lot lately. Thor and Loki also did ample justice to the food. And when supper was over, the thunder god bade the peasant gather the bones and place them in the goat skins, and making them into a bundle he left them on the floor until the next morning. When the morning came, and the early sun shone in through the crevices, Thor raised his hammer, and instead of the bundle of bones the peasant and his son and daughter saw the 2 goats standing as fresh and lively as if nothing had happened to them, saving that one of them halted a little in his walk. When they sought to learn why this should be, it was found that Thialfi, the boy, in getting the marrow out of one of the bones, had broken it, and it was this that caused the goat to go lame. Thor was very angry, and was very near killing not only Thialfi, but also the peasant and his daughter Raska, but they begged so hard for their lives that he consented to spare them on condition that the boy and girl should follow him in his travels. To this they agreed, and Thor, leaving the chariot and goats in the peasant's care, went on his journey, giving Thialfi, who was a very swift runner, his wallet to carry. On and on they journeyed, until they came to a great sea. "How are we to get over this?" asked Loki. "Swim across it," replied Thor. And in they all plunged, for Thialfi and Raska were used to a hardy life, and so were able to swim with scarcely more weariness than Thor and Loki, and were not long in reaching the opposite shore. "The country does not improve," said Loki, looking round upon the desolate plain that lay outstretched between them and the borders of a dark forest, which they could just see in the far distance. 1 or 2 huge rocks thrust their jagged points high into the air, and great blocks of stone were scattered about, but there was no sign of herbage, and not a tree to be seen nearer than the forest belt bounding the horizon. Heavy gray clouds were drawing nearer and nearer to the dreary earth, and twilight was fast approaching. "It looks not well," answered Thor, "but we must push on, and perhaps we may find it better as we go onward. Besides, night is drawing nigh, and as there are no dwellings to be seen, we must try to gain the shelter of the forest before it is too dark to see where we are going." So they pushed on, and though they looked to the right hand and to the left, soon found that they were in a land where no men lived. There was, therefore, nothing to be done but to quicken their speed, in order to reach the shelter of the forest. But though they strove to the utmost, the twilight deepened into darkness, and the darkness became so deep by the time they reached the forest that they only knew they had arrived there by Loki's striking his head against a low branch, and soon after this Thor cried out, "Good luck! I have found a house. Follow close after me, and we will make ourselves comfortable for the night." For Thor, in groping along, had come to what he supposed to be a wall of solid masonry. "Where are you?" asked Loki, "for it is so dark I cannot see you." "Here," answered Thor, stretching out his hand. "Take hold, and follow me." So Loki clutched Thor's arm, and Thialfi in turn seized the arm of Loki, whilst Raska clung to her brother and wished herself safe at home in her father's hut. And thus they groped their way along the wall, seeking to find an entrance to the house. At last Thor found a huge entrance opening into a wide hall, and passing through this they turned to the left into a large room which was quite empty, and here, after eating some food, they stretched themselves upon the hard floor, and, wearied out with the day's march, soon fell asleep. But they did not sleep long. Their slumbers were broken by a rumbling sound as of a coming earthquake. The walls of the house shook, and peals of thunder echoed through the lofty chamber. Thor sprang up. "We are scarcely safe here," he said. "Let us seek some other room." Loki jumped up speedily, as did also Thialfi and Raska, who were in a great fright, wondering what dreadful thing was going to happen to them. They willingly followed Thor, hoping to find a safer place. To the right they saw another room like a long gallery with a huge doorway, and into this Loki, Thialfi, and Raska crept, choosing the farthest corner of it. But Thor took his stand at the doorway to be on the watch if any fresh danger should threaten them. After a somewhat uncomfortable rest, Loki, Thialfi, and Raska were not sorry to find that the day had dawned, though as there were no windows in the house, they only knew it by hearing the cock crow. Thor was better off, for the doorway was so wide that the sunlight came pouring in without hindrance. Indeed, the huge size of the doorway made Thor think that the builder must have given up all hope of ever finding a door large enough to fit into it. He strolled away from the house, and the first thing that he saw was a huge giant fast asleep upon the greensward. And now he knew that the thunder that had so frightened them in the night had been nothing more or less than the loud snoring of the giant. So wroth was Thor at the thought that such a thing should have made him afraid, that he fastened on his belt of strength, and drew his sword, and made towards the giant as though he would kill him on the spot. But the giant, opening his great round eyes, stared so steadily at Thor that the god became mazed, and could do nothing but stare in return. At last, however, he found voice to ask, "What is your name?" "My name," said the giant, raising himself on one elbow, thereby causing his head to rise so high into the air that Thor thought it was taking flight altogether, "is Skrymner. You, I believe, are the god Thor?" "I am," answered the god. "Do you happen to have picked up my glove?" asked the giant carelessly. Then Thor knew that what he and his companions had taken for a large house was only the giant's glove, and from this we may judge how huge a giant Skrymner must have been. Thor made no answer, and Skrymner next asked whither Thor was traveling, and when he found that he was journeying to Utgard, offered to bear him company, as he too was going to the same place. Thor accepted the giant's offer, and after eating a hearty meal, all were ready for another day's march. Skrymner showed himself a kindly giant, and insisted upon carrying Thor's bag of meal, putting it into his own wallet, which he slung across his broad shoulders. It must have been a strange sight indeed to see the great giant stalking along with his smaller companions at his heels, and we may well marvel how they managed to keep pace with him, or how Thor was able to raise his voice to such a pitch as to reach the giant's ears. Nevertheless, all went well, and they trudged cheerfully along, never flagging in their talk. Once Skrymner took Raska on his shoulder, but the height made her so giddy that she was glad to come down again and walk quietly by the side of Thialfi. When night overtook them, they encamped under one of the great oak trees, for they were not yet out of the bounds of the forest. Skrymner, to judge by his loud snoring, fell asleep the moment he lay down upon the ground. But Thor and his comrades were not so tired as to forget that they had tasted nothing since breakfast time. Accordingly, they set to work to open the wallet that Skrymner had given into their hands before closing his eyes. But it was no easy task, and with all their efforts they failed to open it. Not a knot could they untie, and their fingers were chafed and aching. Neither were they more able to awaken Skrymner, and Thor's anger waxed exceedingly fierce. "You shall pay for this," said he, flinging his hammer at the giant. Skrymner half opened the eye nearest to Thor, and said in a very sleepy voice, "Why will the leaves drop off the trees?" And then he snored as loudly as before. Thor picked up his hammer, and approaching nearer, drove it into the hinder part of the giant's head, who again, half waking up, muttered, "How troublesome the dust is!" Thor was exceedingly astonished at this, but thought nevertheless that he would once more make trial of his power. So coming up close to Skrymner, he struck with such force as to drive the hammer up to the handle in the giant's cheek. Then Skrymner opened both eyes, and lazily lifting his finger to his face, said, "I suppose there are birds about, for I fancied I felt a feather fall." Now was Thor fairly disconcerted, and the next morning, when the giant told him that they must now part, as his road led him another way, he was by no means ill-pleased, and he let Skrymner go without so much as bidding him good speed. Skrymner, however, seemed not to notice that Thor was glad to be quit of his company, and gave him some very friendly advice before he left him. "If you will take my advice," said the giant, "you will give up this thought of visiting Utgard. The people there are all giants of greater stature even than I, and they make nothing of little men, such as you are. Nay, more, you yourself are likely to fare but badly amongst them, for I see that you are rather apt to think too much of yourself, and to take too much upon you. Be wise while there is time, think of what I say, and don't go near the city." "But I will go there," shouted Thor, almost choked with rage. "I will go in spite of all the Jotuns of Jotunheim. None shall hinder me, and the giants shall see and wonder at the mighty power of the god Thor." And as he spoke, the rising sun fell full upon the city of Utgard, whose huge brazen gates glittered in the sunlight. Even though they were so far away, Thor could see how high they were, and as he drew nearer, their vast size filled him with amazement. But when he reached them, his wonder was beyond all words, for he and his companions seemed no larger than grasshoppers in comparison with their height. The gates were not open, for it was yet early, so Thor and his comrades crept through the bars and entered the city. As they passed along the streets, the houses were so tall that it was only by crossing to the opposite side of the broad road that they were able to see the windows in the topmost stories, and the streets were so wide that it was quite a journey across them. Once a mouse darted out of a hole, and Raska screamed, for she thought it was a grizzly bear. The mouse also shrieked and made much more noise than Raska, as well it might, for a cat so huge that Thialfi half thought it must be the monster of Midgard seized it, and giving it a pat with one of its paws, laid it dead on the pavement. As for the horses, their hoofs were terrible to look at, and Thialfi and Raska must have climbed up ladders if they wished to see their heads. The people were quite as large as Skrymner had described, and Thor and his companions were obliged to be very careful, lest they should get trodden upon, as it was very doubtful if the people even saw them. Still Thor walked along with the proud consciousness that he was the god Thor, and feeling that though he was so small, he was yet a person of some importance, made his way to the palace, and desired to see the king. After some little time, he and his fellow travelers were ushered into the presence of Utgarda Loke, the king of the country, and Utgarda Loke, hearing the door open, raised his eyes, thinking to see some great courtier enter, but he knew nothing of the bows and greetings of Thor, until happening to cast his eyes to the ground, he saw a little man with his companions saluting him with much ceremony. The king had never seen such small men before, and there was something so absurd to him in the sight that he burst out laughing. And then all the courtiers laughed also, pretending that they had not seen the little creatures before. It was some time before they all left off laughing, but at length there was a pause, and Thor essayed to make himself heard. "Though we are but small in comparison with the Jotuns," said he angrily, "we are by no means to be despised, but are gifted with powers that may surprise you." "Really?" answered Utgarda Loke, raising his eyebrows, and then he and his courtiers laughed louder than before. At last there was another pause in their merriment, and the king added, "However, we are willing to give the strangers a fair trial in order to prove the truth of what their spokesman, whom I take to be the god Thor, says. How say you? What can this one do?" And he pointed to Loki. "Please your majesty, I am very great at eating," returned Loki. "Nay," answered Utgarda Loke, "you must grow a little before you are great at anything." At which speech the courtiers again shouted with laughter, but Utgarda Loke, turning to his servants, bade them make trial of Loki's powers. So they brought a great trough full of food, and Loki was placed at one end, and a courtier named Loge at the other. They both fell to work to devour what was before them, and met at the middle of the trough. But it was found that while Loki had eaten the flesh of his portion, Loge had eaten not only the flesh, but the bones also. Therefore Loki was, of course, vanquished. Then Utgarda Loke turned to Thialfi. "And pray, in what may this youth be specially skilled?" he asked. "I am a swift skater," answered Thialfi. "Try him," said the king. And Thialfi was led to a plain of ice as smooth as glass, and one named Høgr was sent to run against him. But though Thialfi was the swiftest skater ever known in the world, yet Høgr glided past him so fleetly that he had returned to the starting post before Thialfi had done more than a quarter of the distance. 3 times did Thialfi match his speed against Høgr, and 3 times beaten withdrew from the contest, as disconsolate as Loki. "And now, may I ask what you can do yourself?" said the king to Thor. "I can drain a wine cup with any one," replied the god. "Try him," said Utgarda Loke. And forthwith the royal cup-bearer presented a drinking horn to Thor. "If you are as great as you pretend to be," said the king, "you will drain it at 1 draught. Some people take 2 pulls at it, but the weakest among us can manage it in 3. Thor took up the horn, and being very thirsty took a steady pull at it. He thought he had done very well, but on removing it from his lips he marveled to see how little had gone. A second time he took a draught, but the horn was far from being emptied. Again a third time he essayed to drain it, but it was full almost to the brim. Therefore he set it down in despair, and confessed himself unable to drain it. "I am disappointed in you," said Utgarda Loke. "You are not half the man I took you for. I see it is no use asking you to do a warrior's feats. I must try you in a simpler way, in a child's play that we have amongst us. You shall try to lift my cat from the ground." Thor turned quite scarlet, then became white with rage. "Are you afraid?" asked Utgarda Loke. "You look so pale." And a large grey cat came leaping along and planted itself firmly before Thor, showing its sharp claws, and glaring upon him with its fiery eyes. Thor seized it, but in spite of all his efforts he was only able to raise one of the cat's paws from the ground. "Pooh, pooh!" exclaimed Utgarda Loke. "You are a mere baby, fit only for the nursery. I believe that my old nurse Hela would be more than a match for you. Here, Hela, come and wrestle with the mighty god Thor." And Utgarda Loke laughed disdainfully. Forth stepped a decrepit old woman, with lank cheeks and toothless jaws. Her eyes were sunken, her brow furrowed, and her scanty locks were white as snow. She advanced towards Thor, and tried to throw him to the ground. But though he put forth his whole strength to withstand her, he was surprised to find how powerful she was, and that it needed all his efforts to keep his feet. For a long time he was successful, but at length she brought him down upon one knee, and Thor was obliged to acknowledge himself conquered. Ashamed and mortified, he and his companions withdrew to a lodging for the night, and in the morning were making ready to leave the city quietly, when Utgarda sent for them. He made them a splendid feast, and afterwards went with them beyond the city gates. "Now tell me honestly," he said to Thor, "what do you think of your success?" "I am beyond measure astounded and ashamed," replied the god. "Ha ha!" laughed Utgarda. "I knew that you were. However, as we are well out of the city, I don't mind telling you a secret or two. Doubtless you will receive a little comfort from my doing so, as you confess that your coming hither has been to no purpose. In the first place, you have been deceived by enchantments ever since you came within the borders of Jotunheim. I am the giant you met with on your way hither, and if I had known as much of your power then as I do now, you would never have found your way within the walls of Utgard. Certainly I had had some slight experience of it, for the 3 blows you gave me would have killed me had they fallen upon me. But it was not I, but a huge mountain that you struck at. And if you visit it again, you will find 3 valleys cleft in the rocks by the strokes of your hammer. As for the wallet, I had fastened it with a magic chain, so that you need not wonder that you could not open it. Loge, with whom Loki strove, was no courtier, but a subtle, devouring flame that consumed all before it." Here Loki uttered an exclamation of delight, but Thor bade him be silent, and Utgarda went on. "The Alfi's enemy was Hugr, or Thought, and let man work away as hard as he pleases, Thought will still outrun him. As for yourself, the end of the drinking horn, though you did not see it, reached the sea, and as fast as you emptied it, it filled again, so that you never could have drained it dry. But the next time that you stand upon the seashore, you will find how much less the ocean is by your draughts. The great cat was no cat, but the great serpent of Midgard, that twines around the world, and you lifted him so high that we were all quite frightened. But your last feat was the most wonderful of all, for Hela was none other than Death, and never did I see any one before over whom Death had so little power. And now, my friend, go your way, and don't come near my city again, for I tell you plainly I do not want you there, and I shall use all kinds of enchantment to keep you out of it." As he ended his speech, Thor raised his hammer, but Utgarda had vanished. "I will return to the city and be avenged," said Thor. But lo, the giant city was nowhere to be seen. A fair pasture land spread itself out around him, and through its midst a broad river flowed peacefully along. So Thor and his companions, musing upon their wonderful adventures, turned their steps homewards. End of Thor's Adventures Among the Jotuns. Recording by Bill Boerst.
Section 11 of Young Folks Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Swart. Young Folks Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Wright MABIE. Section 11. The Apples of Idun. Adapted by Wright MABIE. Once upon a time, Odin, Loki, and Honir started on a journey. They had often traveled together before on all sorts of errands, for they had a great many things to look after, and more than once they had fallen into trouble through the prying, meddlesome, malicious spirit of Loki, who was never so happy as when he was doing wrong. When the gods went on a journey, they traveled fast and hard, for they were strong, active spirits who loved nothing so much as hard work, hard blows, storm, peril, and struggle. There were no roads through the country over which they made their way, only high mountains to be climbed by rocky paths, deep valleys into which the sun hardly looked during half the year, and swift rushing streams, cold as ice, and treacherous to the surest foot and the strongest arm. Not a bird flew through the air, not an animal sprang through the forest. It was as still as a desert. The gods walked on, getting more tired and hungry at every step. The sun was sinking low over the steep, pine-crested mountains, and the travelers had neither breakfast nor dined. Even Odin was beginning to feel the pangs of hunger, like the most ordinary mortal, when suddenly, entering a little valley, the famished gods came upon a herd of cattle. It was the work of a minute to kill a great ox and to have the carcass swinging in a huge pot over a roaring fire. But never were gods so unlucky before. In spite of their hunger, the pot would not boil. They piled on the wood until the great flames crackled and licked the pot with their fiery tongues. But every time the cover was lifted, there was the meat, just as raw as when it was put in. It is easy to imagine that the travelers were not in very good humor. As they were talking about it and wondering how it could be, a voice called out from the branches of the oak overhead, "If you will give me my fill, I'll make the pot boil." The gods looked first at each other and then into the tree, and there they discovered a great eagle. They were glad enough to get their supper on almost any terms, so they told the eagle he might have what he wanted if he would only get the meat cooked. The bird was as good as his word, and in less than the time it takes to tell it, supper was ready. Then the eagle flew down and picked out both shoulders and both legs. This was a pretty large share, it must be confessed, and Loki, who was always angry when anybody got more than he, no sooner saw what the eagle had taken than he seized a great pole and began to beat the rapacious bird unmercifully. Whereupon a very singular thing happened, as singular things always used to happen when the gods were concerned. The pole stuck fast in the huge talons of the eagle at one end, and Loki stuck fast at the other. Struggle as he might, he could not get loose, and as the bird sailed away over the tops of the trees, Loki went pounding along the ground, striking against rocks and branches until he was bruised half to death. The eagle was not an ordinary bird by any means, as Loki soon found when he begged for mercy. The giant Thiazi happened to be flying abroad in his eagle plumage when the hungry travelers came under the oak and tried to cook the ox. It was into his hands that Loki had fallen, and he was not to get away until he had promised to pay roundly for his freedom. If there was one thing which the gods prized above their other treasures in Asgard, it was the beautiful fruit of Eden, kept by the goddess in a golden casket and given to the gods to keep them forever young and fair. Without these apples, all their power could not have kept them from getting old like the meanest of mortals. Without these apples of Eden, Asgard itself would have lost its charm. For what would heaven be without youth and beauty forever shining through it? Thiazi told Loki that he could not go unless he would promise to bring the apples of Eden. Loki was wicked enough for anything. But when it came to robbing the gods of their immortality, even he hesitated. And while he hesitated, the eagle dashed hither and thither, flinging him against the sides of the mountains, and dragged him through the great tough boughs of the oaks, until his courage gave out entirely, and he promised to steal the apples out of Asgard and give them to the giant. Loki was bruised and sore enough when he got on his feet again to hate the giant who handled him so roughly with all his heart, but he was not unwilling to keep his promise to steal the apples, if only for the sake of tormenting the other gods. But how was it to be done? Eden guarded the golden fruit of immortality with sleepless watchfulness. No one ever touched it but herself, and a beautiful sight it was to see her fair hands spread it forth for the morning feasts in Asgard. The power which Loki possessed lay not so much in his own strength, although he had a smooth way of deceiving people, as in the goodness of others who had no thought of his doing wrong because they never did wrong themselves. Not long after all this happened, Loki came carelessly up to Eden as she was gathering her apples to put them away in the beautiful carven box which held them. "Good morning, goddess," he said. "How fair and golden your apples are." "Yes," answered Eden. "The bloom of youth keeps them always beautiful." "I never saw anything like them," continued Loki slowly, as if he were talking about a matter of no importance, "until the other day." Eden looked up at once with the greatest interest and curiosity in her face. She was very proud of her apples, and she knew no earthly trees, however large and fair, bore the immortal fruit. "Where have you seen any apples like them?" she asked. "Oh, just outside the gates," said Loki indifferently. "If you care to see them, I'll take you there. It will keep you but a moment. The tree is only a little way off." Idun was anxious to go at once. "Better take your apples with you, to compare them with the others," said the wily god as she prepared to go. Idun gathered up the golden apples and went out of Asgard, carrying with her all that made it heaven. No sooner was she beyond the gates than a mighty rushing sound was heard, like the coming of a tempest. And before she could think or act, the giant Thiazi, in his eagle plumage, was bearing her swiftly away through the air to his desolate, icy home in Thrymheim, where after vainly trying to persuade her to let him eat the apples and be forever young like the gods, he kept her a lonely prisoner. Loki, after keeping his promise and delivering Idun into the hands of the giant, strayed back into Asgard as if nothing had happened. The next morning, when the gods assembled for their feast, there was no Idun. Day after day went past, and still the beautiful goddess did not come. Little by little, the light of youth and beauty faded from the home of the gods, and they themselves became old and haggard. Their strong young faces were lined with care and furrowed by age. Their raven locks passed from gray to white, and their flashing eyes became dim and hollow. Bragi, the god of poetry, could make no music while his beautiful wife was gone, he knew not whither. Morning after morning, the faded light broke on paler and even paler faces, until even in heaven, the eternal light of youth seemed to be going out forever. Finally, the gods could bear the loss of power and joy no longer. They made rigorous inquiry. They tracked Loki on that fair morning when he had led Idun beyond the gates. They seized him and brought him into solemn council. And when he read in their haggard faces the deadly hate which flamed in all their hearts against his treachery, his courage failed, and he promised to bring Idun back to Asgard if the goddess Freya would lend him her falcon guise. No sooner said than done, and with eager gaze the gods watched him as he flew away, becoming at last only a dark moving speck against the sky. After long and weary flight, Loki came to Thrymheim and was glad enough to find Thiazi gone to sea and Idun alone in his dreary house. He changed her instantly into a nut, and taking her thus disguised in his talons, flew away as fast as his falcon wings could carry him. And he had need of all his speed, for Thiazi, coming suddenly home and finding Idun and her precious fruit gone, guessed what had happened, and, putting on his eagle plumage, flew forth in a mighty rage, with vengeance in his heart. Like the rushing wings of a tempest, his mighty pinions beat the air and bore him swiftly onward. From mountain peak to mountain peak, he measured his wide course, almost grazing at times the murmuring pine forest, and then sweeping high in mid-air with nothing above but the arching sky, and nothing beneath but the tossing sea. At last he sees the falcon far ahead, and now his flight becomes like the flash of lightning for swiftness, and like the rushing of clouds for uproar. The haggard faces of the gods line the walls of Asgard and watch the race with tremulous eagerness. Youth and immortality are stacked upon the winning of Loki. He is weary enough and frightened enough, too, as the eagle sweeps on close behind him. But he makes desperate efforts to widen the distance between them. Little by little, the eagle gains on the falcon. The gods grow white with fear. They rush off and prepare great fires upon the walls. With fainting, drooping wing, the falcon passes over and drops exhausted by the wall. In an instant, the fires have been lighted, and the great flames roar to heaven. The eagle sweeps across the fiery line a second later and falls, maimed and burned, to the ground, where a dozen fierce hands smite the life out of him, and the giant Thiazi perishes among his foes. Idun resumes her natural form as Bragi rushes to meet her. The gods crowd round her. She spreads the feast, the golden apples gleaming with unspeakable luster in the eyes of the gods. They eat, and once more their faces glow with the beauty of immortal youth. Their eyes flash with the radiance of divine power, and while Idun stands like a star for beauty among the throng, the song of Bragi is heard once more, for poetry and immortality are wedded again. End of the Apples of Idun. Recording by Sarah Swart.
Section 12 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Wright MABIE. Section 12. The Gift of the Dwarfs. Thor was, you may know, the strongest and noblest of the great giants of the north. He was tall in stature and had fiery brown eyes, from which the light flashed like lightning, while his long red beard waved through the sky as he drove in his goat-drawn chariot. Brilliant sparks flew from the hoofs and teeth of the 2 goats, while a crown of bright stars shone above Thor's head. When he was angered, the wheels of his chariot rumbled and crashed a passage through the air, until men trembled and hid, telling each other that Thor had gone to battle with the Rime giants or other of his enemies. Now Thor's wife was named Sib, and she was most beautiful to look upon. Her soft browny gold hair was so long and thick that it would cover her from the crown of her head to her little feet, and her deep brown eyes looked into the faces of her friends as those of a mother look into the face of her child. Loki, the mischief maker among the giants, often looked at Sib and longed to do her some evil, for he was jealous, thinking that it was not right that she should be praised and loved by everyone. Go where he would, he could find no one who did not speak well of her. It happened one day, when the summer was nearly gone, that Loki found Sib alone and sleeping on a bank near the river. So he drew his knife, and creeping softly nearer and nearer, cut off her beautiful flowing hair quite close to her head. Then he joyfully rushed away and strewed it far and wide over the whole earth, so that it became no longer living and golden, but faded and turned a dull color, as the winds blew it about and the rains beat upon it and crushed it in between the rocks and stones. When Sib awoke and was about to push her hair from her face, she felt that something was wrong. Wonderingly, she ran to the water and looked at her reflection in the clear depths, saw that nothing but a short stubble stood up all over her head. All her lovely hair was gone. Only one would have dared to treat her so badly, and in her grief and anger she called upon Thor to come to her aid. Loki had of course fled and was hiding far away in another country among the rocks when he heard the distant rumblings of thunder, and tried to shrink deeper into the crevices between the great stones. But the awful sound grew louder, and at last the angry flash from Thor's eyes darted to the very spot where the mischievous one lay. Then Thor pulled him out and shook him from side to side in his enormous hands, and would have crushed his bones upon the hard rocks, had not Loki in great terror asked what good his death would do, for it certainly would not bring Sib's hair back. Then Thor set the mischief maker on his feet, though still keeping a tight hold on him, and asked what he would do to repair the evil which he had done. Loki promptly answered that he would go down into the mountains to the dwarfs and get Ewald's son to make some golden hair for Sib, as good as that which he had destroyed. Now Ewald had had 7 sons, and these all lived deep below the earth, in the great caverns which lie below the mountains, and these sons were small and dark. They did not like the daylight, for they were dwarfs, who could see best without the sun to dazzle their eyes. They knew where gold and silver grew, and they could tell where to find beautiful shining stones, which were red and white and yellow and green. They knew the way all over the world by running through caverns and passages under the mountains, and wherever they could find precious stones or metals, they built a furnace and made an anvil and hammer and bellows, and everything that was wanted in a smithy. For they knew how to fashion the most wonderful things from gold and iron and stone, and they had knowledge which made them more powerful than the people who lived above the ground. Thor let the mischief maker go to get the help of the dwarfs to repair the wrong which he had done, and Loki sought about the mountainside until he found a hole which would lead him into Ewald's cave, and then he promptly dropped into it. There in a dark cave, gleaming with many sparkling lights, he went to the 2 cleverest dwarfs, who were named Sindri and Brok, and told them what he wanted, adding that he would be in sore trouble with Thor if they couldn't help him. Now Sindri and Brok knew all about Loki perfectly well. They knew all about his mischievous ways and the evil he so often wrought, but as they liked Thor and Sib, they were willing to give the help which was asked of them. Thus, without more ado, for these dwarfs never wasted their words, Sindri and Brok began their work. Huge blocks of earth-brown stone were cast into the furnace until they were in a white heat, when drop by drop red gold trickled from them into the ashes. This was all gathered together and a glistening heap taken to the dwarf women, who, crushing it in their hands before it had hardened, drew it out upon their wheels and spun it into fine, soft hair. While they were doing this, Brok sought amongst his treasures until he found the blue of the ocean and the tough inner pith of an underground tree. These, with other things, were cast into the furnace and afterwards beaten with his hammer. As the rhythmic strokes fell, the women sang a song which was like the voice of a strong, steady wind. Then, when this work was finished, the smith drew forth a little ship which was carefully placed on one side. The third time the dwarf went to a dark corner and brought out an ugly bent bar of iron, and this, with 2 feathers from the wings of the wind, was heated to melting whiteness, and wrought with great cunning and extreme care, for it was to be a spear for Odin himself, the greatest of all the heroes. Then Brok and Sindri called Loki to them, and giving him these 3 things, bade him hasten back to the gods of Asgard and appease their wrath. Loki, however, was already beginning to feel sorry that he had been so successful. He liked teasing folk, but he did not like having to atone for his mischief afterwards. He turned the marvelous gifts over scornfully in his hands, and said that he did not see anything very wonderful in them. Then, looking at Sindri, he added, "However, Brok has hammered them very skillfully, and I will wager my hat that you could not make anything better." Now, the brother dwarfs had not by any means expected gratitude, but neither had they expected any such rudeness as this, so Sindri determined to give Loki a lesson. Going to one corner of the smithy, he picked up a pigskin, and taking the hammer in his hands, told his brother to blow steadily, neither to falter nor to fail until he passed the word that the work was done. Then with strength and gentleness he wrought with his tools, having cast nothing into the heat but the pigskin. With mighty blows and delicate touches he brought thickness and substance into it, until the board looked at him from the flames. Loki, fearing for his head, changed himself into an enormous forest fly, and settling upon Brok's hand, stung with vicious fury. But the dwarf would not trouble to brush the fly away, and steadily moved the bellows until his brother called him to stop, when they drew forth a strong flexible boar, whose bristles were of the finest gold. Then, without saying anything or paying any attention to the spiteful words which Loki kept uttering, Sindri chose from a heap of gold the most solid lump he could find, and flung it into the white flames. Thrice it was heated and cooled, and the dark elf turned it and worked it with wonderful skill, and in the glow Loki saw a broad red ring which seemed to live and move. Again he tried to spoil the work as a fly, and bit deeply into Brok's neck, but Brok would not so much as raise his hand to rid him of the pain. When the ring was finally laid cool, so marvelously had it been wrought that from it each 9th night would fall 8 rings as beautiful as itself. Now came the last test of Sindri's cunning. He cast into the furnace a piece of fine iron, and told Brok his hand must neither tremble nor stay, or the whole of the work would be useless. Then, with wild songs of strength upon his lips, he hammered and tapped, until those who were in the cave felt that they were out among the roaring waves. They could hear the ice mountains grind and crash to pieces, and the thunder of Thor's chariot wheels rushing through the heavens. A frenzied horror seized upon Loki's mind. If these wretched dwarfs were going to make anything to add to Thor's strength, he knew that it would be his own ruin. So, changing himself to a hornet, he sprang upon the forehead of Brok and dug so fiercely into his eyelids that the blood trickled down and blinded him. Then the dwarf let go of the bellows for one moment to clear his eyes, and Sindri cried out that what lay in the furnace came near to being spoiled, and with that he took a red-hot hammer up with his tongues. It was neither pretty nor particularly large, while the handle was an inch too short because of Loki's spite. Then Brok and Loki set out for Asgard, Loki carrying the 3 wonderful things which had been given to him, while Brok carried the 3 marvels which Sindri had so cunningly wrought, and accompanied the mischief maker, that the gods might judge who had won the wager so rashly offered by Loki. When they reached Asgard, the gods seated themselves on the high seats, agreeing among themselves that Odin, Thor, and Frey should be judges in this case. First, Loki offered to Odin the spear Gungnir, which was so wonderfully made that it never failed to hit the thing at which it was thrown, and it always sped back to the hand which had thrown it. Later, when Odin carried this spear in battle, if he shook it over his enemies, they became so frightened that they all wanted to run away, but if he shook it over his friends, they were so filled with courage that they could not be conquered. Then Thor received the hair, and when it was placed upon Sib's head, it grew to her like living tresses, curling and waving in the wind. To Frey the ship was given, and though it was so small that it could be folded and carried in his pocket, when it was placed upon the waves it would grow large enough to hold an army of warriors with all the war gear. Besides, as soon as the sails were hoisted, the wind would blow it whithersoever it was desired that the ship should go. Brok then made his offerings, and to Odin he gave the ring Draupnir, which had been made with such magic skill that every 9th night 8 other rings dropped off it, though no one could see how they came. This the greatest of the gods ever wore upon his arm, until the death of his beautiful son Baldur, when, as token of his great love, he placed it upon the dead youth's breast as he lay on his funeral pyre. To Frey was given a golden boar, which would run faster than any horse over the sea or through the air, and wherever it went there it would be light because the bristles shone so brightly. To Thor Brok gave the dull-looking hammer, saying that whatever he struck with it would be destroyed, that no blow could be hard enough to hurt it, that if he threw it, it would return to him so that he could never lose it, and that, as he wished, so would its size be. Yet there was one fault about it, and that was that the handle was an inch too short. It was with great joy that Thor took this treasure, knowing that in it he had something to help him in fighting the evil rime giants, who were always trying to get the whole world for themselves until driven back by him. Then the gods decided that of all the gifts the hammer was the best, and that, therefore, Loki had lost his wager and must lose his head. Loki offered to give all sorts of things to save himself, but the dwarf would not listen to any of them. "Catch me, then!" cried the mischievous one. But when Brok stretched his hand upon him, Loki had gone, for he wore shoes which would carry him over the sea or through the air.
"Catch him!"
cried the ugly little dwarf piteously to Thor, and in an instant Loki stood before them, trembling in Thor's strong grasp. Then the clever one argued that it was his head only which had been wagered, and that not one little tiny bit of his neck might be taken, or the dwarf would have more than his bargain. At this Brok cried impatiently that the head of a wicked person was of no use to him. All that he wanted was to stop Loki's tongue so that he could work less evil, and he took a knife and thread and tried to pierce holes in Loki's lips, but Loki bewitched the knife so that it would not cut. "If only I had Sindri's awl," sighed the dwarf, and instantly his brother's awl was in his hand. Swiftly it pierced the lips of the mischief maker, and swiftly Brok sewed them together and broke off the thread at the end of the sewing. Then the gods gave presents for the dwarfs in return for their wonderful things, and Brok returned to his cave. As for Loki, it was not long before he loosed his lips and returned to his mischief making. End of The Gift of the Dwarfs. Recording by Niedermaier.
Section 13 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by drakaunus. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Wright MABIE. Section 13. The Punishment of Loki. After the death of Baldur, Loki never again ventured to intrude himself into the presence of the gods. He knew well enough that he had now done what could never be forgiven of him, and that, for the future, he must bend all his cunning and vigilance to the task of hiding himself from the gaze of those whom he had so injured, and escaping the just punishment he had brought upon himself. "The world is large, and I am very clever," said Loki to himself, as he turned his back upon Asgard and wandered out into Manheim. "There is no end to the thick woods, and no measure for the deep waters, neither is there any possibility of counting the various forms under which I shall disguise myself. Odin will never be able to find me. I have no cause to fear." But though Loki repeated this over and over again to himself, he was afraid. He wandered far into the thick woods and covered himself with the deep waters. He climbed to the tops of misty hills and crouched in the dark of hollow caves. But above the wood and through the water and down into the darkness, a single ray of calm, clear light seemed always to follow him, and he knew that it came from the eye of Odin, who was watching him from Air Throne. Then he tried to escape the watchful eye by disguising himself under various shapes. Sometimes he was an eagle on a lonely mountain crag. Sometimes he hid himself as one among a troop of timid reindeer. Sometimes he lay in the nest of a wood pigeon. Sometimes he swam, a bright spotted fish, in the sea. But wherever he was, among living creatures or alone with dead nature, everything seemed to know him, and to find a voice in which to say to him, "You are Loki, and you have killed Baldur." Air, earth, or water, there was no rest for him anywhere. Tired at last of seeking what he could nowhere find, Loki built himself a house near a narrow, glittering river, which, lower down, flashed from a high rock into the sea below. He took care that his house should have 4 doors in it, that he might look out on every side and catch the first glimpse of the gods when they came, as he knew they would come, to take him away. Here his wife Siguna and his 2 sons, Ali and Nari, came to live with him. Siguna was a kind woman, far too good and kind for Loki. She felt sorry for him now that she saw he was in great fear, and that every living thing had turned against him, and she would have hidden him from the just anger of the gods if she could. But the 2 sons cared little about their father's dread and danger. They spent all their time in quarreling with each other, and their loud, angry voices, sounding above the waterfall, would speedily have betrayed the hiding place, even if Odin's piercing eye had not already found it out. At last, one day when he was sitting in the middle of his house looking alternately out of all the 4 doors, and amusing himself as well as he could by making a fishing net, he spied in the distance the whole company of the gods approaching his house. The sight of them coming all together, beautiful and noble and free, pierced Loki with a pang that was worse than death. He rose without daring to look again, threw his net on a fire that burned on the floor, and, rushing to the side of the little river, he turned himself into a salmon, swam down to the deepest, stillest pool at the bottom, and hid himself between 2 stones. The gods entered the house, and looked all round in vain for Loki, till Vizier, one of Odin's sons, famous for his keen sight, spied out the remains of the fishing net in the fire. Then Odin knew at once that there was a river near, and that it was there where Loki had hidden himself. He ordered his sons to make a new net, and to cast it into the water, and drag out whatever living thing they could find there. It was done as he desired. Thor held one end of the net, and all the rest of the gods drew the other through the water. When they pulled it up the first time, however, it was empty, and they would have gone away disappointed had not Vizier looked earnestly at the meshes of the net, saw that something living had certainly touched them. They then added a weight to the net, and threw it with such force that it reached the bottom of the river and dragged up the stones in the pool. Loki now saw the danger he was in of being caught in the net, and, as there was no other way of escape, he rose to the surface, swam down the river as quickly as he could, and leapt over the net into the waterfall. He swam and leapt quickly as a flash of lightning, but not so quickly but that the gods saw him, knew him through his disguise, and resolved that he should no longer escape. They themselves divided into 2 bands. Thor waded down the river to the waterfall. The other gods stood in a group below. Loki swam backwards and forwards between them. First he thought he would dart out into the sea, and then that he would spring over the net back again into the river. This last seemed the easiest way of escape, and with the greatest speed he attempted it. Thor, however, was watching for him, and as soon as Loki leapt out of the water, he stretched out his hand and caught him while he was yet turning in the air. Loki wriggled his slippery, slimy length through Thor's fingers, but the Thunderer grasped him tightly by the tail, and, holding him in this manner in his hand, waded to the shore. There Father Odin and the other gods met him, and, at Odin's first searching look, Loki was obliged to drop his disguise, and, cowering and frightened, to assume his proper shape before the assembled lords. One by one they turned their faces from him, for, in looking at him, they seemed to see over again the death of Baldur the Beloved. You were told that there were high rocks looking over the sea near Loki's house. One of these, higher than the rest, had midway 4 projecting stones, and to these the gods resolved to bind Loki, so that he should never again be able to torment the inhabitants of Manheim or Asgard by his evil doings. Thor proposed to return to Asgard, to bring a chain with which to bind the prisoner, but Odin assured him that he had no need to take such a journey. "Loki," he said, "has already forged for himself a chain stronger than any you can make. While we have been occupied in catching him, his 2 sons, Ali and Nari, transformed into wolves by their evil passions, have fought with and destroyed each other. With their sinews we must make a chain to bind their father, and from that he can never escape." It was done as Asa Odin said. A rope was made of the dead wolf's sinews, and as soon as it touched Loki's body, it turned into bands of iron and bound him immovably to the rock. Secured in this manner, the gods left him. But his punishment did not end here. A snake, whose fangs dropped poison, glided to the top of the rock and leaned his head over to peer at Loki. The eyes of the two met and fixed each other. The serpent could never move away afterwards, but every moment a burning drop from his tongue fell down on Loki's shuddering face. In all the world there was only one who pitied him. His kind wife, ever afterwards, stood beside him and held a cup over his head to catch the poison. When the cup was full, she was obliged to turn away to empty it, and the deadly drops fell again on Loki's face. He shuddered and shrank from them, and the whole earth trembled. So will he lie bound till the twilight of the gods be here. End of the Punishment of Loki. Recording by Drakaunus. The Real Basement Dwellers Podcast. willworkformoney.net.
Section 14 of Young Folks Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by TechSavvy, www.techsavvy.wordpress.com. Young Folks Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Myths of India, Section 14. The Blind Man, the Deaf Man, and the Donkey. Adapted by M. Frere. A blind man and a deaf man once entered into partnership. The deaf man was to see for the blind man, and the blind man was to hear for the deaf man. One day they went together to an entertainment where there was music and dancing. The deaf man said, "The dancing is very good, but the music is not worth listening to." And the blind man said, "On the contrary, I think the music is very good, but the dancing is not worth looking at." After this they went together for a walk in the jungle, and there found a washerman's donkey that had strayed away from its owner, and a great big kettle, such as washermen boil clothes in, which the donkey was carrying with him. The deaf man said to the blind man, "Brother, here are a donkey and a washerman's great big kettle, with nobody to own them. Let us take them with us, and they may be useful to us some day." "Very well," said the blind man, "we will take them with us." So the blind man and the deaf man went on their way, taking the donkey and the great big kettle with them. A little farther on they came to an ant's nest, and the deaf man said to the blind man, "Here are a number of very fine black ants, much larger than I ever saw before. Let us take some of them home to show our friends." "Very well," answered the blind man, "we will take them as a present to our friends." So the deaf man took a silver snuff box out of his pocket and put 4 or 5 of the finest black ants into it, which done, they continued their journey. But before they had gone very far, a terrible storm came on. It thundered and lightened and rained and blew with such fury that it seemed as if the whole heavens and earth were at war. "Oh dear! Oh dear!" cried the deaf man. "How dreadful this lightning is! Let us make haste and get to some place of shelter." "I don't see that it's dreadful at all," answered the blind man, "but the thunder is very terrible. We had better certainly seek some place of shelter." Now, not far off was a lofty building which looked exactly like a fine temple. The deaf man saw it, and he and the blind man resolved to spend the night there. And having reached the place, they went in and shut the door, taking the donkey and the great big kettle with them. But this building, which they mistook for a temple, was in truth no temple at all, but the house of a very powerful Rakshas or ogre,
And hardly had the blind man, the deaf man, and the donkey got inside and fastened the door, than the Rakshas who had been out returned home. To his surprise, he found the door fastened, and heard people moving about inside his house. "Ho, ho!" cried he to himself. "Some men have got in here, have they? I'll soon make mincemeat of them." So he began to roar in a voice louder than the louder, and to cry, "Let me into my house this minute! You wretches, let me in! Let me in, I say!" And to kick the door and batter it with his great fists. But though his voice was very powerful, his appearance was still more alarming, insomuch that the deaf man, who was peeping at him through a chink in the wall, felt so frightened that he did not know what to do. But the blind man was very brave, because he couldn't see, and went up to the door and called out, "Who are you? And what do you mean by coming battering at the door in this way at this time of the night?" "I am a Rakshas," answered the Rakshas angrily, "and this is my house. Let me in this instant, or I'll kill you." All this time the deaf man who was watching the Rakshas was shivering and shaking in a terrible fright. But the blind man was very brave, because he couldn't see, and he called out again, "Oh, you are Rakshas, are you? Well, if you are Rakshas, I am Baucis, and Baucis is as good as Rakshas." "Baucis!" roared the Rakshas. "Baucis! Baucis! What nonsense is this? There is no such creature as Baucis." "Go away," replied the blind man, "and don't dare to make any further disturbance, lest I punish you with a vengeance. For know that I am Baucis, and Baucis is Rakshas' father." "My father?" answered the Rakshas. "Heavens and earth! Baucis and my father? I never heard such an extraordinary thing in my life. You my father, and in there? I never knew my father was called Baucis." "Yes," replied the blind man. "Go away instantly, I command you, for I am your father Baucis." "Very well," answered the Rakshas, for he began to get puzzled and frightened. "But if you are my father, let me first see your face." For he thought, "Perhaps they are deceiving me." The blind man and the deaf man didn't know what to do, but at last they opened the door a very tiny chink, and poked the donkey's nose out. When the Rakshas saw it, he thought to himself, "Bless me, what a terrible ugly face my father Baucis has." He then called out, "Oh, Father Baucis, you have a very big, fierce face, but people have sometimes very big heads and very little bodies. Pray let me see your body as well as head before I go away." Then the blind man and the deaf man rode the washerman's great big cattle with a thundering noise past the chink in the door. And the Rakshas, who was watching attentively, was very much surprised when he saw this great black thing rolling along the floor, and he thought, "In truth, my father Baucis has a very big body as well as a big head. He's big enough to eat me up altogether. I better go away." But still he could not help being a little doubtful, so he cried, "Oh, Baucis, Father Baucis, you have indeed got a very big head and a very big body. But do, before I go away, let me hear you scream." For all the Rakshas screamed fearfully. Then the cunning deaf man, who was getting less frightened, pulled the silver snuff box out of his pocket, and took the black ants out of it, and put one black ant in the donkey's right ear, and another black ant in the donkey's left ear, and another and another. The ants pinched the poor donkey's ears dreadfully, and the donkey was so hurt and frightened he began to bellow as loud as he could. "Ee-aw, ee-aw, ee-aw, ah, ah." And at this terrible noise, the Rakshas fled away in a great fright, saying, "Enough, enough, Father Baucis! The sound of your voice makes the most refractory obedient. And no sooner had he gone than the deaf man took the ants out of the donkey's ears, and he and the blind man spent the rest of the night in peace and comfort. Next morning the deaf man woke the blind man early, saying, "Awake, brother, awake! Here are we indeed in luck. The whole floor is covered with heaps of gold and silver and precious stones." And so it was, for the Rakshas owned a vast amount of treasure, and the whole house was full of it. "That is a good thing," said the blind man. "Show me where it is, and I will help you to collect it." So they collected as much treasure as possible, and made 4 great bundles of it. The blind man took one great bundle, the deaf man took another, and putting the other 2 great bundles on the donkey, they started off to return home. But the Rakshas, whom they had frightened away the night before, had not gone very far off, and was waiting to see what his father Baucis might look like by daylight. He saw the door of his house open, and watched attentively, when out walked only a blind man, a deaf man, and a donkey, who were all 3 laden with large bundles of his treasure. The blind man carried one bundle, the deaf man carried another bundle, and the 2 bundles were on the donkey. The Rakshas was extremely angry, and immediately called 6 of his friends to help him kill the blind man, the deaf man, and the donkey, and recover the treasure. The deaf man saw them coming, even great Rakshas with hair a yard long and tusks like an elephant's, and was dreadfully frightened. But the blind man was very brave, because he couldn't see, and said, "Brother, why do you lag behind in that way?" "Oh," answered the deaf man, "there are 7 great Rakshas with tusks like an elephant's coming to kill us. What can we do?" "Let us hide the treasure in the bushes," said the blind man. "And do you lead me to a tree, and then I will climb up first, and you shall climb up afterward, and so we shall be out of their way." The deaf man thought this good advice, so he pushed the donkey and the bundles of treasure into the bushes, and led the blind man to a high soapy tree that grew close by. But he was a very cunning man, this deaf man, and instead of letting the blind man climb up first and following him, he got up first and let the blind man clamber after, so that he was farther out of harm's way than his friend. When the Rakshas arrived at the place and saw them both perched out of reach in the soapy tree, he said to his friends, "Let us get on each other's shoulders. We shall then be high enough to pull them down." So one Rakshas stooped down, and the second got on his shoulders, and the third on his, and the 4th on his, and the 5th on his, and the 6th on his, and the 7th and the last Rakshas, who had invited all the others, was just climbing up, when the deaf man, who was looking over the blind man's shoulder, got so frightened that in his alarm he caught hold of his friend's arm, crying, "They are coming! They are coming!" The blind man was not in a very secure position, and was sitting at his ease, not knowing how close the Rakshas were. The consequence was that when the deaf man gave him this unexpected push, he lost his balance and tumbled down on the neck of the 7th Rakshas, who was just then climbing up. The blind man had no idea where he was, but thought he had got on to the branch of some other tree, and stretching out his hand for something to catch hold of, caught hold of the Rakshas' 2 great ears, and pinched them very hard in his surprise and fright. The Rakshas couldn't think what it was that had come tumbling down upon him, and the weight of the blind man upsetting his balance, down he also fell to the ground, knocking down in their turn the 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and the 1st Rakshas, who all rolled one over another, and lay in a confused heap at the foot of the tree together. Meanwhile the blind man called out to his friend, "Where am I? What has happened? Where am I? Where am I?" The deaf man, who was safe up in the tree, answered, "Well done, brother! Never fear, never fear. You're all right now, only hold on tight. I'm coming down to help you." But he had not the least intention of leaving this place of safety. However, he continued to call out, Never mind, brother. Hold on as tight as you can. I'm coming. I'm coming. And the more he called out, the harder the blind man pinched the Rakshas's ears, which he mistook for some kind of palm branches. The 6 other Rakshas, who had succeeded, after a good deal of kicking, in extricating themselves from their unpleasant position, thought they had quite enough of helping their friend, and ran away as fast as they could. And the 7th, thinking from their going that the danger must be greater than he imagined, and being moreover very much afraid of the mysterious creature that sat on his shoulders, put his hand to the back of his ears and pushed off the blind man, and then, without staying to see who or what it was, followed his 6 companions as fast as he could. As soon as all the Rakshas were out of sight, the deaf man came down from the tree, and picking up the blind man, embraced him, saying, "I could not have done better myself. You have frightened away all our enemies, but you see, I came to help you as fast as possible." He then dragged the donkey and the bundles of treasure out of the bushes, gave the blind man 1 bundle to carry, took the second himself, and put the remaining 2 on the donkey as before. This done, the whole party set off to return home. But when they had got nearly out of the jungle, the deaf man said to the blind man, "We are now close to the village, but if we take all this treasure home with us, we shall run great risk of being robbed. I think our best plan would be to divide it equally. Then you can take care of your half, and I will take care of mine, and each one can hide his share here in the jungle, or wherever pleases him best." "Very well," said the blind man. "Do you divide what we have in the bundles into 2 equal portions, keeping 1 half yourself and giving me the other." The cunning deaf man, however, had no intention of giving up half of his treasure to the blind man, so he first took his own bundle of treasure and hid it in the bushes, and then he took the 2 bundles off the donkey and hid them in the bushes. And he took a good deal of treasure out of the blind man's bundle, which he also hid. Then, taking the small quantity that remained, he divided it into 2 equal portions, and placing half before the blind man and half in front of himself, said, "There, brother, is your share to do what you please with." The blind man put out his hand, but when he felt what a very little heap of treasure it was, he got very angry, and cried, "This is not fair. You are deceiving me. You have kept almost all the treasure for yourself, and given me very little." "Oh, how can you think so?" answered the deaf man. "But if you will not believe me, feel for yourself. See, my heap of treasure is no larger than yours." The blind man put out his hands again to feel how much his friend had kept. But in front of the deaf man lay only a very small heap, no larger than what he had himself received. At this he got very cross, and said, "Come, come, this won't do. You think you can cheat me in this way, because I'm blind? But I'm not so stupid as all that. I carried a great bundle of treasure. You carried a great bundle of treasure, and there were 2 great bundles on the donkey. Do you mean to pretend that all that made no more treasure than these 2 little heaps? No, indeed, I know better than that." "Stuff and nonsense," answered the deaf man. "Stuff or no stuff," continued the other, "you're trying to take me in, and I won't be taken in by you." "No, I'm not," said the deaf man. "Yes, you are," said the blind man. And so they went on bickering, scolding, growling, contradicting, until the blind man got so enraged that he gave the deaf man a tremendous box on the ear. The blow was so violent that it made the deaf man hear. The deaf man, very angry, gave his neighbor in return so hard a blow in the face that it opened the blind man's eyes. So the deaf man could hear as well as see, and the blind man could see as well as hear. This astonished them both so much that they became good friends at once. The dead man confessed to have hidden the bulk of the treasure, which he thereupon dragged forth from its place of concealment, and having it divided equally, they went home and enjoyed themselves. End of The Blind Man, the Deaf Man, and the Donkey. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Section 15 of Young Folks Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gloria Salto. Young Folks Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 15. Harissa Man. There was in a certain village a certain Brahmin named Harissa Man. He was poor and foolish and unhappy for want of employment, and he had very many children. He wandered about begging with his family, and at last he reached a certain city and entered the service of a rich householder called Thuladata. His sons became keepers of Thuladata's cows and other property, and his wife a servant to him, and he himself lived near his house, performing the duty of an attendant. One day there was a feast on account of the marriage of the daughter of Thuladata, largely attended by many friends of the bridegroom and merrymakers. Harissa Man hoped that he would be able to fill himself up to the throat with oil and flesh and other dainties, and get the same for his family in the house of his patron. While he was anxiously expecting to be fed, no one thought of him. Then he was distressed at getting nothing to eat, and he said to his wife at night, "It is owing to my poverty and stupidity that I am treated with such disrespect here. So I will pretend by means of an artifice to possess a knowledge of magic, so that I may become an object of respect to this Thuladata. So, when you get an opportunity, tell him that I possess magical knowledge." He said this to her, and after turning the matter over in his mind, while people were asleep, he took away from the house of Thuladata a horse on which his master's son-in-law rode. He placed it in concealment at some distance, and in the morning the friends of the bridegroom could not find the horse, though they searched in every direction. Then, while Thuladata was distressed at the evil omen and searching for the thieves who had carried off the horse, the wife of Harissa Man came and said to him, "My husband is a wise man, skilled in astrology and magical sciences. He can get the horse back for you. Why do you not ask him?" When Thuladata heard that, he called Harissa Man, who said, "Yesterday I was forgotten, but today, now the horse is stolen, I am called to mind." And Thuladata then propitiated the Brahmin with these words, "I forgot you, forgive me," and asked him to tell him who had taken away their horse. Then Harissa Man drew all kinds of pretended diagrams and said, "The horse has been placed by thieves on the boundary line south from this place. It is concealed there, and before it is carried off to a distance, as it will be at close of day, go quickly and bring it." When they heard that, many men ran and brought the horse quickly, praising the discernment of Harissa Man. Then Harissa Man was honored by all men as a sage, and dwelt there in happiness, honored by Thuladata. Now, As days went on, much treasure, both of gold and jewels, had been stolen by a thief from the palace of the king. As the thief was not known, the king quickly summoned Harisarman on account of his reputation for knowledge of magic, and he, when summoned, tried to gain time and said, "I will tell you tomorrow." And then he was placed in a chamber by the king and carefully guarded. And he was sad because he had pretended to have knowledge. Now, in that palace there was a maid named Jiva, which means tongue, who, with the assistance of her brother, had stolen that treasure from the interior of the palace. She, being alarmed at Harisarman's knowledge, went at night and applied her ear to the door of that chamber in order to find out what he was about. And Harisarman, who was alone inside, was at that very moment blaming his own tongue that had made a vain assumption of knowledge. He said, "O tongue, what is this that you have done through your greediness? Wicked one, you will soon receive punishment in full." When Jiva heard this, she thought in her terror that she had been discovered by this wise man, and she managed to get in where he was, and falling at his feet, she said to the supposed wizard, "Brahmin, here I am, that Jiva whom you have discovered to be the thief of the treasure, and after I took it, I buried it in the earth in a garden behind the palace under a pomegranate tree. So spare me and receive the small quantity of gold which is in my possession." When Harisarman heard that, he said to her proudly, "Depart, I know all this. I know the past, present, and future. But I will not denounce you, a miserable creature that has implored my protection. But whatever gold is in your possession, you must give back to me." When he said this to the maid, she consented and departed quickly. But Harisarman reflected in his astonishment. Fate brings about, as if in sport, things impossible. For, when calamity was so near, who would have thought chance would have brought us success? While I was blaming my Jiva, the thief Jiva suddenly flung herself at my feet. Secret crimes manifest themselves by means of fear. Thus thinking, he passed the night happily in the chamber, and in the morning he brought the king by some skilful parade of pretended knowledge into the garden and led him up to the treasure which was buried under the pomegranate tree, and said the thief had escaped with a part of it. Then the king was pleased and gave him the revenue of many villages. But the minister, named Devajnanin, whispered in the king's ear, "How can a man possess such knowledge, unattainable by man, without having studied the books of magic? You may be certain that this is a specimen of the way he makes a dishonest livelihood, by having a secret intelligence with thieves. It will be much better to test him by some new artifice." Then the king of his own accord brought a covered pitcher into which he had thrown a frog, and said to Harisarman, "Brahmin, if you can guess what there is in this pitcher, I will do you great honor today." When the Brahmin Harisarman heard that, he thought that his last hour had come, and he called to mind the pet name of Froggy, which his father had given him in his childhood in sport, and, impelled by luck, he called to himself by his pet name, lamenting his hard fate, and suddenly called out, "This is a fine picture for you, Froggy. It will soon become the swift destroyer of your helpless self." The people there, when they heard him say that, raised a shout of applause, because his speech chimed in so well with the object presented to him, and murmured, "Ah, a great sage! He knows even about the frog." Then the king, thinking that this was all due to knowledge of divination, was highly delighted, and gave Harisarman the revenue of more villages, with gold, an umbrella, and state carriages of all kinds. So Harisarman prospered in the world. End of Harisarman.
Section 16 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ElleyKat. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Wright MABIE. Section 16. Why the Fish Laughed. As a certain fisherwoman passed by a palace, crying her fish, the queen appeared at one of the windows and beckoned her to come near and show what she had. At that moment a very big fish jumped about in the bottom of the basket. "Is it a he or a she?" inquired the queen. "I wish to purchase a she fish." On hearing this, the fish laughed aloud. "It's a he," replied the fisherwoman, and proceeded on her rounds. The queen returned to her room in a great rage, and on coming to see her in the evening, the king noticed that something had disturbed her. "Are you indisposed?" he said. "No, but I am very much annoyed at the strange behavior of a fish. A woman brought me one to-day, and on my inquiring whether it was a male or female, the fish laughed most rudely." "A fish laugh! Impossible! You must be dreaming." "I am not a fool. I speak of what I have seen with my own eyes, and have heard with my own ears." "Passing strange! Be it so, I will inquire concerning it." On the morrow, the king repeated to his vizier what his wife had told him, and bade him investigate the matter, and be ready with a satisfactory answer within 6 months, on pain of death. The vizier promised to do his best, though he felt almost certain of failure. For 5 months he labored indefatigably to find a reason for the laughter of the fish. He sought everywhere and from every one. The wise and learned, and they who were skilled in magic and in all manner of trickery, were consulted. Nobody, however, could explain the matter, and so he returned broken hearted to his house, and began to arrange his affairs in prospect of certain death, for he had had sufficient experience of the king to know that his majesty would not go back from his threat. Among other things, he advised his son to travel for a time, until the king's anger should have somewhat cooled. The young fellow, who was both clever and handsome, started off whithersoever fate might lead him. He had been gone some days, when he fell in with an old farmer, who also was on a journey to a certain village. Finding the old man very pleasant, he asked him if he might accompany him, professing to be on a visit to the same place. The old farmer agreed, and they walked along together. The day was hot, and the way was long and weary. "Don't you think it would be pleasanter if you and I sometimes gave each other a lift?" said the youth. "What a fool the man is!" thought the old farmer. Presently they passed through a field of corn ready for the sickle, and looking like a sea of gold as it waved to and fro in the breeze. "Is this eaten or not?" said the young man. Not understanding his meaning, the old man replied, "I don't know." After a little while the two travelers arrived at a big village, where the young man gave his companion a clasp knife, and said, "Take this, friend, and get 2 horses with it, but mind and bring it back, for it is very precious." The old man, looking half amused and half angry, pushed back the knife, muttering something to the effect that his friend was either a fool himself, or else trying to play the fool with him. The young man pretended not to notice his reply, and remained almost silent till they reached the city, a short distance outside which was the old farmer's house. They walked about the bazaar and went to the mosque, but nobody saluted them or invited them to come in and rest. "What a large cemetery!" exclaimed the young man. "What does the man mean?" thought the old farmer, "calling this largely populated city a cemetery?" On leaving the city their way led through a graveyard where a few people were praying beside a tomb and distributing chapatis and kulchas to passers-by in the name of their beloved dead. They beckoned to the two travelers and gave them as much as they would. "What a splendid city this is!" said the young man. "Now the man must surely be demented," thought the old farmer. "I wonder what he will do next. He will be calling the land water, and the water land, and be speaking of light when there is darkness, and of darkness when there is light." However, he kept his thoughts to himself. Presently they had to wade through a stream that ran along the edge of the cemetery. The water was rather deep, so the old farmer took off his shoes and pajamas and crossed over, but the young man waded through it with his shoes and pajamas on. "Well, I never did see such a perfect fool, both in word and deed," said the old man to himself. However, he liked the fellow, and thinking that he would amuse his wife and daughter, he invited him to come and stay at his house as long as he had occasion to remain in the village. "Thank you very much," the young man replied, "but let me first inquire, if you please, whether the beam of your house is strong." The old farmer left him in despair, and entered his house laughing. "There is a man in yonder field," he said, after returning their greetings. "He has come the greater part of the way with me, and I wanted him to put up here as long as he had to stay in this village. But the fellow is such a fool that I cannot make anything out of him. He wants to know if the beam of this house is all right. The man must be mad!" and saying this, he burst into a fit of laughter. "Father," said the farmer's daughter, who was a very sharp and wise girl, "this man, whosoever he is no fool as you deem him. He only wishes to know if you can afford to entertain him." "Oh, of course," replied the farmer. "I see. Well, perhaps you can help me solve some of his other mysteries. While we were walking together, he asked whether he should carry me, or I should carry him, as he thought that would be a pleasanter mode of proceeding." "Most assuredly," said the girl. "He meant that one of you should tell a story to beguile the time." "Oh, yes. Well, we were passing through a cornfield, when he asked me whether it was eaten or not." "And didn't you know the meaning of this, father? He simply wished to know if the man was in debt or not. Because, if the owner of the field was in debt, then the produce of the field was as good as eaten to him, that is, it would have to go to his creditors." Yes, of course. Then on entering a certain village, he bade me take his clasp knife and get 2 horses with it, and bring back the knife to him." "Are not 2 stout sticks as good as 2 horses for helping one along the road? He only asked you to cut a couple of sticks and be careful not to lose his knife." "I see," said the farmer. "While we were walking over the city we did not see anybody that we knew, and not a soul gave us a scrap of anything to eat till we were passing the cemetery. But there some people called to us and put into our hands some chapatis and kulchas, so my companion called the city a cemetery, and the cemetery a city." "This is also to be understood, father, if one thinks of the city as the place where everything is to be obtained, and of inhospitable people as worse than the dead. The city, though crowded with people, was as if dead, as far as you are concerned, while in the cemetery, which is crowded with the dead, you were saluted by kind friends and provided with bread." True, said the astonished farmer. "Then just now, when we were crossing the stream, he waded through it without taking off his shoes and pajamas." "I admire his wisdom," replied the girl. "I have often thought how stupid people were to venture into that swiftly flowing stream and over those sharp stones with bare feet. The slightest stumble and they would fall, and be wetted from head to foot. This friend of yours is a most wise man. I should like to see him and speak to him." "Very well," said the farmer. "I will go and find him, and bring him in." "Tell him, father, that our beams are strong enough, and then he will come in. I'll send on ahead a present to the man, to show him that we can afford to have him for our guest." Accordingly she called to a servant, and sent him to the young man with a present of a basin of ghee, 12 chapatis, and a jar of milk, and the following message: "O friend, the moon is full, 12 months make a year, and the sea is overflowing with water." Half way the bearer of this present and message met his little son, who, seeing what was in the basket, begged his father to give him some of the food. His father foolishly complied. Presently he saw the young man, and gave him the rest of the present and the message. "Give your mistress my salam," he replied, "and tell her that the moon is new, and that I can find only 11 months in the year, and the sea is by no means full." Not understanding the meaning of these words, the servant repeated them word for word, as he had heard them, to his mistress, and thus his theft was discovered, and he was severely punished. After a little while the young man appeared with the old farmer. Great attention was shown to him, and he was treated in every way as if he were the son of a great man, although his humble host knew nothing of his origin. At length he told them everything, about the laughing of the fish, his father's threatened execution, and his own banishment, and asked their advice as to what he should do. "The laughing of the fish," said the girl, "which seems to have been the cause of all this trouble, indicates that there is a man in the palace who is plotting against the king's life." "Joy, joy!" exclaimed the vizier's son. "There is yet time for me to return and save my father from an ignominious and unjust death, and the king from danger." The following day he hastened back to his own country, taking with him the farmer's daughter. Immediately on arrival he ran to the palace, and informed his father of what he had heard. The poor vizier, now almost dead from the expectation of death, was at once carried to the king, to whom he repeated the news that his son had just brought. "Never," said the king. "But it must be so, your majesty," replied the vizier, "and in order to prove the truth of what I have heard, I pray you to call together all the maids in your palace, and order them to jump over a pit which must be dug. We'll soon find out whether there is any man there." The king had the pit dug, and commanded all the maids belonging to the palace to try to jump over it. All of them tried, but only one succeeded. That one was found to be a man! Thus was the queen satisfied, and the faithful old vizier saved. Afterward, as soon as could be, the vizier's son married the old farmer's daughter, and a most happy marriage it was. End of Why the Fish Laughed. Read by ElleyKat.
Section 17 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Wright MABIE. Section 17. Muchie Lal. Once upon a time there were a Rajah and Rani who had no children. Long had they wished and prayed that the gods would send them a son. But it was all in vain. Their prayers were not granted. One day a number of fish were brought into the royal kitchen to be cooked for the Rajah's dinner. And amongst them was one little fish that was not dead, but all the rest were dead. One of the palace maidservants, seeing this, took the little fish and put him in a basin of water. Shortly afterward the Rani saw him, and thinking him very pretty, kept him as a pet. And because she had no children, she lavished all her affection on the fish, and loved him as a son, and the people called him Muchie Rajah, the Fish Prince. In a little while Muchie Rajah had grown too long to live in the small basin, so they put him into a larger one, and then, when he grew too long for that, into a big tub. In time, however, Muchie Rajah became too large even for the big tub to hold him, so the Rani had a tank made for him, in which he lived very happily, and twice a day she fed him with boiled rice. Now, though the people fancied Muchie Rajah was only a fish, this was not the case. He was, in truth, a young Rajah who had angered the gods, and been by them turned into a fish and thrown into the river as a punishment. One morning, when the Rani brought him his daily meal of boiled rice, Muchie Rajah called out to her and said, Queen Mother, I am so lonely here all by myself. Cannot you get me a wife?" The Ranee promised to try, and sent messengers to all the people she knew, to ask if they would allow one of their children to marry her son, the Fish Prince. But they all answered, "We cannot give one of our dear little daughters to be devoured by a great fish, even though he is the Muchie Raja, and so high in your Majesty's favour." At news of this the Ranee did not know what to do. She was so foolishly fond of Muchie Raja, however, that she resolved to get him a wife at any cost. Again she sent out messengers, but this time she gave them a great bag containing a lakh of gold mohurs, and said to them, "Go into every land until you find a wife for my Muchie Raja, and to whoever will give you a child to be the Muchie Ranee, you shall give this bag of gold mohurs." The messengers started on their search, but for some time they were unsuccessful. Not even the beggars were to be tempted to sell their children, fearing the great fish would devour them. At last, one day, the messengers came to a village where there lived a fakir, who had lost his first wife and married again. His first wife had had one little daughter, and his second wife also had a daughter. As it happened, the fakir's second wife hated her little stepdaughter, always gave her the hardest work to do and the least food to eat, and tried by every means in her power to get her out of the way, in order that the child might not rival her own daughter. When she heard of the errand on which the messengers had come, she sent for them when the fakir was out, and said to them, "Give me the bag of gold mohurs, and you shall take my little daughter to marry the Muchie Raja. For," she thought to herself, "the great fish will certainly eat the girl, and she will thus trouble us no more." Then, turning to her stepdaughter, she said, "Go down to the river and wash your sari, that you may be fit to go with these people, who will take you to the Ranee's court." At these words the poor girl went down to the river very sorrowful, for she saw no hope of escape, as her father was from home. As she knelt by the river side, washing her sari, and crying bitterly, some of her tears fell into the hole of an old seven-headed cobra, who lived on the river bank. This cobra was a very wise animal, and seeing the maiden, he put his head out of his hole and said to her, "Little girl, why do you cry?" "Oh, sir," she answered, "I am very unhappy, for my father is from home, and my stepmother has sold me to the Ranee's people to be the wife of the Muchie Raja, that great fish, and I know he will eat me up." "Do not be afraid, my daughter," said the cobra, "but take with you these 3 stones, and tie them up in the corner of your sari." And so saying, he gave her 3 little round pebbles. "The Muchie Raja, whose wife you are to be, is not really a fish, but a Raja who has been enchanted. Your home will be a little room which the Ranee has built in the tank wall. When you are taken there, wait and be sure you don't go to sleep, or the Muchie Raja will certainly come and eat you up. But as you hear him coming rushing through the water, be prepared, and as soon as you see him, throw this first stone at him. He will then sink to the bottom of the tank. The second time he comes, throw the second stone, when the same thing will happen. The third time he comes, throw this 3rd stone, and he will immediately resume his human shape." So saying, the old cobra dived down again into his hole. The fakir's daughter took the stones and determined to do as the cobra had told her, though she hardly believed it would have the desired effect. When she reached the palace, the Ranee spoke kindly to her, and said to the messengers, "You have done your errand well. This is a dear little girl." Then she ordered that she should be let down the side of the tank in a basket to a little room which had been prepared for her. When the fakir's daughter got there, she thought she had never seen such a pretty place in her life, for the Ranee had caused the little room to be very nicely decorated for the wife of her favourite. And she would have felt very happy away from her cruel stepmother and all the hard work she had been made to do, had it not been for the dark water that lay black and unfathomable below the door, and the fear of the terrible Muchie Raja. After waiting some time, she heard a rushing sound, and little waves came dashing against the threshold. Faster they came and faster, and the noise got louder and louder until she saw a great fish's head above the water. Muchie Raja was coming toward her open-mouthed. The Fakir's daughter seized one of the stones that the cobra had given her and threw it at him, and down he sank to the bottom of the tank. A second time he rose and came toward her, and she threw the second stone at him, and he again sank down. A third time he came more fiercely than before, when, seizing a third stone, she threw it with all her force. No sooner did it touch him than the spell was broken, and there, instead of a fish, stood a handsome young prince. The poor little Fakir's daughter was so startled that she began to cry. But the prince said to her, "Pretty maiden, do not be frightened. You have rescued me from a horrible thraldom, and I can never thank you enough. But if you will be the Muchie Rani, we will be married tomorrow." Then he sat down on the doorstep, thinking over his strange fate, and watching for the dawn. Next morning, early, several inquisitive people came to see if the Muchie Rajah had eaten up his poor little wife, as they feared he would. What was their astonishment, on looking over the tank wall, to see, not the Muchie Rajah, but a magnificent prince. The news soon spread to the palace. Down came the Rajah, down came the Rani, down came all their attendants, and dragged Muchie Rajah and the Fakir's daughter up the side of the tank in a basket. And when they heard their story, there were great and unparalleled rejoicings. The Rani said, "So I have indeed found a son at last." And the people were so delighted, so happy, and so proud of the new prince and princess, that they covered all their path with damask from the tank to the palace, and cried to their fellows, "Come and see our new prince and princess. Were ever any so divinely beautiful? Come see a right royal couple, a pair of mortals like the gods." And when they reached the palace, the prince was married to the Fakir's daughter. There they lived very happily for some time. The Muchie Rani's stepmother, hearing what had happened, came often to see her stepdaughter, and pretended to be delighted at her good fortune. And the Rani was so good that she quite forgave all her stepmother's former cruelty, and always received her very kindly. At last, one day, the Muchie Rani said to her husband, "It is a weary while since I saw my father. If you will give me leave, I should much like to visit my native village and see him again." "Very well," he replied, "you may go, but do not stay away long, for there can be no happiness for me till you return." So she went, and her father was delighted to see her, but her stepmother, though she pretended to be very kind, was in reality only glad to think she had got the Rani into her power, and determined, if possible, never to allow her to return to the palace again. One day, therefore, she said to her own daughter, "It is hard that your stepsister should have become Rani of all the land instead of being eaten up by the great fish, while we gained no more than a lac of gold mohurs. Do now as I bid you, that you may become Rani in her stead." She then went on to instruct her that she must invite the Rani down to the river bank, and there beg her to let her try on her jewels, and while putting them on, give her a push and drown her in the river. The girl consented, and standing by the river bank, said to her stepsister, "Sister, may I try on your jewels? How pretty they are!" "Yes," said the Rani, "and we shall be able to see in the river how they look." So, undoing her necklaces, she clasped them around the other's neck, but while she was doing so, her stepsister gave her a push, and she fell backward into the water. The girl watched to see that the body did not rise, and then, running back, said to her mother, "Mother, here are all the jewels, and she will trouble us no more." But it happened that just when her stepsister pushed the Rani into the river, her old friend the seven-headed cobra chanced to be swimming across it, and seeing the little Rani likely to be drowned, he carried her on his back till he reached his hole, into which he took her safely. Now this hole, in which the cobra and his wife and all his little ones lived, had two entrances, the one under the water and leading to the river, and the other above water, leading out into the open fields. To this upper end of his hole the cobra took the Muchie Rani, where he and his wife took care of her, and there she lived with them for some time. Meanwhile, the wicked Fakir's wife, having dressed up her own daughter in all the Rani's jewels, took her to the palace, and said to the Muchie Rajah, "See, I have brought your wife, my dear daughter, back safe and well." The Rajah looked at her and thought, "This does not look like my wife." However, the room was dark, and the girl was cleverly disguised, and he thought he might be mistaken. Next day he said again, "My wife must be sadly changed, or this cannot be she, for she was always bright and cheerful. She had pretty loving ways and merry words, while this woman never opens her lips." Still he did not like to seem to mistrust his wife, and comforted himself by saying, "Perhaps she is tired with the long journey." On the third day, however, he could bear the uncertainty no longer, and tearing off her jewels saw, not the face of his own little wife, but another woman. Then he was very angry, and turned her out of doors, saying, "Begone! Since you are but the wretched tool of others, I spare your life." But of the Fakeer's wife he said to his guards, "Fetch that woman here instantly, for unless she can tell me where my wife is, I will have her hanged." It chanced, however, that the Fakeer's wife had heard of the Muchie Rajah having turned her daughter out of doors, so fearing his anger, she hid herself and was not to be found. Meantime the Muchie Rani, not knowing how to get home, continued to live in the great seven-headed cobra's hole, and he and his wife and all his family were very kind to her, and loved her as if she had been one of them. And there her little son was born, and she called him Muchie Lal, after the Muchie Rajah his father. Muchie Lal was a lovely child, merry and brave, and his playmates all day long were the young cobras. When he was about 3 years old, a bangle seller came by that way, and the Muchie Rani bought some bangles from him and put them on her boy's wrists and ankles. But by the next day, in playing, he had broke them all. Then, seeing the bangle seller, the Rani called him again and bought some more, and so on every day until the bangle seller got quite rich from selling so many bangles for the Muchie Lal. For the cobra's hole was full of treasure, and he gave the Muchie Rani as much money to spend every day as she liked. There was nothing she wished for he did not give her, only he would not let her try to get home to her husband, which she wished more than all. When she asked him, he would say, "No, I will not let you go. If your husband comes here and fetches you, it is well, but I will not allow you to wander in search of him through the land alone." And so she was obliged to stay where she was. All this time the poor Muchie Rajah was hunting in every part of the country for his wife, but he could learn no tidings of her. For grief and sorrow at losing her he had gone almost distracted, and did nothing but wander from place to place, crying, "She is gone! She is gone!" Then, when he had long inquired without avail of all the people in her native village about her, he one day met a bangle seller, and said to him, "Whence do you come?" The bangle seller answered, "I have just been selling bangles to some people who live in a cobra's hole in the river bank." "People? What people?" asked the Rajah. "Why," answered the bangle seller, "a woman and a child. The child is the most beautiful I ever saw. He is about 3 years old, and of course running about, is always breaking his bangles, and his mother buys him new ones every day." "Do you know what the child's name is?" said the Rajah. "Yes," answered the bangle seller carelessly, "for the lady always calls him her Muchie Lal." "Ah," thought the Muchie Rajah, "this must be my wife." Then he said to him again, "Good bangle seller, I would see these strange people of whom you speak. Cannot you take me there?" "Not to-night," replied the bangle seller. "Daylight has gone, and we should only frighten them. But I shall be going there again to-morrow, and then you may come too. Meanwhile, come and rest at my house for the night, for you look faint and weary." The Rajah consented. Next morning, however, very early, he woke the bangle seller, saying, "Pray let us go now and see the people you spoke about yesterday." "Stay," said the bangle seller. "It is much too early. I never go till after breakfast." So the Rajah had to wait till the bangle seller was ready to go. At last they started off, and when they reached the cobra's hole, the first thing the Rajah saw was a fine little boy playing with the young cobras. As the bangle seller came along, jingling his bangles, a gentle voice from inside the hole called out, "Come here, my Muchie Lal, and try on your bangles." Then the Muchie Rajah, kneeling down at the mouth of the hole, said, "O lady, show your beautiful face to me." At the sound of his voice, the Rani ran out, crying, "Husband, husband, have you found me again?" And she told him how her sister had tried to drown her, and how the good cobra had saved her life and taken care of her and her child. Then he said, and will you now come home with me?" And she told him how the cobra would never let her go, and said, "I will first tell him of your coming, for he has been a father to me." So she called out, "Father Cobra, Father Cobra, my husband has come to fetch me. Will you let me go?" "Yes," he said, "if your husband has come to fetch you, you may go." And his wife said, "Farewell, dear lady. We are loath to lose you, for we have loved you as a daughter." And all the little cobras were very sorrowful to think that they must lose their playfellow, the young prince. Then the cobra gave the Muchie Raja and the Muchie Rani and Muchie Lal all the most costly gifts he could find in his treasure house. And so they went home, where they lived very happy ever after. End of Muchie Lal. Recording by Bill Boerst.
Section 18 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 18, How the Rajah's Son Won the Princess Labam, adapted by Joseph Jacobs. In a country there was a Rajah who had an only son, who every day went out to hunt. One day the Ranee, his mother, said to him, "You can hunt wherever you like on these 3 sides, but you must never go to the 4th side." This she said because she knew if he went on the 4th side he would hear of the beautiful Princess Labam, and that then he would leave his father and mother and seek for the princess. The young prince listened to his mother and obeyed her for some time, but one day when he was hunting on the 3 sides where he was allowed to go, he remembered what she had said to him about the 4th side, and he determined to go and see why she had forbidden him to hunt on that side. When he got there, he found himself in a jungle, and nothing in the jungle but a quantity of parrots who lived in it. The young Rajah shot at some of them, and at once they all flew away up to the sky. All that is but one, and this was their Rajah, who was called Hiraman Parrot. When Hiraman Parrot found himself left alone, he called out to the other parrots, "Don't fly away and leave me alone when the Rajah's son shoots. If you desert me like this, I will tell the Princess Labam." Then the parrots all flew back to their Rajah, chattering. The prince was greatly surprised, and said, "Why, these birds can talk." Then he said to the parrots, "Who is the Princess Labam? Where does she live?" But the parrots would not tell him where she lived. "You can never get to the Princess Labam's country." That is all they would say. The prince grew very sad when they would not tell him anything more, and he threw his gun away and went home. When he got home he would not speak or eat, but lay on his bed for 4 or 5 days, and seemed very ill. At last he told his father and mother that he wanted to go and see the Princess Labam. "I must go," he said. "I must see what she is like. Tell me where her country is." "We do not know where it is," answered his father and mother. "Then I must go and look for it," said the prince. "No, no," they said, "you must not leave us. You are our only son. Stay with us. You will never find the Princess Labam." "I must try and find her," said the prince. "Perhaps God will show me the way. If I live and I find her, I will come back to you. But perhaps I shall die, and then I shall never see you again. Still, I must go." So they had to let him go, though they cried very much at parting with him. His father gave him fine clothes to wear and a fine horse, and he took his gun and his bow and arrows and a great many other weapons, "for," he said, "I may want them." His father, too, gave him plenty of rupees. Then he himself got his horse all ready for the journey, and he said good-bye to his father and mother, and his mother took her handkerchief and wrapped some sweetmeats in it and gave it to her son. "My child," she said to him, "when you are hungry, eat some of these sweetmeats." He then set out on his journey, and rode on till he came to a jungle in which were a tank and shady trees. He bathed himself and his horse in the tank, and then sat down under a tree. "Now," he said to himself, "I will eat some of the sweetmeats my mother gave me, and I will drink some water, and then I will continue my journey." He opened his handkerchief and took out a sweetmeat. He found an ant in it. He took out another. There was an ant in that one too. So he laid the 2 sweetmeats on the ground, and took out another, and another, and another, until he had taken them all out, but in each he found an ant. "Never mind," he said, "I won't eat the sweetmeats. The ants shall eat them." Then the Ant Rajah came and stood before him and said, "You have been good to us. If ever you are in trouble, think of me, and we will come to you."
The Rajah's son thanked him, mounted his horse, and continued his journey. He rode on and on until he came to another jungle, and there he saw a tiger who had a thorn in his foot, and was roaring loudly from the pain. "Why do you roar like that?" said the young Rajah. "What is the matter with you?" "I have had a thorn in my foot for 12 years," answered the tiger, "and it hurts me so. That is why I roar." "Well," said the Rajah's son, "I will take it out for you. But perhaps, as you are a tiger, when I have made you well, you will eat me?" "Oh no," said the tiger, "I won't eat you. Do make me well." Then the Prince took a little knife from his pocket and cut the thorn out of the tiger's foot. But when he cut, the tiger roared louder than ever, so loud that his wife heard him in the next jungle, and came bounding along to see what was the matter. The tiger saw her coming, and hid the Prince in the jungle so that she should not see him. "What man hurt you that you roared so loud?" said the wife. "No one hurt me," answered the husband, "but a Rajah's son came and took the thorn out of my foot." "Where is he? Show him to me," said his wife. "If you promise not to kill him, I will call him," said the tiger. "I won't kill him, only let me see him," answered his wife. Then the tiger called the Rajah's son, and when he came, the tiger and his wife made him a great many salams. Then they gave him a good dinner, and he stayed with them for 3 days. Every day he looked at the tiger's foot, and the 3rd day it was quite healed. Then he said good-bye to the tigers, and the tigers said to him, "If ever you are in trouble, think of me, and we will come to you." The Rajah's son rode on and on till he came to a 3rd jungle. Here he found 4 fakirs, whose teacher and master had died, and had left 4 things: a bed, which carried whoever sat on it whithersoever he wished to go; a bag that gave its owner whatever he wanted, jewels, food, or clothes; a stone bowl that gave its owner as much water as he wanted, no matter how far he might be from a tank; and a stick and rope, to which its owner had only to say, if anyone ever came to make war on him, "Stick, beat as many men and soldiers as are here," and the stick would beat them, and the rope would tie them up. The 4 fakirs were quarreling over these 4 things. One said, "I want this," another said, "You cannot have it, for I want it," and so on. The Rajah's son said to them, "Do not quarrel for these things. I will shoot 4 arrows in 4 different directions. Whichever of you gets to my first arrow shall have the first thing, the bed. Whosoever gets to the second arrow shall have the second thing, the bag. He who gets to the 3rd arrow shall have the 3rd thing, the bowl, and he who gets to the 4th arrow shall have the last things, the stick and rope." To this they agreed, and the Prince shot off his first arrow. Away raced the fakirs to get it. When they brought it back to him, he shot off the second, and when they had found and brought it to him, he shot off his 3rd, and when they had brought him the 3rd, he shot off the 4th. While they were away looking for the 4th arrow, the Rajah's son let his horse loose in the jungle, and sat on the bed, taking the bowl, the stick and rope, and the bag with him. Then he said, "Bed, I wish to go to the Princess Labam's country." The little bed instantly rose up into the air and began to fly, and it flew and flew till it came to the Princess Labam's country, where it settled on the ground. The Rajah's son asked some men he saw, "Whose country is this?" "The Princess Labam's country," they answered. Then the Prince went on till he came to a house where he saw an old woman. "Who are you?" she said. "Where do you come from?" "I come from a far country," he said. "Do let me stay with you tonight." "No," she answered, "I cannot let you stay with me, for our king has ordered that men from other countries may not stay in his country. You cannot stay in my house." "You are my auntie," said the Prince. "Let me remain with you for this one night. You see, it is evening, and if I go to the jungle, the wild beasts will eat me." "Well," said the old woman, "you may stay here tonight, but tomorrow morning you must go away, for if the king hears you have passed the night in my house, he will have me seized and put in prison." Then she took him into her house, and the Rajah's son was very glad. The old woman began preparing dinner, but he stopped her. "Auntie," he said, "I will give you food." He put his hand into his bag, saying, "Bag, I want some dinner," and the bag gave him instantly a delicious dinner served up on 2 gold plates. The old woman and the Rajah's son then dined together. When they had finished eating, the old woman said, "Now I will fetch some water." "Don't go," said the Prince. "You shall have plenty of water directly." So he took his bowl and said to it, "Bowl, I want some water." And then it filled with water. When it was full, the Prince cried out, "Stop, bowl," and the bowl stopped filling. "See, auntie," he said, "with this bowl I can always get as much water as I want." By this time night had come. "Auntie," said the Rajah's son, "why don't you light a lamp?" "There's no need," she said. "Our king has forbidden the people in his country to light any lamps, for as soon as it is dark his daughter, the Princess Labam, comes and sits on her roof, and she shines so that she lights up all the country and our houses, and we can see to do our work as if it were day." When it was quite black night, the Princess got up. She dressed herself in her rich clothes and jewels, and rolled up her hair, and across her head she put a band of diamonds and pearls. Then she shone like the moon, and her beauty made night day. She came out of her room and sat on the roof of her palace. In the daytime she never came out of her house. She only came out at night. All the people in her father's country then went about their work and finished it. The Rajah's son watched the Princess quietly, and was very happy. He said to himself, "How lovely she is." At midnight, when everybody had gone to bed, the Princess came down from her roof and went to her room. And when she was in bed and asleep, the Rajah's son got up softly and sat on his bed. "Bed, I want to go to the Princess Labam's bedroom." So the little bed carried him to the room where she lay, fast asleep. The young Rajah took his bag and said, "I want a great deal of betel leaf." And at once it gave him quantities of betel leaf. This he laid near the Princess's bed, and then his little bed carried him back to the old woman's house. Next morning all the Princess's servants found the betel leaf and began to eat it. "Where did you get all that betel leaf?" asked the Princess. "We found it near your bed," answered the servants. Nobody knew the Prince had come in the night and put it all there. In the morning the old woman came to the Rajah's son. "Now it is morning," she said, "and you must go, for if the King finds out all I have done for you, he will seize me." "I am ill to day, dear auntie," said the Prince. "Do let me stay till to morrow morning." "Good," said the old woman. So he stayed, and they took their dinner out of the bag, and the bowl gave them water. When night came, the Princess got up and sat on her roof, and at 12 o'clock, when everyone was in bed, she went to her bedroom and was soon fast asleep. Then the Rajah's son sat on his bed, and it carried him to the Princess. He took his bag and said, "Bag, I want a most lovely shawl." It gave him a splendid shawl, and he spread it over the Princess as she lay asleep. Then he went back to the old woman's house and slept till morning. In the morning, when the Princess saw the shawl, she was delighted. "See, mother," she said, "Khuda must have given me this shawl. It is so beautiful." Her mother was very glad too. "Yes, my child," she said, "Khuda must have given you this splendid shawl." When it was morning, the old woman said to the Rajah's son, "Now you must really go." "Auntie," he answered, "I am not well enough yet. Let me stay a few days longer. I will remain hidden in your house so that no one may see me." So the old woman let him stay. When it was black night, the Princess put on her lovely clothes and jewels and sat on her roof. At midnight she went to her room and went to sleep. Then the Rajah's son sat on his bed and flew to her bedroom. There he said to his bag, "Bag, I want a very, very beautiful ring." The bag gave him a glorious ring. Then he took the Princess Labam's hand gently to put on the ring, and she started up very much frightened. "Who are you?" she said to the Prince. "Where do you come from? Why do you come to my room?" "Do not be afraid, Princess," he said. "I am no thief. I am a great Rajah's son. Hiraman Parrot, who lives in the jungle where I went to hunt, told me your name, and then I left my father and mother and came to see you." "Well," said the Princess, "as you are the son of such a great Rajah, I will not have you killed, and I will tell my father and mother that I wish to marry you." The Prince then returned to the old woman's house, and when morning came, the Princess said to her mother, "The son of a great Rajah has come to this country, and I wish to marry him." Her mother told this to the King. "Good," said the King, "but if this Rajah's son wishes to marry my daughter, he must first do whatever I bid him. If he fails, I will kill him. I will give him 80 pounds water of mustard seed, and out of this he must crush the oil in one day. If he cannot do this, he shall die." In the morning the Rajah's son told the old woman that he intended to marry the Princess. "Oh," said the old woman, "go away from this country and do not think of marrying her. A great many Rajahs and Rajahs' sons have come here to marry her, and her father has had them all killed. He says whoever wishes to marry his daughter must first do what he bids. If he can, then he shall marry the Princess. If he cannot, the King will have him killed. But no one can do the things the King tells him to do. So all the Rajahs and Rajahs' sons who have tried have been put to death. You will be killed too if you try. Do go away." But the Prince would not listen to anything she said. The King sent for the Prince to the old woman's house, and his servants brought the Rajah's son to the King's court house to the King. There the King gave him 80 pounds of mustard seed, and told him to crush out all the oil of it that day, and bring it next morning to him to the court house. "Whoever wishes to marry my daughter," he said to the Prince, "must first do all I tell him. If he cannot, then I have him killed. So if you cannot crush all the oil out of this mustard seed, you will die." The Prince was very sorry when he heard this. "How can I crush the oil out of all this mustard seed in one day?" he said to himself. "And if I do not, the King will kill me." He took the mustard seed to the old woman's house, and did not know what to do. At last he remembered the Ant Rajah, and the moment he did so, the Ant Rajah and his ants came to him. "Why do you look so sad?" said the Ant Rajah. The Prince showed him the mustard seed, and said to him, "How can I crush the oil out of all this mustard seed in one day? And if I do not take the oil to the King to morrow morning, he will kill me." "Be happy," said the Ant Rajah. "Lie down and sleep. We will crush the oil for you during the day, and to morrow morning you shall take it to the King." The Rajah's son lay down and slept, and the ants crushed out the oil for him. The Prince was very glad when he saw the oil. The next morning he took it to the courthouse to the King. But the King said, "You cannot yet marry my daughter. If you wish to do so, you must fight with my 2 demons and kill them." The King, a long time ago, had caught 2 demons, and then, as he did not know what to do with them, he had shut them up in a cage. He was afraid to let them loose for fear they would eat all the people in his country, and he did not know how to kill them. So all the Rajahs and Rajahs' sons who wanted to marry Princess Labam had to fight these demons. "For," said the King to himself, "perhaps the demons may be killed, and then I shall be rid of them." When he heard of the demons, the Rajah's son was very sad. "What can I do?" he said to himself. "How can I fight with these 2 demons?" Then he thought of his tiger, and the tiger and his wife came to him and said, "Why are you so sad?" The Rajah's son answered, "The King has ordered me to fight with his 2 demons and kill them. How can I do this?" "Do not be frightened," said the tiger. "Be happy. I and my wife will fight with them for you." Then the Rajah's son took out of his bag 2 splendid coats. They were all gold and silver, and covered with pearls and diamonds. These he put on the tigers to make them beautiful, and he took them to the King and said to him, "May these tigers fight your demons for me?" "Yes," said the King, who did not care in the least who killed his demons, provided they were killed. "Then call your demons," said the Rajah's son, "and these tigers will fight them." The King did so, and the tigers and the demons fought and fought until the tigers had killed the demons. "That is good," said the King, "but you must do something else before I give you my daughter. Up in the sky I have a kettle drum. You must go and beat it. If you cannot do this, I will kill you." The Rajah's son thought of his little bed, so he went to the old woman's house and sat on his bed. "Little bed," he said, "up in the sky is the King's kettle drum. I want to go to it." The bed flew up with him, and the Rajah's son beat the drum, and the King heard him. Still, when he came down, the King would not give him his daughter. "You have," he said to the Prince, "done 3 things I told you to do, but you must do 1 thing more." "If I can, I will," said the Rajah's son. Then the King showed him the trunk of a tree that was lying near his courthouse. It was a very, very thick trunk. He gave the Prince a wax hatchet, and said, "To morrow morning you must cut this trunk in 2 with this wax hatchet." The Rajah's son went back to the old woman's house. He was very sad, and thought that now the Rajah would certainly kill him. "I had his oil crushed out by the ants," he said to himself. "I had his demons killed by the tigers. My bed helped me to beat this kettle drum. But now what can I do? How can I cut that thick tree trunk in 2 with a wax hatchet?" At night he went on his bed to see the Princess. "To morrow," he said to her, "your father will kill me." "Why?" asked the Princess. "He has told me to cut a thick tree trunk in 2 with a wax hatchet. How can I ever do that?" said the Rajah's son. "Do not be afraid," said the Princess. "Do as I bid you, and you will cut it in 2 quite easily." Then she pulled out a hair from her head and gave it to the Prince. "To morrow," she said, "when no one is near you, you must say to the tree trunk, 'The Princess Labam commands you to let yourself be cut in 2 by this hair.' Then stretch the hair down the edge of the wax hatchet's blade." The Prince next day did exactly as the Princess had told him, and the minute the hair that was stretched down the edge of the hatchet blade touched the tree trunk, it split in 2 pieces. The King said, "Now you can marry my daughter." Then the wedding took place. All the Rajahs and Kings of the countries round were asked to come to it, and there were great rejoicings. After a few days the bridegroom said to his bride, "Let us go to my father's country." The Princess Labam's father gave them a quantity of camels and horses and rupees and servants, and they traveled in great state to the distant country, where they lived happily. The Prince always kept his bag, bowl, bed, stick, and rope, only, as no one ever came to make war on him, he never needed to use the stick or rope. End of How the Rajah's Son Won the Princess Labam.
Section 19 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ElleyKat. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Wright MABIE. Myths of Japan. Section 19, The Jellyfish and the Monkey, adapted by Theodora Ozaki. Long, long ago, in old Japan, the kingdom of the sea was governed by a wonderful king. He was called Rin Jin, or the Dragon King of the Sea. His power was immense, for he was the ruler of all sea creatures both great and small, and in his keeping were the jewels of the ebb and flow of the tide. The jewel of the ebbing tide, when thrown into the ocean, caused the sea to recede from the land, and the jewel of the flowing tide made the waves to rise mountains high and to flow in upon the shore like a tidal wave. The palace of Rin Jin was at the bottom of the sea, and was so beautiful that no one has ever seen anything like it, even in dreams. The walls were of coral, the roof of jadestone and chalcedony, and the floors were of the finest mother of pearl. But the Dragon King, in spite of his wide-spreading kingdom, his beautiful palace and all its wonders, and his power which none disputed throughout the whole sea, was not at all happy, for he reigned alone. At last he thought that if he married he would not only be happier but also more powerful. So he decided to take a wife. Calling all his fish retainers together, he chose several of them as ambassadors, to go through the sea and seek for a young dragon princess who would be his bride. At last they returned to the palace, bringing with them a lovely young dragon. Her scales were of a glittering green like the wings of summer beetles, her eyes threw out glances of fire, and she was dressed in gorgeous robes. All the jewels of the sea worked in with embroidery adorned them. The king fell in love with her at once, and the wedding ceremony was celebrated with great splendor. Every living thing in the sea, from the great whales down to the little shrimps, came in shoals to offer their congratulations to the bride and bridegroom, and to wish them a long and prosperous life. Never had there been such an assemblage or such gay festivities in the fish world before. The train of bearers who carried the bride's possessions to her new home seemed to reach across the waves from one end of the sea to the other. Each fish carried a phosphorescent lantern and was dressed in ceremonial robes, gleaming blue and pink and silver. And the waves, as they rose and fell and broke that night, seemed to be rolling masses of white and green fire, for the phosphorus shone with double brilliancy in honor of the event. Now for a time the Dragon King and his bride lived very happily. They loved each other dearly, and the bridegroom day after day took delight in showing his bride all the wonders and treasures of his coral palace, and she was never tired of wandering with him through its vast halls and gardens. Life seemed to them both like a long summer's day. 2 months passed in this happy way, and then the Dragon Queen fell ill and was obliged to stay in bed. The king was sorely troubled when he saw his precious bride so ill, and at once sent for the fish doctor to come and give her some medicine. He gave special orders to the servants to nurse her carefully and to wait upon her with diligence, but in spite of all the nurse's assiduous care and the medicine that the doctor prescribed, the young queen showed no signs of recovery, but grew daily worse. Then the Dragon King interviewed the doctor and blamed him for not curing the queen. The doctor was alarmed at Rin Jin's evident displeasure, and excused his want of skill by saying that although he knew the right kind of medicine to give the invalid, it was impossible to find it in the sea. "Do you mean to tell me that you can't get the medicine here?" asked the Dragon King. "It's just as you say," said the doctor. "Tell me what it is you want for the queen," demanded Rin Jin. "I want the liver of a live monkey," answered the doctor. "The liver of a live monkey? Of course that will be most difficult to get," said the king. "If we could only get that for the queen, her majesty would soon recover," said the doctor. "Very well, that decides it. We must get it somehow or other. But where are we most likely to find a monkey?" asked the king. Then the doctor told the Dragon King that some distance to the south there was a monkey island where a great many monkeys lived. "If only you could capture one of those monkeys," said the doctor. "How can any of my people capture a monkey?" said the Dragon King, greatly puzzled. "The monkeys live on dry land, while we live in the water, and out of our element we are quite powerless. I don't see what we can do." "That has been my difficulty too," said the doctor. "But amongst your innumerable servants you surely can find one who can go on shore for that express purpose." "Something must be done," said the king, and calling his chief steward he consulted him on the matter. The chief steward thought for some time, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, said joyfully, "I know what we must do. There is the kurage jellyfish. He is certainly ugly to look at, but he is proud of being able to walk on land with his 4 legs like a tortoise. Let us send him to the island of monkeys to catch one." The jellyfish was then summoned to the king's presence, and was told by his majesty what was required of him. The jellyfish, on being told of the unexpected mission which was to be entrusted to him, looked very troubled, and said that he had never been to the island in question, and as he had never had any experience in catching monkeys, he was afraid that he would not be able to get one. "Well," said the chief steward, "if you depend on your strength or dexterity you will never catch a monkey. The only way is to play a trick on one." "How can I play a trick on a monkey? I don't know how to do it," said the perplexed jellyfish. "This is what you must do," said the wily chief steward. "When you approach the island of monkeys and meet some of them, you must try to get very friendly with one. Tell him that you are a servant of the Dragon King, and invite him to come and visit you and see the Dragon King's palace. Try and describe to him as vividly as you can the grandeur of the palace and the wonders of the sea so as to arouse his curiosity, and make him long to see it all." "But how am I to get the monkey here? You know monkeys don't swim," said the reluctant jellyfish. "You must carry him on your back. What is the use of your shell if you can't do that?" said the chief steward. "Won't he be very heavy?" queried Kurage again. "You mustn't mind that, for you are working for the Dragon King," replied the chief steward. "I will do my best then," said the jellyfish, and he swam away from the palace and started off towards the Monkey Island. Swimming swiftly he reached his destination in a few hours, and was landed by a convenient wave upon the shore. On looking round he saw not far away a big pine tree with drooping branches, and on one of those branches was just what he was looking for, a live monkey. "I'm in luck," thought the jellyfish. "Now I must flatter the creature and try to entice him to come back with me to the palace, and my part will be done." So the jellyfish slowly walked towards the pine tree. In those ancient days the jellyfish had 4 legs and a hard shell like a tortoise. When he got to the pine tree he raised his voice and said, "How do you do, Mr. Monkey? Isn't it a lovely day?" "A very fine day," answered the monkey from the tree. "I have never seen you in this part of the world before. Where have you come from, and what is your name?" "My name is Kurage, or Jellyfish. I am one of the servants of the Dragon King. I have heard so much of your beautiful island that I have come on purpose to see it," answered the jellyfish. "I am very glad to see you," said the monkey. "By the by," said the jellyfish, "have you ever seen the palace of the Dragon King of the sea where I live?" "I have often heard of it, but I have never seen it," answered the monkey. "Then you ought most surely to come. It is a great pity for you to go through life without seeing it. The beauty of the palace is beyond all description. It is certainly to my mind the most lovely place in the world," said the jellyfish. "It is so beautiful as all that?" asked the monkey in astonishment. Then the jellyfish saw his chance, and went on describing, to the best of his ability, the beauty and grandeur of the Sea King's palace, and the wonders of the garden with its curious trees of white, pink, and red coral, and the still more curious fruits like great jewels hanging on the branches. The monkey grew more and more interested, and as he listened he came down the tree step by step so as not to lose a word of the wonderful story. "I have got him at last," thought the jellyfish, but aloud he said, "Mr. Monkey, I must now go back. As you have never seen the palace of the Dragon King, won't you avail yourself of this splendid opportunity by coming with me? I shall then be able to act as a guide and show you all the sights of the sea, which will be even more wonderful to you, a landlubber." "I should love to go," said the monkey, "but how am I to cross the water? I can't swim, as you surely know."
"There is no difficulty about that. I can carry you on my back."
"That will be troubling you too much," said the monkey.
"I can do it quite easily. I am stronger than I look, so you needn't hesitate,"
said the jellyfish, and taking the monkey on his back, he stepped into the sea.
"Keep very still, Mr. Monkey," said the jellyfish. "You mustn't fall into the sea. I am responsible for your safe arrival at the king's palace."
"Please don't go so fast, or I am sure to fall off," said the monkey. Thus they went along, the jellyfish skimming through the waves with the monkey sitting on his back. When they were about halfway, the jellyfish, who knew very little of anatomy, began to wonder if the monkey had his liver with him or not.
"Mr. Monkey, tell me, have you such a thing as a liver with you?"
The monkey was very much surprised at this queer question, and asked what the jellyfish wanted with a liver.
"That is the most important thing of all," said the stupid jellyfish. "So as soon as I recollected it, I asked if you had yours with you."
"Why is my liver so important to you?" asked the monkey.
"Oh, you will learn the reason later,"
said the jellyfish. The monkey grew more and more curious and suspicious, and urged the jellyfish to tell him for what his liver was wanted, and ended up by appealing to his hearer's feelings by saying that he was very troubled at what he had been told. Then the jellyfish, seeing how anxious the monkey looked, was sorry for him, and told him everything, how the dragon queen had fallen ill, and how the doctor had said that only the liver of a live monkey would cure her, and how the dragon king had sent him to find one.
"Now I have done as I was told, and as soon as we arrive at the palace the doctor will want your liver, so I feel sorry for you,"
said the silly jellyfish. The poor monkey was horrified when he learnt all this, and very angry at the trick played upon him. He trembled with fear at the thought of what was in store for him. But the monkey was a clever animal, and he thought it the wisest plan not to show any sign of the fear he felt, so he tried to calm himself, and to think of some way by which he might escape. "The doctor means to cut me open and then take my liver out. Why, I shall die," thought the monkey. At last a bright thought struck him, so he said quite cheerfully to the jellyfish, "What a pity it was, Mr. Jellyfish, that you did not speak of this before we left the island."
"If I had told you why I wanted you to accompany me, you would certainly have refused to come,"
answered the jellyfish. "You are quite mistaken," said the monkey. "Monkeys can very well spare a liver or two, especially when it is wanted for the dragon queen of the sea. If I had only guessed of what you were in need, I should have presented you one without waiting to be asked. I have several livers, but the greatest pity is that as you did not speak in time, I have left all my livers hanging on the pine tree."
"Have you left your liver behind you?"
asked the jellyfish. "Yes," said the cunning monkey. "During the daytime I usually leave my liver hanging up on the branch of a tree, as it is very much in the way when I am climbing about from tree to tree. Today, listening to your interesting conversation, I quite forgot it, and left it behind when I came off with you. If only you had spoken in time, I should have remembered it, and should have brought it along with me." The jellyfish was very disappointed when he heard this, for he believed every word the monkey said. The monkey was of no good without a liver. Finally the jellyfish stopped and told the monkey so. "Well," said the monkey, "that is soon remedied. I am really sorry to think of all your trouble, but if you will only take me back to the place where you found me, I shall soon be able to get my liver." The jellyfish did not at all like the idea of going all the way back to the island again, but the monkey assured him that if he would be so kind as to take him back, he would get his very best liver and bring it with him the next time. Thus persuaded, the jellyfish turned his course towards the monkey island once more. No sooner had the jellyfish reached the shore than the sly monkey landed, and getting up into the pine tree where the jellyfish had first seen him, he cut several capers amongst the branches with joy at being safe home again, and then looking down at the jellyfish said, "So many thanks for all the trouble you've taken. Please present my compliments to the Dragon King on your return." The jellyfish wondered at this speech and the mocking tone in which it was uttered. Then he asked the monkey if it wasn't his intention to come with him at once after getting his liver. The monkey replied laughingly that he couldn't afford to lose his liver, it was too precious.
"But remember your promise,"
pleaded the jellyfish, now very discouraged. "That promise was false, and anyhow it is now broken," answered the monkey. Then he began to jeer at the jellyfish and told him that he had been deceiving him the whole time, that he had no wish to lose his life, which he certainly would have done had he gone on to the Sea King's palace to the old doctor waiting for him, instead of persuading the jellyfish to return under false pretenses. "Of course, I won't give you my liver, but come and get it if you can," added the monkey mockingly from the tree. There was nothing for the jellyfish to do now but to repent of his stupidity and return to the Dragon King of the Sea and confess his failure, so he started sadly and slowly to swim back. The last thing he heard as he glided away, leaving the island behind him, was the monkey laughing at him. Meanwhile, the Dragon King, the doctor, the chief steward, and all the servants were waiting impatiently for the return of the jellyfish. When they caught sight of him approaching the palace, they hailed him with delight. They began to thank him profusely for all the trouble he had taken in going to Monkey Island, and then they asked him where the monkey was. Now the day of reckoning had come for the jellyfish. He quaked all over as he told his story, how he had brought the monkey halfway over the sea, and then he had stupidly let out the secret of his commission, how the monkey had deceived him by making him believe that he had left his liver behind him. The Dragon King's wrath was great, and he at once gave orders that the jellyfish was to be severely punished. The punishment was a horrible one. All the bones were to be drawn out from his living body, and he was to be beaten with sticks. The poor jellyfish, humiliated and horrified beyond all words, cried out for pardon, but the Dragon King's order had to be obeyed. The servants of the palace forthwith each brought out a stick and surrounded the jellyfish, and after pulling out his bones they beat him to a flat pulp, and then took him out behind the palace gates and threw him into the water. He was left to suffer and repent his foolish chattering, and to grow accustomed to his new state of bonelessness. From this story it is evident that in former times the jellyfish once had a shell and bones, something like a tortoise, but, ever since the Dragon King's sentence was carried out on the ancestor of the jellyfishes, his descendants have all been soft and boneless just as you see them today, thrown up by the waves high upon the shores of Japan. End of The Jellyfish and the Monkey. Recording by ElleyKat.
Section 20 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Wright MABIE. Section 20, The Old Man and the Devils. A long time ago, there was an old man who had a big lump on the right side of his face. One day he went into the mountain to cut wood, when the rain began to pour and the wind to blow so very hard that, finding it impossible to return home and filled with fear, he took refuge in the hollow of an old tree. While sitting there doubled up and unable to sleep, he heard the confused sound of many voices in the distance gradually approaching to where he was. He said to himself, "How strange! I thought I was all alone in the mountain, but I hear the voices of many people." So, taking courage, he peeped out, and saw a great crowd of strange-looking beings. Some were red and dressed in green clothes, others were black dressed in red clothes, some had only one eye, others no mouth. Indeed, it was quite impossible to describe their varied and strange looks. They kindled a fire so that it became as light as day. They sat down in 2 cross rows and began to drink wine and make merry, just like human beings. They passed the wine cup around so often that many of them soon drank too much. One of the young devils got up and began to sing a merry song and to dance, so also many others. Some danced well, others badly. One said, "We have had uncommon fun tonight, but I would like to see something new." Then the old man, losing all fear, thought he would like to dance, and saying, "Let come what will, if I die for it, I will have a dance too," crept out of the hollow tree, and, with his cap slipped over his nose and his axe sticking in his belt, began to dance. The devils in great surprise jumped up, saying, "Who is this?" But the old man advancing and receding, swaying to and fro, and posturing this way and that way, the whole crowd laughed and enjoyed the fun, saying, "How well the old man dances! You must always come and join us in our sport, but for fear you might not come, you must give us a pledge that you will." So the devils consulted together, and agreeing that the lump on his face, which was a token of wealth, was what he valued most highly, demanded that it should be taken. The old man replied, "I have had this lump many years, and would not without good reason part with it. But you may have it, or an eye, or my nose either, if you wish." So the devils laid hold of it, twisting and pulling, and took it off without giving him any pain, and put it away as a pledge that he would come back. Just then the day began to dawn, and the birds to sing, so the devils hurried away. The old man felt his face and found it quite smooth, and not a trace of the lump left. He forgot all about cutting wood, and hastened home. His wife, seeing him, exclaimed in great surprise, "What has happened to you?" So he told her all that had befallen him. Now, among the neighbors there was another old man who had a big lump on the left side of his face. Hearing all about how the first old man had got rid of his misfortune, he determined that he would also try the same plan. So he went and crept into the hollow tree and waited for the devils to come. Sure enough, they came just as he was told, and they sat down, drank wine, and made merry, just as they did before. The second old man, afraid and trembling, crept out of the hollow tree. The devils welcomed him, saying, "The old man has come! Now let us see him dance!" This old fellow was awkward, and did not dance as well as the other, so the devils cried out, "You dance badly, and are getting worse and worse. We will give you back the lump which we took from you as our pledge." Upon this, one of the devils brought the lump and stuck it on the other side of his face, so the poor old fellow returned home with a lump on each side. End of The Old Man and the Devils. Recording by Kate Zadepski in Northampton, Massachusetts.
Section 21 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ElleyKat. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Wright MABIE. Section 21, Autumn and Spring, adapted by Frank Hinder. A fair maiden lay asleep in a rice field. The sun was at its height, and she was weary. Now a god looked down upon the rice field. He knew that the beauty of the maiden came from within, that it mirrored the beauty of heavenly dreams. He knew that even now, as she smiled, she held converse with the spirit of the wind or the flowers. The god descended and asked the dream maiden to be his bride. She rejoiced, and they were wed. A wonderful red jewel came of their happiness. Long, long afterwards, the stone was found by a farmer, who saw that it was a very rare jewel. He prized it highly, and always carried it about with him. Sometimes, as he looked at it in the pale light of the moon, it seemed to him that he could discern eyes in its depths. Again, in the stillness of the night, he would awaken and think that a clear, soft voice called him by name. One day the farmer had to carry the midday meal to his workers in the field. The sun was very hot, so he loaded a cow with the bowls of rice, the millet dumplings, and the beans. Suddenly Prince Amabogo stood on the path. He was angry, for he thought that the farmer was about to kill the cow. The prince would hear no word of denial. His wrath increased. The farmer became more and more terrified, and, finally, took the precious stone from his pocket and presented it as a peace offering to the powerful prince. Amabogo marveled at the brilliancy of the jewel, and allowed the man to continue his journey. The prince returned to his home. He drew forth the treasure, and it was immediately transformed into a goddess of surpassing beauty. Even as she rose before him he loved her, and ere the moon waned they were wed. The goddess ministered to his every want. She prepared delicate dishes, the secret of which is known only to the gods. She made wine from the juice of a myriad herbs, wine such as mortals never taste. But after a time the prince became proud and overbearing. He began to treat his faithful wife with cruel contempt. The goddess was sad and said, "You are not worthy of my love. I will leave you and go to my father." Amabogo paid no heed to these words, for he did not believe that the threat would be fulfilled. But the beautiful goddess was in earnest. She escaped from the palace and fled to Naniwa, where she is still honored as Akaru Hime, the goddess of light. Now the prince was wroth when he heard that the goddess had left him, and set out in pursuit of her. But when he neared Naniwa, the gods would not allow his vessel to enter the haven. Then he knew that his priceless red jewel was lost to him forever. He steered his ship towards the north coast of Japan, and landed at Tajima. Here he was well received and highly esteemed on account of the treasures which he brought with him. He had costly strings of pearls, girdles of precious stones, and a mirror which the wind and the waves obeyed. Prince Amaboko remained at Tajima, and was the father of a mighty race. Among his children's children was a princess so renowned for her beauty that 80 suitors sought her hand. One after the other returned sorrowfully home, for none found favor in her eyes. At last 2 brothers came before her, the young god of the autumn and the young god of the spring. The elder of the 2, the god of autumn, first urged his suit, but the princess refused him. He went to his younger brother and said, "The princess does not love me, neither will you be able to win her heart." But the spring god was full of hope, and he replied, "I will give you a cask of rice wine if I do not win her, but if she consents to be my bride, you shall give a cask of sake to me." Now the god of spring went to his mother and told her all. She promised to aid him. Thereupon she wove, in a single night, a robe and sandals from the unopened buds of the lilac and white wisteria. Out of the same delicate flowers she fashioned a bow and arrows. Thus clad, the god of spring made his way to the beautiful princess. As he stepped before the maiden, every bud unfolded, and from the heart of each blossom came a fragrance that filled the air. The princess was overjoyed, and gave her hand to the god of spring. The elder brother, the god of autumn, was filled with rage when he heard how his brother had obtained the wondrous robe. He refused to give the promised cask of sake. When his mother learned that the god had broken his word, she placed stones and salt in the hollow of a bamboo cane, wrapped it round with bamboo leaves, and hung it in the smoke. Then she uttered a curse upon her firstborn. As the leaves wither and fade, so must you. As the salt sea ebbs, so must you. As the stone sinks, so must you. A terrible curse fell upon her son. While the god of spring remains ever young, ever fragrant, ever full of mirth, the god of autumn is old and withered and sad. End of Autumn and Spring.
Section 22 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ernst Patinama. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Wright MABIE. Section 22. The Vision of Tsunu, adapted by Frank Rinder. When the 5 tall pine trees on the windy heights of Mionoseki were but tiny shoots, there lived in a kingdom of the islands a pious man. His home was in a remote hamlet surrounded by mountains and great forests of pine. Tsunu had a wife and sons and daughters. He was a woodman, and his days were spent in the forest and on the hillsides. In summer he was up at cockcrow, and worked patiently in the soft light under the pines until nightfall. Then, with his burden of logs and branches, he went slowly homeward. After the evening meal he would tell some old story or legend. Tsunu was never weary of relating the wondrous tales of the land of the gods. Best of all he loved to speak of Fujiyama, the mountain that stood so near his home. In times gone by there was no mountain where now the sacred peak reaches up to the sky, only a far stretching plain bathed in sunlight all day. The peasants in the district were astonished one morning to behold a mighty hill where before had been the open plain. It had sprung up in a single night, while they slept. Flames and huge stones were hurled from its summit. The peasants feared that the demons from the underworld had come to wreak vengeance upon them. But for many generations there have been peace and silence on the heights. The good sun goddess loves Fujiyama. Every evening she lingers on his summit, and when at last she leaves him, his lofty crest is bathed in soft purple light. In the evening the matchless mountain seems to rise higher and higher into the skies, until no mortal can tell the place of his rest. Golden clouds enfold Fujiyama in the early morning. Pilgrims come from far and near to gain blessing and health for themselves and their families from the sacred mountain. On the selfsame night that Fujiyama rose out of the earth, a strange thing happened in a mountainous district near Kyoto. The inhabitants were awakened by a terrible roar which continued throughout the night. In the morning every mountain had disappeared. Not one of the hills that they loved was to be seen. A blue lake lay before them. It was none other than the lute-shaped Lake Biwa. The mountains had, in truth, travelled under the earth for more than 100 miles, and now form the sacred Fujiyama. As Tsunu stepped out of his hut in the morning, his eyes saw the mountain of the gods. He saw the golden clouds, and the beautiful story was in his mind as he went to his work. One day the woodman wandered farther than usual into the forest. At noon he was in a very lonely spot. The air was soft and sweet, the sky so blue that he looked long at it, and then took a deep breath. Tsunu was happy. Now his eye fell on a little fox who watched him curiously from the bushes. The creature ran away when it saw that the man's attention had been attracted. Tsunu thought, "I will follow the little fox and see where she goes." Off he started in pursuit. He soon came to a bamboo thicket. The smooth slender stems waved dreamily, the pale green leaves still sparkled with the morning dew. But it was not this which caused the woodman to stand spellbound. On a plot of mossy grass beyond the thicket sat 2 maidens of surpassing beauty. They were partly shaded by the waving bamboos, but their faces were lit up by the sunlight. Not a word came from their lips, yet Tsunu knew that the voices of both must be sweet as the cooing of the wild dove. The maidens were graceful as the slender willow, they were fair as the blossom of the cherry tree. Slowly they moved the chessmen which lay before them on the grass. Tsunu hardly dared to breathe, lest he should disturb them. The breeze caught their long hair, the sunlight played upon it. The sun still shone. The chessmen were still slowly moved to and fro. The woodman gazed, enraptured. But now, thought Tsunu, I must return and tell those at home of the beautiful maidens. Alas, his knees were stiff and weak. Surely I have stood here for many hours, he said. He leaned for support upon his axe. It crumbled into dust. Looking down, he saw that a flowing white beard hung from his chin. For many hours the poor woodman tried in vain to reach his home. Fatigued and wearied, he came at last to a hut. But all was changed. Strange faces peered curiously at him. The speech of the people was unfamiliar. "Where are my wife and my children?" he cried, but no one knew his name. Finally the poor woodman came to understand that 7 generations had passed since he bade farewell to his dear ones in the early morning. While he had gazed at the beautiful maidens, his wife, his children, and his children's children had lived and died. The few remaining years of Tsunu's life were spent as a pious pilgrim to Fujiyama, his well-loved mountain. Since his death he has been honored as a saint who brings prosperity to the people of his native country. End of The Vision of Tsunu. Recording by Ernst Patinama, Amsterdam, the Netherlands.
Section 23 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ElleyKat. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2, edited by Wright MABIE. Section 23, The Star Lovers, adapted by Frank Rinder. Shokujo, daughter of the sun, dwelt with her father on the banks of the silver river of heaven, which we call the Milky Way. She was a lovely maiden, graceful and winsome, and her eyes were tender as the eyes of a dove. Her loving father, the sun, was much troubled because Shokujo did not share in the youthful pleasures of the daughters of the air. A soft melancholy seemed to brood over her, but she never wearied of working for the good of others, and especially did she busy herself at her loom. Indeed, she came to be called the Weaving Princess. The sun bethought him that if he could give his daughter in marriage, all would be well. Her dormant love would be kindled into a flame that would illumine her whole being and drive out the pensive spirit which oppressed her. Now there lived hard by a right honest herdsman named Kingen, who tended his cows on the borders of the heavenly stream. The Sun King proposed to bestow his daughter on Kingen, thinking in this way to provide for her happiness and at the same time keep her near him. Every star beamed approval, and there was joy in the heavens. The love that bound Shokujo and Kingen to one another was a great love. With its awakening, Shokujo forsook her former occupations, nor did she any longer labor industriously at the loom, but laughed and danced and sang and made merry from morn till night. The Sun King was sorely grieved, for he had not foreseen so great a change. Anger was in his eyes, and he said, "Kingen is surely the cause of this. Therefore I will banish him to the other side of the river of stars." When Shokujo and Kingen heard that they were to be parted, and could thenceforth in accordance with the king's decree meet but once a year, and that upon the 7th night of the 7th month, their hearts were heavy. The leave-taking between them was a sad one, and great tears stood in Shokujo's eyes as she bade farewell to her lover husband. In answer to the behest of the Sun King, myriads of magpies flocked together, and, outspreading their wings, formed a bridge on which Kingen crossed the river of heaven. The moment that his foot touched the opposite bank, the birds dispersed with noisy chatter, leaving poor Kingen a solitary exile. He looked wistfully towards the weeping figure of Shokujo, who stood on the threshold of her now desolate home. Long and weary were the succeeding days, spent as they were by Kingen in guarding his oxen, and by Shokujo in plying her shuttle. The Sun King was gladdened by his daughter's industry. When night fell and the heavens were bright with countless lights, the lovers were wont, standing on the banks of the celestial stream, to waft across it sweet and tender messages, while each uttered a prayer for the speedy coming of the wondrous night. The long hoped-for month and day drew nigh, and the hearts of the lovers were troubled lest rain should fall, for the silver river, full at times, is at that season often in flood, and the bird bridge might be swept away. The day broke cloudlessly bright. It waxed and waned, and one by one the lamps of heaven were lighted. At nightfall the magpies assembled, and Shokujo, quivering with delight, crossed the slender bridge and fell into the arms of her lover. Their transport of joy was as the joy of the parched flower when the raindrop falls upon it. But the moment of parting soon came, and Shokujo sorrowfully retraced her steps. Year follows year, and the lovers still meet in that far-off land on the 7th night of the 7th month, save when the rain has swelled the silver river and rendered the crossing impossible. The hope of a permanent reunion still fills the hearts of the star-lovers, and is to them as a sweet fragrance and a beautiful vision. End of the Star-Lovers.
Section 24 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teal Robin. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Myths of the Slavs, Section 24, Two Brothers. Adapted by Alexander Todsky. Once upon a time there were two brothers, whose father had left them but a small fortune. The eldest grew very rich, but at the same time cruel and wicked, whereas there was nowhere a more honest or kinder man than the younger. But he remained poor, and had many children, so that at times they could scarcely get bread to eat. At last one day there was not even this in the house, so he went to his rich brother and asked him for a loaf of bread. Waste of time. His rich brother only called him a beggar and vagabond, and slammed the door in his face. The poor fellow, after this brutal reception, did not know which way to turn. Hungry, scantily clad, shivering with cold, his legs could scarcely carry him along. He had not the heart to go home, with nothing for the children, so he went towards the mountain forest, but all he found there were some wild pears that had fallen to the ground. He had to content himself with eating these, though they set his teeth on edge. But what was he to do to warm himself? For the east wind with its chill blast pierced him through and through. "Where shall I go?" he said. "What will become of us in the cottage? There is neither food nor fire, and my brother has driven me from his door." It was just then that he remembered having heard that the top of the mountain in front of him was made of crystal, and had a fire forever burning upon it. "I will try and find it," he said, "and then I may be able to warm myself a little." So he went on climbing higher and higher till he reached the top, when he was startled to see 12 strange beings sitting round a huge fire. He stopped for a moment, but then said to himself, "What have I to lose? Why should I fear? God is with me. Courage!" So he advanced towards the fire, and bowing respectfully, said, "Good people, take pity on my distress. I am very poor, no one cares for me. I have not even a fire in my cottage. Will you let me warm myself at yours?" They all looked kindly at him, and one of them said, "My son, come sit down with us and warm yourself." So he sat down, and felt warm directly he was near them, but he dared not speak while they were silent. What astonished him most was that they changed seats one after another, and in such a way that each one passed round the fire and came back to his own place. When he drew near the fire, an old man with long white beard and bald head arose from the flames and spoke to him thus: "Man, waste not thy life here. Return to thy cottage, work, and live honestly. Take as many embers as thou wilt. We have more than we need." And having said this, he disappeared. Then the 12 filled a large sack with embers, and putting it on the poor man's shoulders, advised him to hasten home. Humbly thanking them, he set off. As he went, he wondered why the embers did not feel hot, and why they should weigh no more than a sack of paper. He was thankful that he should be able to have a fire, but imagine his astonishment when on arriving home he found the sack to contain as many gold pieces as there had been embers. He almost went out of his mind with joy at the possession of so much money. With all his heart he thanked those who had been so ready to help him in his need. He was now rich, and rejoiced to be able to provide for his family. Being curious to find out how many gold pieces there were, and not knowing how to count, he sent his wife to his rich brother for the loan of the quart measure. This time the brother was in a better temper, so he lent what was asked of him, but said mockingly, "What can such beggars as you have to measure?" The wife replied, "Our neighbour owes us some wheat. We want to be sure he returns us the right quantity." The rich brother was puzzled, and suspecting something, he, unknown to his sister-in-law, put some grease inside the measure. The trick succeeded,
for on getting it back he found a piece of gold sticking to it. Filled with astonishment, he could only suppose his brother had joined a band of robbers, so he hurried to his brother's cottage and threatened to bring him before the justice of the peace if he did not confess where the gold came from. The poor man was troubled, and dreading to offend his brother, told the story of his journey to the Crystal Mountain. Now the elder brother had plenty of money for himself, yet he was envious of the brother's good fortune, and became greatly displeased when he found that his brother won everyone's esteem by the good use he made of his wealth. At last he too determined to visit the Crystal Mountain. "I may meet with as good luck as my brother," said he to himself. Upon reaching the Crystal Mountain, he found the 12 seated round the fire as before, and thus addressed them. "I beg of you, good people, to let me warm myself, for it is bitterly cold, and I am poor and homeless." But one of them replied, "My son, the hour of thy birth was favourable. Thou art rich, but a miser. Thou art wicked, for thou hast dared to lie to us. Well, dost thou deserve thy punishment." Amazed and terrified, he stood silent, not daring to speak. Meanwhile, the 12 changed places one after another, each at last returning to his own seat. Then from the midst of the flames arose the white-bearded old man, and spoke thus sternly to the rich man. "Woe unto the wilful! Thy brother is virtuous, therefore have I blessed him. As for thee, thou art wicked, and so shalt not escape our vengeance." At these words the 12 arose. The first seized the unfortunate man, struck him, and passed him on to the second. The second also struck him and passed him on to the third, and so did they all in their turn, until he was given up to the old man, who disappeared with him into the fire. Days, weeks, months went by, but the rich man never returned, and none knew what had become of him. I think, between you and me, the younger brother had his suspicions, but he very wisely kept them to himself. End of Two Brothers. Recording by Teal Robin.
Section 25 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Wright MABIE. Section 25. The 12 Months. Adapted by Alexander Khatskoy. There was once a widow who had 2 daughters, Helen, her own child by her dead husband, and Marouckla, his daughter by his first wife. She loved Helen, but hated the poor orphan, because she was far prettier than her own daughter. Marouckla did not think about her good looks, and could not understand why her stepmother should be angry at the sight of her. The hardest work fell to her share. She cleaned out the rooms, cooked, washed, sewed, spun, wove, brought in the hay, milked the cow, and all this without any help. Helen meanwhile did nothing but dress herself in her best clothes and go to one amusement after another. But Marouckla never complained. She bore the scoldings and bad temper of mother and sister with a smile on her lips and the patience of a lamb. But this angelic behavior did not soften them. They became even more tyrannical and grumpy, for Marouckla grew daily more beautiful, while Helen's ugliness increased. So the stepmother determined to get rid of Marouckla, for she knew that while she remained, her own daughter would have no suitors. Hunger, every kind of privation, abuse, every means was used to make the girl's life miserable. The most wicked of men could not have been more mercilessly cruel than these 2 vixens. But in spite of it all, Marouckla grew ever sweeter and more charming. One day, in the middle of winter, Helen wanted some wood violets. "Listen," cried she to Marouckla. "You must go up the mountain and find me some violets. I want some to put in my gown. They must be fresh and sweet-scented. Do you hear? "But, my dear sister, who ever heard of violets blooming in the snow?" said the poor orphan. "You wretched creature, do you dare to disobey me?" said Helen. "Not another word. Off with you. If you do not bring me some violets from the mountain forest, I will kill you." The stepmother also added her threats to those of Helen, and with vigorous blows they pushed Marouckla outside and shut the door upon her. The weeping girl made her way to the mountain. The snow lay deep, and there was no trace of any human being. Long she wandered hither and thither, and lost herself in the wood. She was hungry, and shivered with cold, and prayed to die. Suddenly she saw a light in the distance, and climbed towards it, till she reached the top of the mountain. Upon the highest peak burned a large fire, surrounded by 12 blocks of stone, on which sat 12 strange beings. Of these the first 3 had white hair, 3 were not quite so old, 3 were young and handsome, and the rest still younger. There they all sat silently looking at the fire. They were the 12 months of the year. The great Setchene, January, was placed higher than the others. His hair and moustache were white as snow, and in his hand he held a wand. At first Marouckla was afraid, but after a while her courage returned, and drawing near she said, "Men of God, may I warm myself at your fire? I am chilled by the winter cold." The great Setchene raised his head and answered, "What brings thee here, my daughter? What dost thou seek?" "I am looking for violets," replied the maiden. "This is not the season for violets. Dost thou not see the snow everywhere?" said Setchene. "I know well, but my sister Helen and my stepmother have ordered me to bring them violets from your mountain. If I return without them, they will kill me. I pray you, good shepherds, tell me where they may be found." Here the great Setchene arose and went over to the youngest of the months, and placing his wand in his hand said, "Brother Brezene, march, do thou take the highest place." Brezene obeyed, at the same time waving his wand over the fire. Immediately the flames rose towards the sky, the snow began to melt, and the trees and shrubs to bud. The grass became green, and from between its blades peeped the pale primrose. It was spring, and the meadows were blue with violets. "Gather them quickly, Marouckla," said Brezene. Joyfully she hastened to pick the flowers, and having soon a large bunch, she thanked them and ran home. Helen and the stepmother were amazed at the sight of the flowers, the scent of which filled the house. "Where did you find them?" asked Helen. "Under the trees on the mountain slope," said Marouckla. Helen kept the flowers for herself and her mother. She did not even thank her stepsister for the trouble she had taken. The next day she desired Marouckla to fetch her strawberries. "Run," said she, "and fetch me strawberries from the mountain. They must be very sweet and ripe." "But who ever heard of strawberries ripening in the snow?" exclaimed Marouckla. "Hold your tongue, worm! Don't answer me. If I don't have my strawberries, I will kill you." Then the stepmother pushed her into the yard and bolted the door. The unhappy girl made her way towards the mountain and to the large fire round which sat the 12 months. The great Setchene occupied the highest place. "Men of God, may I warm myself at your fire? The winter cold chills me," said she, drawing near. The great Setchene raised his head and asked, "Why comest thou here? What dost thou seek?" "I am looking for strawberries," said she. "We are in the midst of winter," replied Setchène. "Strawberries do not grow in the snow." "I know," said the girl sadly, "but my sister and stepmother have ordered me to bring them strawberries. If I do not, they will kill me. Pray, good shepherds, tell me where to find them." The great Setchène arose, crossed over to the month opposite him, and putting the wand into his hand said, "Brother Cervene (June), do thou take the highest place." Cervene obeyed, and as he waved his wand over the fire, the flames leapt towards the sky. Instantly the snow melted, the earth was covered with verdure, trees were clothed with leaves, birds began to sing, and various flowers blossomed in the forest. It was summer. Under the bushes, masses of star-shaped flowers changed into ripening strawberries. Before Marouckla had time to cross herself, they covered the glade, making it look like a sea of blood. "Gather them quickly, Marouckla," said Cervene. Joyfully she thanked the months, and, having filled her apron, ran happily home. Helen and her mother wondered at seeing the strawberries which filled the house with their delicious fragrance. "Wherever did you find them?" asked Helen crossly. "Right up among the mountains. Those from under the beech trees are not bad." Helen gave a few to her mother, and ate the rest herself. Not one did she offer to her stepsister. Being tired of strawberries, on the third day she took a fancy for some fresh red apples. "Run, Marouckla," said she, "and fetch me fresh red apples from the mountain." "Apples in winter, sister? Why, the trees have neither leaves nor fruit." "Idle creature! Go this minute," said Helen. "Unless you bring back apples, we will kill you." As before, the stepmother seized her roughly and turned her out of the house. The poor girl went weeping up the mountain, across the deep snow upon which lay no human footprint, and on towards the fire round which were the 12 months. Motionless sat they, and on the highest stone was the great Setchène. "Man of God, may I warm myself at your fire? The winter cold chills me," said she, drawing near. The great Setchène raised his head. "Why comest thou here? What dost thou seek?" asked he. "I am come to look for red apples," replied Marouckla. "But this is winter, and not the season for red apples," observed the great Setchène. "I know," answered the girl, "that my sister and stepmother sent me to fetch red apples from the mountain. If I return without them, they will kill me." Thereupon the great Setchène arose and went over to one of the elderly months, to whom he handed the wand, saying, "Brother Zarè (September), do thou take the highest place." Zarè moved to the highest stone and waved his wand over the fire. There was a flare of red flames, the snow disappeared, but the fading leaves which trembled on the trees were sent by a cold northeast wind in yellow masses to the glade. Only a few flowers of autumn were visible, such as the fleabane and red gillyflower, autumn colchicums in the ravine, and under the beeches bracken and tufts of northern heather. At first Marouckla looked in vain for red apples. Then she espied a tree which grew at a great height, and from the branches of this hung the bright red fruit. Zarè ordered her to gather some quickly. The girl was delighted and shook the tree. First one apple fell, then another. "That is enough," said Zarè. "Hurry home." Thanking the months, she returned joyfully. Helen marveled, and the stepmother wondered at seeing the fruit. "Where did you gather them?" asked the stepsister. "There are more on the mountain top," answered Marouckla. "Then why did you not bring more?" said Helen angrily. "You must have eaten them on your way back, you wicked girl." "No, dear sister, I have not even tasted them," said Marouckla. "I shook the tree twice. One apple fell each time. I was not allowed to shake it again, but was told to return home." "May God smite you with his thunderbolt," said Helen, striking her. Marouckla prayed to die rather than suffer such ill treatment. Weeping bitterly, she took refuge in the kitchen. Helen and her mother found the apples more delicious than any they had ever tasted, and when they had eaten, both longed for more. "Listen, mother," said Helen. "Give me my cloak. I will fetch some more apples myself, or else that good-for-nothing wretch will eat them all on the way. I shall be able to find the mountain and the tree. The shepherds may cry 'Stop!' but I shall not leave go till I have shaken down all the apples." In spite of her mother's advice, she put on her cloak, covered her head with the warm hood, and took the road to the mountain. The mother stood and watched her till she was lost in the distance. Snow covered everything. Not a human footprint was to be seen on its surface. Helen lost herself and wandered hither and thither. After a while she saw a light above her, and following in its direction reached the mountain top. There was the flaming fire, the 12 blocks of stone, and the 12 months. At first she was frightened and hesitated. Then she came nearer and warmed her hands. She did not ask permission, nor did she speak one polite word. "What has brought thee here? What dost thou seek?" said the great Setchène severely. "I am not obliged to tell you, old greybeard. What business is it of yours?" she replied disdainfully, turning her back on the fire and going towards the forest. The great Setchène frowned and waved his wand over his head. Instantly the sky became covered with clouds, the fire went down, snow fell in large flakes, an icy wind howled round the mountain. Amid the fury of the storm, Helen added curses against her stepsister. The cloak failed to warm her benumbed limbs. The mother kept on waiting for her. She looked from the window, she watched from the doorstep, but her daughter came not. The hours passed slowly, but Helen did not return. "Can it be that the apples have charmed her from her home?" thought the mother. Then she clad herself in hood and shawl and went in search of her daughter. Snow fell in huge masses. It covered all things. It lay untouched by human footsteps. For long she wandered hither and thither. The icy northeast wind whistled in the mountain, but no voice answered her cries. Day after day Marouckla worked and prayed and waited, but neither stepmother nor sister returned. They had been frozen to death on the mountain. The inheritance of a small house, a field, and a cow fell to Marouckla. In course of time an honest farmer came to share them with her, and their lives were happy and peaceful. End of the 12 months.
Section 26 of Young Folks Treasury Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Young Folks Treasury Volume 2, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 26. The Sun, or The 3 Golden Hairs of the Old Man Visavedi. Can this be a true story? It is said that once there was a king who was exceedingly fond of hunting the wild beasts in his forest. One day he followed a stag so far and so long that he lost his way. Alone and overtaken by night, he was glad to find himself near a small thatched cottage in which lived a charcoal burner. Will you kindly show me the way to the high road? You shall be handsomely rewarded." "I would willingly," said the charcoal burner, "but God is going to send my wife a little child, and I cannot leave her alone. Will you pass the night under our roof? There is a truss of sweet hay in the loft where you may rest, and tomorrow morning I will be your guide." The king accepted the invitation and went to bed in the loft. Shortly after, a son was born to the charcoal burner's wife. But the king could not sleep. At midnight he heard noises in the house, and looking through a crack in the flooring he saw the charcoal burner asleep, his wife almost in a faint, and by the side of the newly born babe 3 old women dressed in white, each holding a lighted taper in her hand, and all talking together. Now these were the 3 Sudice, or Fates, you must know. The first said, "On this boy I bestow the gift of confronting great dangers." The second said, "I bestow the power of happily escaping all these dangers, and of living to a good old age." The third said, "I bestow upon him for wife the princess born at the selfsame hour as he, and daughter of the very king sleeping above in the loft." At these words the lights went out, and silence reigned around. Now the king was greatly troubled, and wondered exceedingly. He felt as if he had received a sword thrust in the chest. He lay awake all night thinking how to prevent the words of the Fates from coming true. With the first glimmer of morning light the baby began to cry. The charcoal burner, on going over to it, found that his wife was dead. "Poor little orphan," he said sadly, "what will become of thee without a mother's care?" "Confide this child to me," said the king. "I will look after it. He shall be well provided for. You shall be given a sum of money large enough to keep you without having to burn charcoal." The poor man gladly agreed, and the king went away promising to send some one for the child. The queen and the courtiers thought it would be an agreeable surprise for the king to hear what a charming little princess had been born on the night he was away. But instead of being pleased, he frowned, and calling one of his servants, said to him, "Go to the charcoal burner's cottage in the forest, and give the man this purse in exchange for a newborn infant. On your way back drown the child. See well that he is drowned, for if he should in any way escape, you yourself shall suffer in his place." The servant was given the child in a basket, and on reaching the center of a narrow bridge that stretched across a wide and deep river, he threw both basket and baby into the water. "A prosperous journey to you, Mr. Son-in-law," said the king, on hearing the servant's story, for he fully believed the child was drowned. But it was far from being the case. The little one was floating happily along in its basket cradle, and slumbering as sweetly as if his mother had sung him to sleep. Now it happened that a fisherman who was mending his nets before his cottage door saw the basket floating down the river. He jumped at once into his boat, picked it up, and ran to tell his wife the good news. "Look," said he, "you have always longed for a son. Here is a beautiful little boy the river has sent us." The woman was delighted, and took the infant, and loved it as her own child. They named him Plavacek, the floater, because he had come to them floating on the water. The river flowed on. Years passed away. The little baby grew into a handsome youth. In all the villages round there were none to compare with him. Now it happened that one summer day the king was riding unattended, and the heat being very great, he reined in his horse before the fisherman's door to ask for a drink of water. Plavacek brought the water. The king looked at him attentively, then turning to the fisherman said, "That is a good-looking lad. Is he your son?" "He is and he isn't," replied the fisherman. "I found him, when he was quite a tiny baby, floating down the stream in a basket. So we adopted him and brought him up as our own son." The king turned as pale as death, for he guessed that he was the same child he had ordered to be drowned. Then recovering himself, he got down from his horse and said, I want a trusty messenger to take a message to the palace. Could you send him with it?" "With pleasure. Your Majesty may be sure of its safe delivery." Thereupon the King wrote to the Queen as follows: "The man who brings you this letter is the most dangerous of all my enemies. Have his head cut off at once. No delay, no pity. He must be executed before my return. Such is my will and pleasure." This he carefully folded and sealed with the royal seal. Plavacek took the letter and set off immediately, but the forest through which he had to pass was so large, and the trees so thick, that he missed the path and was overtaken by the darkness before the journey was nearly over. In the midst of his trouble he met an old woman, who said, "Where are you going, Plavacek? Where are you going?" "I am the bearer of a letter from the King to the Queen, but have missed the path to the palace. Could you, good mother, put me on the right road?" "Impossible today, my child. It is getting dark, and you would not have time to get there. Stay with me tonight. You will not be with strangers, for I am your godmother." Plavacek agreed. Thereupon they entered a pretty little cottage that seemed suddenly to sink into the earth. Now while he slept, the old woman changed his letter for another, which ran thus: "Immediately upon the receipt of this letter, introduce the bearer to the Princess our daughter. I have chosen this young man for my son-in-law, and it is my wish that they should be married before my return to the palace. Such is my pleasure." The letter was duly delivered, and when the Queen had read it, she ordered everything to be prepared for the wedding. Both she and her daughter greatly enjoyed Plavacek's society, and nothing disturbed the happiness of the newly married pair. Within a few days the King returned, and on hearing what had taken place, was very angry with the Queen. "But you expressly bade me have the wedding before your return. Come, read your letter again. Here it is," said she. He closely examined the letter. The paper, handwriting, seal, all were undoubtedly his. He then called his son-in-law, and questioned him about his journey. Plavacek hid nothing. He told how he had lost his way, and how he had passed the night in a cottage in the forest. "What was the old woman like?" asked the King. From Plavacek's description the King knew it was the very same who, 20 years before, had foretold the marriage of the Princess with the charcoal-burner's son. After some moments' thought, the King said, "What is done, but you will not become my son-in-law so easily. No, in faith. As a wedding present you must bring me 3 golden hairs from the head of Dède Vsévède." In this way he thought to get rid of his son-in-law, whose very presence was distasteful to him. The young fellow took leave of his wife and set off. "I know not which way to go," said he to himself, "but my godmother the witch will surely help me." But he found the way easily enough. He walked on and on and on for a long time over mountain, valley, and river, until he reached the shores of the Black Sea. There he found a boat and boatman. "May God bless you, old boatman," said he. "And you too, my young traveler. Where are you going?" "To Dède Vsévède's castle for 3 of his golden hairs." "Ah, then you are very welcome. For a long, weary while I have been waiting for such a messenger as you. I have been ferrying passengers across for these 20 years, and not one of them has done anything to help me. If you will promise to ask Dède Vsévède when I shall be released from my toil, I will row you across." Plavacek promised, and he was rowed to the opposite bank. He continued his journey on foot until he came in sight of a large town, half in ruins, near which was passing a funeral procession. The king of that country was following his father's coffin, and with the tears running down his cheeks. "May God comfort you in your distress," said Plavacek. "Thank you, good traveler. Where are you going?" "To the house of Dède Vsévède, in quest of 3 of his golden hairs." "To the house of Dède Vsévède, indeed! What a pity you did not come sooner. We have long been expecting such a messenger as you. Come and see me by and by." When Plavacek presented himself at court, the king said to him, "We understand you are on your way to the house of Dède Vsévède. Now we have an apple tree here that bears the fruit of everlasting youth. One of these apples, eaten by a man, even though he be dying, will cure him and make him young again. For the last 20 years neither fruit nor flower has been found on this tree. Will you ask Dède Vsévède the cause of it?" "That I will, with pleasure." Then Plavacek continued his journey, and as he went he came to a large and beautiful city where all was sad and silent. Near the gate was an old man who leaned on a stick and walked with difficulty. "May God bless you, good old man." "And you too, my handsome young traveler. Where are you going?" "To Dède Vsévède's palace in search of 3 of his golden hairs." "Ah, you are the very messenger I have so long waited for. Allow me to take you to my master the king." On their arrival at the palace, the king said, "I hear you are an ambassador to Dède Vsévède. We have here a well, the water of which renews itself. So wonderful are its effects that invalids are immediately cured on drinking it, while a few drops sprinkled on a corpse will bring it to life again. For the past 20 years this well has remained dry. If you will ask old Dède Vsévède how the flow of water may be restored, I will reward you royally." Plavacek promised to do so, and was dismissed with good wishes. He then travelled through deep dark forests, in the midst of which might be seen a large meadow. Out of it grew lovely flowers, and in the centre stood a castle built of gold. It was the home of Dède Vsévède. So brilliant with light was it that it seemed to be built of fire. When he entered there was no one there but an old woman spinning. "Greeting, Plavacek. I am well pleased to see you." She was his godmother, who had given him shelter in her cottage when he was the bearer of the king's letter. "Tell me what brings you here from such a distance," she went on. "The king would not have me for his son-in-law unless I first got him 3 golden hairs from the head of Dède Vsévède. So he sent me here to fetch them." The Fate laughed. "Dède Vsévède indeed! Why, I am his mother. It is the shining sun himself. He is a child at morning time, a grown man at midday, a decrepit old man looking as if he had lived 100 years at eventide. But I will see that you have the 3 hairs from his head. I am not your godmother for nothing. All the same, you must not remain here. My son is a good lad, but when he comes home he is hungry, and would very probably order you to be roasted for his supper. Now I will turn this empty bucket upside down, and you shall hide underneath it." Plavacek begged the Fate to obtain from Dède Vsévède the answers to the 3 questions he had been asked. "I will do so certainly, but you must listen to what he says." Suddenly a blast of wind howled around the palace, and the sun entered by a western window. He was an old man with golden hair. "I smell human flesh," cried he. "I am sure of it. Mother, you have some one here." "Star of day," she replied, "whom could I have here that you would not see sooner than I? The fact is that in your daily journeys the scent of human flesh is always with you, so when you come home at evening it clings to you still." The old man said nothing, and sat down to supper. When he had finished he laid his golden head on the Fate's lap and went to sleep. Then she pulled out a hair and threw it on the ground. It fell with a metallic sound like the vibration of a guitar string. "What do you want, mother?" asked he. "Nothing, my son. I was sleeping, and had a strange dream." "What was it, mother?" "I thought I was in a place where there was a well, and the well was fed from a spring, the water of which cured all diseases. Even the dying were restored to health on drinking that water, and the dead who were sprinkled with it came to life again. For the last 20 years the well has run dry. What must be done to restore the flow of water?" "That is very simple. A frog has lodged itself in the opening of the spring. This prevents the flow of water. Kill the frog, and the water will return to the well." He slept again, and the old woman pulled out another golden hair and threw it on the ground. "Mother, what do you want?" "Nothing, my son, nothing. I was dreaming. In my dream I saw a large town, the name of which I have forgotten, and there grew an apple tree, the fruit of which had the power to make the old young again. A single apple eaten by an old man would restore to him the vigor and freshness of youth. For 20 years this tree has not borne fruit. What can be done to make it fruitful? The means are not difficult. A snake hidden among the roots destroys the sap. Kill the snake, transplant the tree, and the fruit will grow as before. He again fell asleep, and the old woman pulled out another golden hair. "Now, mother, why will you not let me sleep?" said the old man, really vexed, and he would have got up. "Lie down, my darling son. Do not disturb yourself. I am sorry I awoke you, but I have had a very strange dream. It seemed that I saw a boatman on the shores of the Black Sea, and he complained that he had been toiling at the ferry for 20 years without anyone having come to take his place. For how much longer must this poor old man continue to row? He is a silly fellow. He has but to place his oars in the hands of the first comer and jump ashore. Whoever receives the oars will replace him as ferryman. But leave me in peace now, mother, and do not wake me again. I have to rise very early, and must first dry the eyes of a princess. The poor thing spends all night weeping for her husband, who has been sent by the king to get 3 of my golden hairs." Next morning the wind whistled round Dède Vsévède's palace, and instead of an old man, a beautiful child with golden hair awoke on the old woman's lap. It was the glorious sun. He bade her good day, and flew out of the eastern window. The old woman turned up the bucket and said to Plavacek, "Look, here are the 3 golden hairs. You now know the answers to your questions. May God direct you and send you a prosperous journey. You will not see me again, for you will have no further need of me." He thanked her gratefully and left her. On arriving at the town with the dried-up well, he was questioned by the king as to what news he had brought. "Have the well carefully cleaned out," said he. "Kill the frog that obstructs the spring, and the wonderful water will flow again." The king did as he was advised, and rejoiced to see the water return. He gave Plavacek 12 swan-white horses, and as much gold and silver as they could carry. On reaching the second town, and being asked by the king what news he had brought, he replied, "Excellent. One could not wish for better. Dig up your apple tree, kill the snake that lies among the roots, transplant the tree, and it will produce apples like those of former times." And all turned out as he had said, for no sooner was the tree replanted than it was covered with blossoms that gave it the appearance of a sea of roses. The delighted king gave him 12 raven-black horses, laden with as much wealth as they could carry. He then journeyed to the shores of the Black Sea. There the boatman questioned him as to what news he had brought respecting his release. Plavacek first crossed with his 24 horses to the opposite bank, and then replied that the boatman might gain his freedom by placing the oars in the hands of the first traveler who wished to be ferried over. Plavacek's royal father-in-law could not believe his eyes when he saw Dède Vsévède's 3 golden hairs. As for the princess, his young wife, she wept tears, but of joy, not sadness, to see her dear one again. And she said to him, "How did you get such splendid horses and so much wealth, dear husband?" And he answered her, "All this represents the price paid for the weariness of spirit I have felt. It is the ready money for hardships endured and services given. Thus I showed one king how to regain possession of the apples of youth. To another I told the secret of reopening the spring of water that gives health and life." "Apples of youth, water of life," interrupted the king. "I will certainly go and find these treasures for myself. Ah, what joy! Having eaten of these apples I shall become young again. Having drunk of the water of immortality I shall live forever." And he started off in search of these treasures, but he has not yet returned from his search. End of the Sun, or the 3 Golden Hairs of the Old Man Vsévède. Recording by Bill Boerst.
Section 27 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Wright MABIE. A Myth of America. Section 27. Hiawatha. Adapted from H.R. Schoolcraft's version. Hiawatha was living with his grandmother near the edge of a wide prairie. On this prairie he first saw animals and birds of every kind. He there also saw exhibitions of divine power in the sweeping tempests, in the thunder and lightning, and the various shades of light and darkness which form a never-ending scene for observation. Every new sight he beheld in the heavens was a subject of remark, every new animal or bird an object of deep interest, and every sound uttered by the animal creation a new lesson which he was expected to learn. He often trembled at what he heard and saw. To this scene his grandmother sent him at an early age to watch. The first sound he heard was that of an owl, at which he was greatly terrified, and quickly descended the tree he had climbed. He ran with alarm to the lodge. "Noko! Noko! Grandma," he cried, "I have heard a momento." She laughed at his fears, and asked him what kind of a noise it made. He answered, "It makes a noise like this, ko, 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 ho." She told him that he was young and foolish, that what he had heard was only a bird, deriving its name from the noise it made. He went back and continued his watch. While there he thought to himself, "It is singular that I am so simple, and my grandmother so wise, and that I have neither father nor mother. I have never heard a word about them. I must ask and find out." He went home and sat down silent and dejected. At length his grandmother asked him, "Hiawatha, what is the matter with you?" He answered, "I wish you would tell me whether I have any parents living, and who my relatives are." Knowing that he was of a wicked and revengeful disposition, she dreaded telling him the story of his parentage, but he insisted on her compliance. "Yes," she said, "you have a father and 3 brothers living. Your mother is dead. She was taken without the consent of her parents by your father, the West. Your brothers are the North, East, and South. And being older than yourself, your father has given them great power with the winds, according to their names. You are the youngest of his children. I have nourished you from your infancy, for your mother died in giving you birth, owing to the ill treatment of your father. I have no relations besides you this side of the planet on which I was born, and from which I was precipitated by female jealousy. Your mother was my only child, and you are my only hope." He appeared to be rejoiced to hear that his father was living, for he had already thought in his heart to try and kill him. He told his grandmother he should set out in the morning to visit him. She said it was a long distance to the place where the West lived, but that had no effect to stop him, for he had now attained manhood, possessed a giant's height, and was endowed by nature with a giant's strength and power. He set out and soon reached the place, for every step he took covered a large surface of ground. The meeting took place on a high mountain in the west. His father appeared very happy to see him. They spent some days in talking with each other. One evening, Hiawatha asked his father what he was most afraid of on earth. He replied, "Nothing." "But is there not something you dread here? Tell me." At last his father said, yielding, "Yes, there is a black stone found in such a place. It is the only earthly thing I am afraid of, for if it should hit me or any part of my body, it would injure me very much." He said this as a secret, and in return asked his son the same question. Knowing each other's power, although the son's was limited, the father feared him on account of his great strength. Hiawatha answered, "Nothing," intending to avoid the question, or to refer to some harmless object as the one of which he was afraid. He was asked again, and answered, "Nothing." But the West said, "There must be something you are afraid of. Well, I will tell you, said Hiawatha, what it is. But before he would pronounce the word, he affected great dread. Lee, it is, said he. Yow, I cannot name it, I am seized with a dread. The West told him to banish his fears. He commenced again, in a strain of mock sensitiveness, repeating the same words. At last he cried out, It is the root of the bulrush. He appeared to be exhausted by the effort of pronouncing the word, and all this skilfully acting a studied part. Some time after he observed, I will get some of the black rock. The West said, Far be it from you. Do not do so, my son. He still persisted. Well, said the father, I will also get the bulrush root. Hiawatha immediately cried out, Do not, affecting as before to be in great dread of it, but really wishing by this course to urge on the West to procure it, that he might draw him into combat. He went out and got a large piece of the black rock, and brought it home. The West also took care to bring the dreaded root. In the course of conversation he asked his father whether he had been the cause of his mother's death. The answer was, Yes. He then took up the rock and struck him. Blow led to blow, and here commenced an obstinate and furious combat, which continued several days. Fragments of the rock broken off under Hiawatha's blows can be seen in various places to this day. The root did not prove as mortal a weapon as his well-acted fears had led his father to expect, although he suffered severely from the blows. This battle commenced on the mountains. The West was forced to give ground. Hiawatha drove him across rivers and over mountains and lakes, and at last he came to the brink of this world. Hold! Cried he. My son, you know my power, and that it is impossible to kill me. Desist, and I will also portion you out with as much power as your brothers. The 4 quarters of the globe are already occupied, but you can go and do a great deal of good to the people of this earth, which is infested with large serpents, beasts, and monsters, who make great havoc among the inhabitants. Go and do good. You have the power now to do so, and your fame with the beings of this earth will last forever. When you have finished your work, I will have a place provided for you. You will then go and sit with your brother in the north. Hiawatha was pacified. He returned to his lodge, where he was confined by the wounds he had received, but owing to his grandmother's skill in medicine he was soon recovered. She told him that his grandfather, who had come to the earth in search of her, had been killed by Megasogwon, who lived on the opposite side of the lake. When he was alive, she continued, I was never without oil to put on my head, but now my hair is fast falling off for the want of it. Well, said he, Noko, get cedar bark and make me a line, while I make a canoe. When all was ready, he went out to the middle of the lake to fish. He put his line down, saying, Mishinamagwai, the name of the kingfish, take hold of my bait. He kept repeating this for some time. At last the king of fishes said, Hiawatha troubles me. Here, trout, take hold of his line, which was very heavy, so that his canoe stood nearly perpendicular. But he kept crying out, Wai-ee-hee, Wai-ee-hee, till he could see the trout. As soon as he saw him, he spoke to him. Why did you take hold of my hook? Shame, shame, you ugly fish. The trout, being thus rebuked, let go. Hiawatha put his line again in the water, saying, King of fishes, take hold of my line. But the king of fishes told a monstrous sunfish to take hold of it, for Hiawatha was tiring him with his incessant calls. He again drew up his line with difficulty, saying as before, Wai-ee-hee, Wai-ee-hee, while his canoe was turning in swift circles. When he saw the sunfish, he cried, Shame, shame, you odious fish! Why did you dirty my hook by taking it in your mouth? Let go, I say, let go! The sunfish did so, and told the king of fishes what Hiawatha said. Just at that moment the bait came near the king, and hearing Hiawatha continually crying out, Mishinamagwai, take hold of my hook, at last he did so, and allowed himself to be drawn up to the surface, which he had no sooner reached than at one mouthful he took Hiawatha and his canoe down. When he came to himself, he found that he was in the fish's belly, and also his canoe. He now turned his thoughts to the way of making his escape. Looking in his canoe, he saw his war club, with which he immediately struck the heart of the fish. He then felt a sudden motion, as if he were moving with great velocity. The fish observed to the others, "I am sick at stomach for having swallowed this dirty fellow Hiawatha." Just at this moment he received another severe blow on the heart. Hiawatha thought, "If I am thrown up in the middle of the lake, I shall be drowned, so I must prevent it." He drew his canoe and placed it across the fish's throat, and just as he had finished, the fish commenced vomiting, but to no effect. In this he was aided by a squirrel, who had accompanied him unperceived until that moment. This animal had taken an active part in helping him to place his canoe across the fish's throat. For this act he named him, saying, "For the future, boys shall always call you Agidamo, or Upside Down." He then renewed his attack upon the fish's heart, and succeeded, by repeated blows, in killing him, which he first knew by the loss of motion, and by the sound of the beating of the body against the shore. He waited a day longer to see what would happen. He heard birds scratching on the body, and all at once the rays of light broke in. He could see the heads of the gulls, who were looking in by the opening they had made. "Oh," cried Hiawatha, "my younger brothers! Make the opening larger, so that I can get out." They told each other that their brother Hiawatha was inside of the fish. They immediately set about enlarging the orifice, and in a short time liberated him. After he got out, he said to the gulls, "For the future, you shall be called Kaioshk, or Noble Scratchers." The spot where the fish happened to be driven ashore was near his lodge. He went up and told his grandmother to go and prepare as much oil as she wanted. All besides, he informed her, he should keep for himself. Some time after this, he commenced making preparations for a war excursion against the Pearl Feather, the Manito who lived on the opposite side of the great lake, who had killed his grandfather. The abode of his spirit was defended, first by fiery serpents who hissed fire so that no one could pass them, and in the second place by a large mass of gummy matter lying on the water, so soft and adhesive that whoever attempted to pass, or whatever came in contact with it, was sure to stick there. He continued making bows and arrows without number, but he had no heads for his arrows. At last Noko told him that an old man who lived at some distance could make them. He sent her to get some. She soon returned with her konas, or wrapper, full. Still he told her that he had not enough, and sent her again. She returned with as many more. He thought to himself, "I must find out the way of making these heads." Cunning and curiosity prompted him to make the discovery, but he deemed it necessary to deceive his grandmother in so doing. "Noko," said he, "while I take my drum and rattle and sing my war songs, go and try to get me some larger heads for my arrows, for those you brought me are all of the same size. Go and see whether the old man cannot make some a little larger." He followed her as she went, keeping at a distance, and saw the old artificer at work, and so discovered his process. He also beheld the old man's daughter, and perceived that she was very beautiful. He felt his breast beat with a new emotion, but said nothing. He took care to get home before his grandmother, and commenced singing as if he had never left his lodge. When the old woman came near, she heard his drum and rattle, without any suspicion that he had followed her. She delivered him the arrowheads. One evening the old woman said, "My son, you ought to fast before you go to war, as your brothers frequently do, to find out whether you will be successful or not." He said he had no objection, and immediately commenced a fast for several days. He would retire every day from the lodge, so far as to be out of the reach of his grandmother's voice. After having finished his term of fasting and sung his war song from which the Indians of the present day derive their custom, he embarked in his canoe, fully prepared for war. In addition to the usual implements, He had a plentiful supply of oil. He traveled rapidly day and night, for he had only to will or speak, and the canoe went. At length he arrived in sight of the fiery serpents. He stopped to view them. He saw they were some distance apart, and that the flame only which issued from them reached across the pass. He commenced talking as a friend to them, but they answered, "We know you, Hiawatha. You cannot pass." He then thought of some expedient to deceive them, and hit upon this. He pushed his canoe as near as possible. All at once he cried out, with a loud and terrified voice, "What is that behind you?" The serpents instantly turned their heads when, at a single word, he passed them. "Well," said he, placidly, after he had got by, "how do you like my exploit?" He then took up his bows and arrows, and with deliberate aim shot them, which was easily done, for the serpents were stationary, and could not move beyond a certain spot. They were of enormous length, and of a bright color. Having overcome the sentinel serpents, he went on in his magic canoe till he came to a soft, gummy portion of the lake, called Piguwagumi, or pitch water. He took the oil and rubbed it on his canoe, and then pushed into it. The oil softened the surface and enabled him to slip through it with ease, although it required frequent rubbing and a constant reapplication of the oil. Just as his oil failed, he extricated himself from this impediment, and was the first person who ever succeeded in overcoming it. He now came in view of land, on which he debarked in safety, and could see the lodge of the shining Manito situated on a hill. He commenced preparing for the fight, putting his arrows and clubs in order, and just at the dawn of day began his attack, yelling and shouting and crying with triple voices, "Surround him! Surround him! Run up! Run up!" making it appear that he had many followers. He advanced, crying out, "It was you that killed my grandfather!" and with this shot his arrows. The combat continued all day. Hiawatha's arrows had no effect, for his antagonist was clothed with pure wampum. He was now reduced to 3 arrows, and it was only by extraordinary agility that he could escape the blows which the Manito kept making at him. At that moment a large woodpecker, the mama, flew past and lit on a tree. "Hiawatha," he cried, "your adversary has a vulnerable point. Shoot at the lock of hair on the crown of his head." He shot his first arrow so as only to draw blood from that part. The Manito made 1 or 2 unsteady steps, but recovered himself. He began to parley, but, in the act, received a second arrow, which brought him to his knees. But he again recovered. In so doing, however, he exposed his head, and gave his adversary a chance to fire his third arrow, which penetrated deep, and brought him a lifeless corpse to the ground. Hiawatha uttered his saw-saquon, and taking his scalp as a trophy, he called the woodpecker to come and receive a reward for his information. He took the blood of the Manito and rubbed it on the woodpecker's head, the feathers of which are red to this day. After this victory he returned home, singing songs of triumph, and beating his drum. When his grandmother heard him, she came to the shore, and welcomed him with songs and dancing. Glory fired his mind. He displayed the trophies he had brought in the most conspicuous manner, and felt an unconquerable desire for other adventures. He felt himself urged by the consciousness of his power to new trials of bravery, skill, and necromantic prowess. He had destroyed the Manito of wealth, and killed his guardian serpents, and eluded all his charms. He did not long remain inactive. His next adventure was upon the water, and proved him the prince of fishermen. He captured a fish of such a monstrous size that the fat and oil he obtained from it formed a small lake. He therefore invited all the animals and fowls to a banquet, and he made the order in which they partook of this repast the measure of their fatness. As fast as they arrived, he told them to plunge in. The bear came first, and was followed by the deer, opossum, and such other animals as are noted for their peculiar fatness at certain seasons. The moose and bison came tardily. The partridge looked on till the reservoir was nearly exhausted. The hare and marten came last, and these animals have consequently no fat. When this ceremony was over, he told the assembled animals and birds to dance, taking up his drum and crying, "New songs from the south! Come, brothers, dance!" He directed them to pass in a circle around him, and to shut their eyes. They did so. When he saw a fat fowl pass by him, he adroitly wrung off its head, at the same time beating his drum and singing with greater vehemence, to drown the noise of the fluttering, and crying out, in a tone of admiration, "That's the way, my brothers, that's the way!" At last a small duck, the diver, thinking there was something wrong, opened one eye and saw what he was doing. Giving a spring and crying, "Ha ha! Hiawatha is killing us!" he made for the water. Hiawatha followed him, and, just as the duck was getting into the water, gave him a kick, which is the cause of his back being flattened, and his legs being straightened out backward, so that when he gets on land he cannot walk, and his tail feathers are few. Meantime the other birds flew off, and the animals ran into the woods. After this, Hiawatha set out to travel. He wished to outdo all others, and to see new countries. But after walking over America, and encountering many adventures, he became satisfied as well as fatigued. He had heard of great feats in hunting, and felt a desire to try his power in that way. One evening, as he was walking along the shores of a great lake, weary and hungry, he encountered a great magician in the form of an old wolf, with 6 young ones coming towards him. The wolf, as soon as he saw him, told his whelps to keep out of the way of Hiawatha. "For I know," continued he, "that it is he we see yonder." The young wolves were in the act of running off when Hiawatha cried out, "My grandchildren, where are you going? Stop, and I will go with you." He appeared rejoiced to see the old wolf, and asked him whither he was journeying. Being told that they were looking for a place where they could find most game, and where they might pass the winter, he said he would like to go with them, and addressed the old wolf in the following words: "Brother, I have a passion for the chase. Are you willing to change me into a wolf?" He was answered favorably, and his transformation immediately effected. Hiawatha was fond of novelty. He found himself a wolf corresponding in size with the others, but he was not quite satisfied with the change, crying out, "Oh, make me a little larger." They did so. "A little larger still," he exclaimed. They said, "Let us humor him," and granted his request. "Well," he said, "that will do." He looked at his tail. "Oh," cried he, "do make my tail a little longer and more bushy." They did so. They then all started off in company, dashing up a ravine. After getting into the woods some distance, they fell in with the tracks of moose. The young ones went after them, Hiawatha and the old wolf following at their leisure. "Well," said the wolf, "whom do you think is the fastest of the boys? Can you tell by the jumps they take?" "Why," he replied, "that one that takes such long jumps. He is the fastest, to be sure." "Ha, ha! You are mistaken," said the old wolf. "He makes a good start, but he will be the first to tire out. This one who appears to be behind will be the one to kill the game." They then came to the place where the boys had started in chase. One had dropped his small bundle. "Take that, Hiawatha," said the old wolf. "Asa," he replied, "what will I do with the dirty dog skin?" The wolf took it up. It was a beautiful robe. "Oh, I will carry it now," said Hiawatha. "Oh, no," replied the wolf, who, at the moment, exerted his magic power. "It is a robe of pearls." And from this moment he omitted no occasion to display his superiority, both in the art of the hunter and the magician, above his conceited companion. Coming to a place where the moose had lain down, they saw that the young wolves had made a fresh start after their prey. "Why," said the wolf, "this moose is poor. I know by the tracks, for I can always tell whether they are fat or not." They next came to a place where one of the wolves had bit at the moose, and had broken one of his teeth on a tree. "Hiawatha," said the wolf, "one of your grandchildren has shot at the game. Take his arrow. There it is." "No," he replied. "What will I do with a dirty dog's tooth?" The old wolf took it up, and behold, it was a beautiful silver arrow. When they overtook the youngsters, they had killed a very fat moose. Hiawatha was extremely hungry, but alas, such is the power of enchantment. He saw nothing but the bones picked quite clean. He thought to himself, "Just as I expected, dirty, greedy fellows." However, he sat down without saying a word. At length the old wolf spoke to one of the young ones, saying, "Give some meat to your grandfather." One of them obeyed, and, coming near to Hiawatha, opened his mouth as if he was about to snarl. Hiawatha jumped up, saying, "You filthy dog! You have eaten so much that your stomach refuses to hold it. Get you gone into some other place." The old wolf, hearing the abuse, went a little to one side to see, and behold, a heap of fresh ruddy meat, with the fat lying all ready prepared. He was followed by Hiawatha, who, having the enchantment instantly removed, put on a smiling face. "Amazement!" said he. "How fine the meat is!" "Yes," replied the wolf, "it is always so with us. We know our work, and always get the best. It is not a long tail that makes a hunter." Hiawatha bit his lip. They then commenced fixing their winter quarters, while the youngsters went out in search of game, and soon brought in a large supply. One day, during the absence of the young wolves, the old one amused himself in cracking the large bones of a moose. "Hiawatha," said he, "cover your head with the robe, and do not look at me while I am at these bones, for a piece may fly in your eye." He did as he was told, but, looking through a rent that was in the robe, he saw what the other was about. Just at that moment a piece flew off and hit him on the eye. He cried out, "Tiao! Why do you strike me, you old dog?" The wolf said, "You must have been looking at me." But deception commonly leads to falsehood. "No, no," he said. "Why should I want to look at you?" "Hiawatha," said the wolf, "you must have been looking, or you would not have been hurt." "No, no," he replied again, "I was not. I will repay the saucy wolf this," thought he to himself. So, next day, taking up a bone to obtain the marrow, he said to the wolf, "Cover your head and don't look at me, for I fear a piece may fly in your eye." The wolf did so. He then took the leg bone of the moose, and looking first to see if the wolf was well covered, he hit him a blow with all his might. The wolf jumped up, cried out, and fell prostrate from the effects of the blow. "Why," said he, "do you strike me so?" "Strike you?" he replied. "No, you must have been looking at me." "No," answered the wolf, "I say I have not." But he persisted in the assertion, and the poor magician had to give up. Hiawatha was an expert hunter when he earnestly tried to be. He went out one day and killed a fat moose. He was very hungry and sat down to eat, but immediately he fell into great doubts as to the proper point to begin. "Well," said he, "I do not know where to begin. At the head? No, people will laugh and say, 'He ate him backwards.' He went to the side. No, said he, they will say I ate him sideways. He then went to the hind quarter. No, said he, they will say I ate him toward the head. I will begin here, say what they will. He took a delicate piece from the rump, and was just ready to put it in his mouth, when a tree close by made a creaking sound, caused by the rubbing of one large branch against another. This annoyed him. Why, he exclaimed, I cannot eat while I hear such a noise. Stop, stop, said he to the tree. He was putting the morsel again to his mouth, when the noise was repeated. He put it down, exclaiming, I cannot eat in such confusion, and immediately left the meat, although very hungry, to go and put a stop to the racket. He climbed the tree, and was pulling at the limb, when his arm was caught between two branches, so that he could not extricate himself. While thus held fast, he saw a pack of wolves coming in the direction towards his meat. Go that way, he cried out. Why do you come here? The wolves talked among themselves and said, Hiawatha must have something here, or he would not tell us to go another way. I begin to know him, said an old wolf, and all his tricks. Let us go forward and see." They came on, and finding the moose, soon made away with the whole carcass. Hiawatha looked on wistfully to see them eat till they were fully satisfied, and they left him nothing but the bare bones. The next heavy blast of wind opened the branches and liberated him. He went home, thinking to himself, "See the effect of meddling with frivolous things when I already had valuable possessions." Next day the old wolf addressed him thus: "My brother, I am going to separate from you, but I will leave behind me one of the young wolves to be your hunter." He then departed. In this act Hiawatha was disenchanted, and again resumed his mortal shape. He was sorrowful and dejected, but soon resumed his wonted air of cheerfulness. The young wolf that was left with him was a good hunter, and never failed to keep the lodge well supplied with meat. One day he addressed him as follows: "My grandson, I had a dream last night, and it does not portend good. It is of the large lake which lies in that direction. You must be careful never to cross it, even if the ice should appear good. If you come to it at night, weary or hungry, you must make the circuit of it." Spring commenced, and the snow was melting fast before the rays of the sun, when one evening the wolf came to the lake, weary with the day's chase. He disliked the journey of making its circuit. "Halloo!" he exclaimed. "There can be no great harm in trying the ice, as it appears to be sound. Nisho, my grandfather, is overcautious on this point." He had gone but halfway across when the ice gave way, and falling in he was immediately seized by the serpents, who, knowing he was Hiawatha's grandson, were thirsting for revenge upon him. Meanwhile Hiawatha sat pensively in his lodge. Night came on, but no grandson returned. The second and third night passed, but he did not appear. Hiawatha became very desolate and sorrowful. "Ah," said he must have disobeyed me and lost his life in that lake I told him of. "Well," said he at last, "I must mourn for him." So he took coal and blackened his face. But he was much perplexed as to the right mode of mourning. "I wonder," said he, "how I must do it. I will cry, 'Oh, my grandson! Oh, my grandson!'" He burst out laughing. No, that won't do. "I will try, 'Oh, my heart! Oh, my heart!' That won't do either. I will cry, 'Oh, my drowned grandson!'" This satisfied him, and he remained in his lodge and fasted till his days of mourning were over. "Now," said he, "I will go in search of him." He set out and travelled till he came to the great lake. He then raised the lamentation for his grandson, which had pleased him. Sitting down near a small brook that emptied itself into the lake, and repeating his cries. Soon a bird called Kishimunisi came near to him. The bird inquired, "What are you doing here?" "Nothing," Hiawatha replied, "but can you tell me whether anyone lives in this lake, and what brings you here yourself?" "Yes," responded the bird, "the Prince of Serpents lives here, and I am watching to see whether the body of Hiawatha's grandson will not drift ashore, for he was killed by the serpents last spring. But are you not Hiawatha himself?" "No," was the reply with his usual deceit. "How do you think he could get to this place? But tell me, do the serpents ever appear? When? Where? Tell me all about their habits." "Do you see that beautiful white sandy beach?" said the bird. "Yes," he answered. "It is there," continued the bird, "that they bask in the sun. Before they come out, the lake will appear perfectly calm. Not even a ripple will appear. After midday you will see them." "Thank you," he replied. "I am Hiawatha. I have come in search of the body of my grandson, and to seek my revenge. Come near me that I may put a medal round your neck as a reward for your information." The bird unsuspectingly came near, and received a white medal, which can be seen to this day. While bestowing the medal, he attempted slyly to wring the bird's head off, but it escaped him, with only a disturbance of the crown feathers of its head, which are rumpled backward. He had found out all he wanted to know, and then desired to conceal the knowledge obtained by killing his informant. He went to the sandy beach indicated, and transformed himself into an oak stump. He had not been there long before the lake became perfectly calm. Soon hundreds of monstrous serpents came crawling on the beach. One of the number was beautifully white. He was the prince. The others were red and yellow. The prince spoke to those about him as follows. "I never saw that black stump standing there before. It may be Hiawatha. There is no knowing but that he may be somewhere about here. He has the power of an evil genius, and we should be on our guard against his wiles." One of the large serpents immediately went and twisted himself around it to the top, and pressed it very hard. The greatest pressure happened to be on his throat. He was just ready to cry out when the serpent let go. 8 of them went in succession and did the like, but always let go at the moment he was ready to cry out. "It cannot be he," they said. "He is too great a weak heart for that." They then coiled themselves in a circle about their prince. It was a long time before they fell asleep. When they did so, Hiawatha took his bow and arrows, and, cautiously stepping over the sleeping serpents till he came to the prince, drew up his arrow with the full strength of his arm, and shot him in the left side. He then gave a Sawsaquan and ran off at full speed. The sound uttered by the snakes on seeing their prince mortally wounded was horrible. They cried, "Hiawatha has killed our prince! Go in chase of him!" Meantime he ran over hill and valley to gain the interior of the country with all his strength and speed, treading a mile at a step. But his pursuers were also spirits, and he could hear that something was approaching him fast. He made for the highest mountain, and climbed the highest tree on its summit, when, dreadful to behold, the whole lower country was seen to be overflowed, and the water was gaining rapidly on the highlands. He saw it reach to the foot of the mountains, and at length it came up to the foot of the tree, but there was no abatement. The flood rose steadily and perceptibly. He soon felt the lower part of his body to be immersed in it. He addressed the tree. "Grandfather, stretch yourself!" The tree did so, but the waters still rose. He repeated his request, and was again obeyed. He asked a third time, and was again obeyed, but the tree replied, "It is the last time. I cannot get any higher." The waters continued to rise till they reached up to his chin, at which point they stood, and soon began to abate. Hope revived in his heart. He then cast his eyes around the illimitable expanse, and spied a loon. "Dive down, my brother," he said to him, "and fetch up some earth, so that I can make a new earth." The bird obeyed, but rose up to the surface a lifeless form. He then saw a muskrat. "Dive," said he, "and if you succeed, you may hereafter live either on land or water as you please. Or I will give you a chain of beautiful little lakes, surrounded with rushes, to inhabit." He dove down, but floated up senseless. He took the body and breathed in his nostrils, which restored him to life. "Try again," said he. The muskrat did so. He came up senseless the second time, but clutched a little earth in one of his paws, from which, together with the carcass of the dead loon, he created a new earth, as large as the former had been, with all living animals, fowls, and plants. As he was walking to survey the new earth, he heard someone singing. He went to the place and found a female spirit, in the disguise of an old woman, singing these words, and crying at every pause. "Manau bo sho, o dozi moon, o gimawun, o nisawun, hiabababab. Dread Hiawatha in revenge, for his grandson lost, has killed the chief, the king." "Noko," said he, "what is the matter?" "Matter?" said she. "Where have you been, that you have not heard how Hiawatha shot my son, the prince of serpents, in revenge for the loss of his grandson, and how the earth was overflowed and created anew? So I brought my son here, that he might kill and destroy the inhabitants as he did on the former earth. But," she continued, casting a scrutinizing glance, Meow! And there go Hiawatha! Hub, ub, ub, ub! I am afraid you are Hiawatha. He burst out into a laugh to quiet her fears. Ha 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 ha! How can that be? Has not the old world perished and all that was in it? Impossible! Impossible! But Noko, he continued, what do you intend doing with all that cedar cord on your back? Why, said she, I am fixing a snare for Hiawatha if he should be on this earth, and in the meantime I am looking for herbs to heal my son. I am the only person that can do him any good. He always gets better when I sing. Hiawatha niwiguak, kondamawa niwiguak, kondamawa niwiguak. It is Hiawatha's dart. I try my magic power to withdraw. Having found out, by conversation with her, all he wished, he put her to death. He then took off her skin, and assuming this disguise, took the cedar cord on his back, and limped away singing her songs. He completely aped the gait and voice of the old woman. He was met by one who told him to make haste, that the prince was worse. At the lodge, limping and muttering, he took notice that they had his grandson's hide to hang over the door. "Oh, dogs," said he, "the evil dogs!" He sat down near the door, and commenced sobbing like an aged woman. One observed, "Why don't you attend the sick, and not sit there making such a noise?" He took up the poker and laid it on them, mimicking the voice of the old woman. "Dogs that you are, why do you laugh at me? You know very well that I am so sorry that I am nearly out of my head." With that he approached the prince, singing the songs of the old woman, without exciting any suspicion. He saw that his arrow had gone in about 1/2 its length. He pretended to make preparations for extracting it, but only made ready to finish his victim, and giving the dart a sudden thrust, he put a period to the prince's life. He performed this act with the power of a giant, bursting the old woman's skin, and at the same time rushing through the door, the serpents following him, hissing and crying out, "Perfidy! Murder! Vengeance! It is Hiawatha!" He immediately transformed himself into a wolf, and ran over the plain with all his speed, aided by his father the West Wind. When he got to the mountains he saw a badger. "Brother," said he, "make a hole quick, for the serpents are after me." The badger obeyed. They both went in, and the badger threw all the earth backward, so that it filled up the way behind. The serpents came to the badger's burrow, and decided to watch. "We will starve him out," said they, so they continued watching. Hiawatha told the badger to make an opening on the other side of the mountain, from which he could go out and hunt, and bring meat in. Thus they lived some time. One day the badger came in his way and displeased him. He immediately put him to death and threw out his carcass, saying, "I don't like you to be getting in my way so often." After living in this confinement for some time, he decided to go out. He immediately did so, and after making the circuit of the mountain came to the corpse of the prince, who had been deserted by the serpents to pursue his destroyer. He went to work and skinned him. He then drew on his skin, in which there were great virtues, took up his war club, and set out for the place where he first went in the ground. He found the serpents still watching. When they saw the form of their dead prince advancing towards them, fear and dread took hold of them. Some fled. Those who remained Hiawatha killed. Those who fled went towards the south. Having accomplished the victory over the reptiles, Hiawatha returned to his former place of dwelling, and married the arrow-maker's daughter. End of Hiawatha. Recording by Jill Engel.
Section 28 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 2. Edited by Wright MABIE. Heroes of Grace and Rome. Section 28. Perseus. Adapted Mary McGregor. Part 1. Perseus and his Mother. Once upon a time there were two princes who were twins. They lived in a pleasant vale far away in Hellas. They had fruitful meadows and vineyards, sheep and oxen, great herds of horses, and all that men could need to make them blessed. And yet they were wretched because they were jealous of each other. From the moment they were born they began to quarrel, and when they grew up each tried to take away the other's share of the kingdom and keep all for himself. And there came a prophet to one of the hard-hearted princes and said, "Because you have risen up against your own family shall rise up against you. Because you have sinned against your kindred, by your kindred shall you be punished. Your daughter Danae shall bear a son, and by that son's hands you shall die. So the gods have said, and it shall surely come to pass." At that the hard-hearted prince was very much afraid, but he did not mend his ways. For when he became king, he shut up his fair daughter Danae in a cavern underground, lined with brass, that no one might come near her. So he fancied himself more cunning than the gods. Now it came to pass that in time Danae bore a son, so beautiful a babe that any but the king would have had pity on it. But he had no pity, for he took Danae and her babe down to the seashore, put them into a great chest, and thrust them out to sea, that the winds and the waves might carry them whithersoever they would. And away and out to sea before the northwest wind floated the mother and her babe, while all who watched them wept save that cruel king. So they floated on, and the chest danced up and down upon the billows, and the babe slept in its mother's arms. But the poor mother could not sleep, but watched and wept, and she sang to her babe as they floated. Now they are past the last blue headland and in the open sea. There is nothing round them but waves and the sky and the wind. But the waves are gentle, and the sky is clear, and the breeze is tender and low. So a night passed, and a day, and a long day it was to Danae, and another night and day beside, till Danae was faint with hunger and weeping, and yet no land appeared. And all the while the babe slept quietly, and at last poor Danae dropped her head and fell asleep likewise, with her cheek against her babe's. After a while she was awakened suddenly, for the chest was jarring and grinding, and the air was full of sound. She looked up, and over her head were mighty cliffs, and around her rocks and breakers and flying flakes of foam. She clasped her hands together and shrieked aloud for help, and when she cried, help met her, for now there came over the rocks a tall and stately man, and looked down wondering upon poor Danae, tossing about in the chest among the waves. He wore a rough cloak, and on his head a broad hat to shade his face, and in his hand he carried a trident, which is a three-pronged fork for spearing fish, and over his shoulder was a casting net. But Danae could see that he was no common man by his height and his walk, and his flowing golden hair and beard, and by the two servants who came behind him carrying baskets for his fish. She had hardly time to look at him before he had laid aside his trident and leaped down the rocks, and thrown his casting net so surely over Danae and the chest that he drew it and her and the babe safe upon a ledge of rock. Then the fisherman took Danae by the hand and lifted her out of the chest, and said, "Oh, beautiful damsel, what strange chance has brought you to this island in so frail a ship? Who are you, and whence? Surely you are some king's daughter, and this boy belongs to the gods." And as he spoke he pointed to the babe, for its face shone like the morning star. But Danae only held down her head and sobbed out, "Tell me to what land I have come, and among what men I have fallen." And he said, "Polydectes is king of this isle, and he is my brother. Men call me Dictys the netter, because I catch the fish of the shore." Then Danae fell down at his feet and embraced his knees, and cried, "O sir, have pity upon a stranger, whom cruel doom has driven to your land, and let me live in your house as a servant. But treat me honorably, for I once was a king's daughter, and this my boy is of no common race. I will not be a charge to you, or eat the bread of idleness, for I am more skillful in weaving and embroidery than all the maidens of my land." And she was going on, but Dictys stopped her and raised her up and said, "My daughter, I am old, and my hairs are growing gray, while I have no children to make my home cheerful. Come with me then, and you shall be a daughter to me and to my wife, and this babe shall be our grandchild." So Danae was comforted, and went home with Dictys the good fisherman, and was a daughter to him and his wife, till 15 years were past. Part II. How Perseus vowed a rash vow. 15 years were past and gone, and the babe was now grown to be a tall lad and a sailor. His mother called him Perseus, but all the people in the isle called him King of the Immortals. For though he was but 15, Perseus was taller by a head than any man in the island, and he was brave and truthful. and gentle and courteous. For good old Dictys had trained him well, and well it was for Perseus that he had done so. For now Danae and her son fell into great danger, and Perseus had need of all his strength to defend his mother and himself. Polydectes, the king of the island, was not a good man like his brother Dictys, but he was greedy and cunning and cruel. And when he saw fair Danae, he wanted to marry her, but she would not, for she did not love him and cared for no one but her boy. At last Polydectes became furious, and while Perseus was away at sea, he took poor Danae away from Dictys, saying, "If you will not be my wife, you shall be my slave." So Danae was made a slave, and had to fetch water from the well and grind in the mill. But Perseus was far away over the seas, little thinking that his mother was in great grief and sorrow. Now one day, while the ship was lading, Perseus wandered into a pleasant wood to get out of the sun, and sat down on the turf and fell asleep. And as he slept, a strange dream came to him, the strangest dream he had ever had in his life. There came a lady to him through the wood, taller than he or any mortal man, but beautiful exceedingly, with great gray eyes, clear and piercing, but strangely soft and mild. On her head was a helmet, and in her hand a spear. And over her shoulder, above her long blue robes, hung a goat skin, which bore up a mighty shield of brass, polished like a mirror. She stood and looked at him with her clear gray eyes, and Perseus dropped his eyes, trembling and blushing, as the wonderful lady spoke. "Perseus, you must do an errand for me." Then the strange lady, whose name was Athena, laughed, and held up her brazen shield, and cried, "See here, Perseus, dare you face such a monster as this, and slay it, that I may place its head upon this shield?" And in the mirror of the shield there appeared a face, and as Perseus looked on it, his blood ran cold. It was the face of a beautiful woman, but her cheeks were pale and her lips were thin. Instead of hair, vipers wreathed about her temples and shot out their forked tongues, and she had claws of brass. Perseus looked a while and then said, "If there is anything so fierce and ugly on earth, it were a noble deed to kill it. Where can I find the monster?" Then the strange lady smiled again and said, "You are too young, for this is Medusa the Gorgon. Return to your home, and when you have done the work that awaits you there, you may be worthy to go in search of the monster." Perseus would have spoken, but the strange lady vanished, and he awoke, and behold, it was a dream. So he returned home, and the first thing he heard was that his mother was a slave in the house of Polydectes. Grinding his teeth with rage, he went out and away to the king's palace, and through the men's rooms and the women's rooms, and so through all the house, till he found his mother sitting on the floor turning the stone hand mill, and weeping as she turned it. And he lifted her up and kissed her, and bade her follow him forth. But before they could pass out of the room, Polydectes came in. When Perseus saw the king, he flew upon him and cried, "Tyrant, is this thy mercy to strangers and widows? Thou shalt die." And because he had no sword, he caught up the stone hand mill and lifted it to dash out Polydectes' brains. But his mother clung to him, shrieking, and good Dictys too entreated him to remember that the cruel king was his brother. Then Perseus lowered his hand, and Polydectes, who had been trembling all this while like a coward, let Perseus and his mother pass. So Perseus took his mother to the temple of Athena, and there the priestess made her one of the temple sweepers. And there they knew she would be safe, for not even Polydectes would dare to drag her out of the temple. And there Perseus and the good Dictys and his wife came to visit her every day. As for Polydectes, not being able to get Danae by force, he cast about how he might get her by cunning. He was sure he could never get back Danae as long as Perseus was in the island, so he made a plot to get rid of him. First, he pretended to have forgiven Perseus and to have forgotten Danae, so that for a while all went smoothly. Next, he proclaimed a great feast, and invited to it all the chiefs and the young men of the island, and among them Perseus, that they might all do him homage as their king, and eat of his banquet in his hall. On the appointed day they all came, and as the custom was then, each guest brought with him a present for the king. One brought a horse, another a shawl, or a ring, or a sword, and some brought baskets of grapes. But Perseus brought nothing, for he had nothing to bring, being only a poor sailor lad. He was ashamed, however, to go into the king's presence without a gift. So he stood at the door, sorrowfully watching the rich men go in. And his face grew very red as they pointed at him and smiled and whispered, "And what has Perseus to give?" Perseus blushed and stammered, while all the proud men round laughed and mocked, till the lad grew mad with shame, and hardly knowing what he said, he cried out, "A present? See if I do not bring a nobler one than all of yours together." "Hear the boaster! What is this present to be?" cried they all, laughing louder than ever. Then Perseus remembered his strange dream, and he cried aloud, "The head of Medusa the Gorgon!" He was half afraid after he had said the words, for all laughed louder than ever, and Polydectes loudest of all, while he said, "You have promised to bring me the Gorgon's head. Then never appear again in this island without it. Go!" Perseus saw that he had fallen into a trap, but he went out without a word. Down to the cliffs he went, and looked across the broad blue sea, and wondered if his dream were true. "Athena, was my dream true? Shall I slay the Gorgon?" he prayed. "Rashly and angrily I promised, but wisely and patiently will I perform." But there was no answer nor sign, not even a cloud in the sky. 3 times Perseus called, weeping, "Rashly and angrily I promised, but wisely and patiently will I perform." Then he saw afar off a small white cloud as bright as silver, and as it touched the cliffs it broke and parted, and within it appeared Athena, and beside her a young man whose eyes were like sparks of fire. And they came swiftly toward Perseus, and he fell down and worshipped, for he knew they were more than mortal. But Athena spoke gently to him and bade him have no fear. "Perseus," she said, "you have braved Polydectes and done manfully. Dare you brave Medusa the Gorgon?" Perseus answered, "Try me, for since you spoke to me new courage has come into my soul." And Athena said, "Perseus, this deed requires a 7 years' journey, in which you cannot turn back nor escape. If your heart fails you must die, and no man will ever find your bones." And Perseus said, "Tell me, O fair and wise Athena, how I can do but this one thing, and then, if need be, die." Then Athena smiled and said, "Be patient and listen. You must go northward till you find the 3 gray sisters, who have but 1 eye and 1 tooth amongst them. Ask them the way to the daughters of the evening star, for they will tell you the way to the Gorgon, that you may slay her. But beware, for her eyes are so terrible that whoever looks on them is turned to stone." "How am I to escape her eyes?" said Perseus. "Will she not freeze me too?" "You shall take this polished shield," said Athena, "and look not at herself, but at her image in the shield, so you may strike her safely. And when you have struck off her head, wrap it, with your face turned away, in the folds of the goat skin on which the shield hangs. So you bring it safely back to me, and win yourself renown and a place among heroes." Then said Perseus, "I will go, though I die in going. But how shall I cross the seas without a ship? And who will show me the way? And how shall I slay her if her scales be iron and brass?" But the young man who was with Athena spoke, "These sandals of mine will bear you across the seas, and over hill and dale like a bird, as they bear me all day long. The sandals themselves will guide you on the road, for they are divine and cannot stray. And this sword itself will kill her, for it is divine and needs no second strike. Arise and gird them on, and go forth." So Perseus arose and girded on the sandals and the sword. And Athena cried, "Now leap from the cliff and begone." And Perseus looked down the cliff and shuddered, but he was ashamed to show his dread, and he leaped into the empty air. And behold, instead of falling, he floated, and stood, and ran along the sky. Part 3. How Perseus slew the Gorgon. So Perseus started on his journey, going dry-shod over land and sea, and his heart was high and joyful, for the sandals bore him each day a 7 days' journey. And at last, by the shore of a freezing sea, beneath the cold winter moon, he found the 3 gray sisters. There was no living thing around them, not a fly, not a moss upon the rocks. They passed their 1 eye each to the other, but for all that they could not see, and they passed the 1 tooth from one to the other, but for all that they could not eat, and they sat in the full glare of the moon, but they were none the warmer for her beams. And Perseus said, "Tell me, O venerable mothers, the path to the daughters of the evening star." They heard his voice, and then one cried, "Give me the eye that I may see him," and another, "Give me the tooth that I may bite him." But they had no answer for his question. Then Perseus stepped close to them and watched as they passed the eye from hand to hand, and as they groped about he held out his own hand gently, till one of them put the eye into it, fancying it was the hand of her sister. At that Perseus sprang back and laughed, and cried, "Cruel old women, I have your eye, and I will throw it into the sea unless you tell me the path to the daughters of the evening star, and swear to me that you tell me right." Then they wept and chattered and scolded, but all in vain. They were forced to tell the truth, though when they told it, Perseus could hardly make out the way. But he gave them back the eye, and leaped away to the southward, leaving the snow and ice behind. At last he heard sweet voices singing, and he guessed that he was come to the garden of the daughters of the evening star. When they saw him, they trembled, and said, "Are you come to rob our garden and carry off our golden fruit?" But Perseus answered, "I want none of your golden fruit. Tell me the way which leads to the Gorgon, that I may go on my way and slay her." "Not yet, not yet, fair boy," they answered. "Come dance with us around the trees in the garden." "I cannot dance with you, fair maidens, so tell me the way to the Gorgon, lest I wander and perish in the waves." Then they sighed and wept and answered, "The Gorgon, she will freeze you into stone." But Perseus said, "The gods have lent me weapons, and will give me wisdom to use them." Then the fair maidens told him that the Gorgon lived on an island far away, but that whoever went near the island must wear the hat of darkness, so that he could not himself be seen. And one of the fair maidens held in her hand the magic hat. While all the maidens kissed Perseus and wept over him, he was only impatient to be gone. So at last they put the magic hat upon his head, and he vanished out of their sight. And Perseus went on boldly, past many an ugly sight, till he heard the rustle of the Gorgons' wings, and saw the glitter of their brazen claws. Then he knew that it was time to halt, lest Medusa should freeze him into stone. He thought a while with himself, and remembered Athena's words. Then he rose into the air, and held the shield above his head, and looked upon it, that he might see all that was below him. And he saw 3 Gorgons sleeping, as huge as elephants. He knew that they could not see him, because the hat of darkness hid him, and yet he trembled as he sank down near them, so terrible were those brazen claws. Medusa tossed to and fro restlessly in her sleep. Her long neck gleamed so white in the mirror that Perseus had not the heart to strike. But as he looked from among her tresses, the vipers awoke and peeped up, with their bright dry eyes, and showed their fangs and hissed. And Medusa, as she tossed, showed her brazen claws, and Perseus saw that for all her beauty she was as ugly as the others. Then he came down and stepped to her boldly, and looked steadfastly on his mirror, and struck with his sword stoutly once, and he did not need to strike again. He wrapped the head in the goat skin, turning away his eyes, and sprang into the air aloft, faster than he ever sprang before. And well his brave sandals bore him through cloud and sunshine, across the shoreless sea, till he came again to the gardens of the fair maidens. Then he asked them, "By what road shall I go homeward again?" And they wept and cried, "Go home no more, but stay and play with us, the lonely maidens." But Perseus refused, and leapt down the mountain, and went on like a seagull, away and out to sea. Part 4. How Perseus met Andromeda. So Perseus flitted onward to the northeast over many a league of sea, till he came to the rolling sandhills of the desert. Over the sands he went, he never knew how far nor how long, hoping all day to see the blue sparkling Mediterranean, that he might fly across it to his home. But now came down a mighty wind, and swept him back southward toward the desert. All day long he strove against it, but even the sandals could not prevail, and when morning came there was nothing to be seen save the same old hateful waste of sand. At last the gale fell, and he tried to go northward again, but again down came the sandstorms and swept him back into the desert, and then all was calm and cloudless as before. Then he cried to Athena, "Shall I never see my mother more, and the blue ripple of the sea, and the sunny hills of Hellas?" So he prayed, and after he had prayed there was a great silence. And Perseus stood a while and waited, and said, "Surely I am not here but by the will of the gods, for Athena will not lie. Were not these sandals to lead me in the right road?" Then suddenly his ears were opened, and he heard the sound of running water. And Perseus laughed for joy, and leapt down the cliff, and drank of the cool water, and ate of the dates, and slept on the turf, and leapt up and went forward again, but not toward the north this time. For he said, "Surely Athena hath sent me hither, and will not have me go homeward yet. What if there be another noble deed to be done before I see the sunny hills of Hellas?" So Perseus flew along the shore above the sea, and at the dawn of the day he looked toward the cliffs. At the water's edge, under a black rock, he saw a white image stand. "This," thought he, "must surely be the statue of some sea god. I will go near and see." And he came near, but when he came it was no statue he found, but a maiden of flesh and blood, for he could see her tresses streaming in the breeze. And as he came closer still, he could see how she shrank and shivered when the waves sprinkled her with cold salt spray. Her arms were spread above her head and fastened to the rock with chains of brass, and her head drooped, either with sleep or weariness or grief. But now and then she looked up and wailed and called her mother. Yet she did not see Perseus, for the cap of darkness was on his head. In his heart pity and indignation, Perseus drew near and looked upon the maid. Her cheeks were darker than his, and her hair was blue-black like a hyacinth. Perseus thought, "I have never seen so beautiful a maiden, no, not in all our isles. Surely she is a king's daughter. She is too fair, at least, to have done any wrong. I will speak to her." And lifting the magic hat from his head, he flashed into her sight. She shrieked with terror, but Perseus cried, "Do not fear me, fair one. What cruel men have bound you? But first I will set you free." and he tore at the fetters, but they were too strong for him, while the maiden cried, "Touch me not, I am a victim for the sea gods. They will slay you if you dare set me free." "Let them try," said Perseus, and drawing his sword he cut through the brass as if it had been flax. "Now," he said, "you belong to me, and not to these sea gods, whosoever they may be." But she only called the more on her mother. Then he clasped her in his arms and cried, "Where are these sea gods, cruel and unjust, who doom fair maidens to death? Let them measure their strength against mine. But tell me, maiden, who you are, and what dark fate brought you here?" And she answered, weeping, "I am the daughter of a king, and my mother is the queen with the beautiful tresses, and they call me Andromeda. I stand here to atone for my mother's sin, for she boasted of me once that I was fairer than the queen of the fishes. So she in her wrath sent the sea floods and wasted all the land, and now I must be devoured by a sea monster to atone for a sin which I never committed." But Perseus laughed and said, "A sea monster? I have fought with worse than he." Andromeda looked up at him, and new hope was kindled in her heart. So proud and fair did he stand, with one hand round her, and in the other the glittering sword. But still she sighed, and said, "Why will you die, young as you are? Go you on your way, I must go mine." Perseus cried, "Not so. I slew the Gorgon by the help of the gods, and not without them do I come hither to slay this monster, with that same Gorgon's head. Yet hide your eyes when I leave you, lest the sight of it freeze you too to stone." But the maiden answered nothing, for she could not believe his words. Then suddenly looking up, she pointed to the sea and shrieked, "There he comes with the sunrise, as they said. I must die now. Oh, go!" And she tried to thrust him away. And Perseus said, "I go, yet promise me one thing ere I go, that if I slay this beast you will be my wife, and come back with me to my kingdom, for I am a king's son. Promise me, and seal it with a kiss." Then she lifted up her face and kissed him, and Perseus laughed for joy and flew upward, while Andromeda crouched trembling on the rock. On came the great sea monster, lazily breasting the ripple, and stopping at times by creek or headland. His great sides were fringed with clustering shells and seaweeds, and the water gurgled in and out of his wide jaws as he rolled along. At last he saw Andromeda, and shot forward to take his prey. Then down from the height of the air fell Perseus like a shooting star down to the crests of the waves, while Andromeda hid her face as he shouted, and then there was silence for a while. When at last she looked up, trembling, Andromeda saw Perseus springing toward her, and instead of the monster, a long black rock with the sea rippling quietly around it. Who then so proud as Perseus, as he leapt back to the rock, and lifted his fair Andromeda in his arms, and flew with her to the cliff top, as a falcon carries a dove? Who so proud as Perseus, and who so joyful as the people of the land? And the king and the queen came, and all the people came with songs and dances to receive Andromeda back again as one alive from the dead. Then the king said to Perseus, "Hero of the Hellens, stay here with me and be my son-in-law, and I will give you half my kingdom." "I will be your son-in-law," said Perseus, "but of your kingdom will I have none, for I long after the pleasant land of Greece, and my mother who waits for me at home." Then said the king, "You must not take my daughter away at once, for she is to us as one alive from the dead. Stay with us here a year, and after that you shall return with honor." And Perseus consented, but before he went to the palace he bade the people bring stones and wood, and build an altar to Athena, and there he offered bullocks and rams. Then they made a great wedding feast, which lasted 7 whole days. But on the 8th night Perseus dreamed a dream. He saw, standing beside him, Athena, as he had seen her 7 long years before, and she stood and called him by name, and said, "Perseus, you have played the man, and see, you have your reward. Now give me the sword and the sandals and the hat of darkness, that I may give them back to those to whom they belong. But the Gorgon's head you shall keep a while, for you will need it in your land of Hellas." And Perseus rose to give her the sword and the cap and the sandals, but he awoke and his dream vanished. Yet it was not altogether a dream, for the goat skin with the head was in its place, but the sword and the cap and the sandals were gone, and Perseus never saw them more. Part V. How Perseus came home again. When a year was ended, Perseus rowed away in a noble galley, and in it he put Andromeda and all her dowry of jewels and rich shawls and spices from the east, and great was the weeping when they rowed away. And when Perseus reached the land of Hellas, he left his galley on the beach, and went up as of old. He embraced his mother and Dictys, and they wept over each other, for it was 7 years and more since they had parted. Then Perseus went out and up to the hall of Polydectes, and underneath the goat skin he bore the Gorgon's head. When he came to the hall, Polydectes sat at the table, and all his nobles on either side, feasting on fish and goat's flesh, and drinking blood-red wine. Perseus stood on the threshold and called to the king by name. But none of the guests knew the stranger, for he was changed by his long journey. He had gone out a boy, and was come home a hero. But Polydectes the wicked knew him, and scornfully he called, "Ah, foundling! Have you found it more easy to promise than to fulfill?" "Those whom the gods help fulfill their promises," said Perseus, as he drew back the goat skin and held aloft the Gorgon's head, saying, "Behold!" Pale grew Polydectes and his guests as they looked upon that dreadful face. They tried to rise from their seats, but from their seats they never rose, but stiffened, each man where he sat, into a ring of cold gray stones. Then Perseus turned and left them, and went down to his galley in the bay. He gave the kingdom to good Dictys, and sailed away with his mother and his bride. And Perseus rode westward till he came to his old home, and there he found that his grandfather had fled. The heart of Perseus yearned after his grandfather, and he said, "Surely he will love me now that I am come home with honor. I will go and find him, and bring him back, and we will reign together in peace." So Perseus sailed away, and at last came to the land where his grandfather dwelt, and all the people were in the fields, and there was feasting and all kinds of games. Then Perseus did not tell his name, but went up to the games unknown, for he said, "If I carry away the prize in the games, my grandfather's heart will be softened toward me." And when the games began, Perseus was the best of all at running and leaping and wrestling and throwing, and he won 4 crowns and took them. Then he said to himself, "There is a 5th crown to be won. I will win that also, and lay them all upon the knees of my grandfather." So he took the stones and hurled them 5 fathoms beyond all the rest. And the people shouted, "There has never been such a hurler in this land." Again Perseus put out all his strength and hurled, but a gust of wind came from the sea and carried the quoit aside far beyond all the rest. And it fell on the foot of his grandfather, and he swooned away with pain. Perseus shrieked and ran up to him, but when they lifted the old man up, he was dead. Then Perseus rent his clothes and cast dust on his head, and wept a long while for his grandfather. At last he arose and called all the people aloud, and said, "The gods are true. What they have ordained must be. I am Perseus, the grandson of this dead man." Then he told them how a prophet had said that he should kill his grandfather. So they made great mourning for the old king, and burnt him on a right rich pile. And Perseus went to the temple, and was purified from the guilt of his death, because he had done it unknowingly. Then he went home, and reigned well with Andromeda, and they had 4 sons and 3 daughters. And when they died, the ancients say that Athena took them up to the sky. All night long Perseus and Andromeda shine as a beacon for wandering sailors, but all day long they feast with the gods on the still blue peaks in the home of the immortals. End of Perseus.